Chapter 3283. This was not the end. Lin Xian created a new law mystique based on the power of annihilation and the terrifying scene from before. Snap of the fingers. Lin Xian tried this law mystique. He condensed the annihilation law fragment to his fingertip and flicked it lightly. Instantly, the area in front of him turned into ashes. What terrifying power! Lin Xian was also amazed. He continued to comprehend. He had experienced death. Although he had the protection of the great dragon sword soul, this devourer of the world was too terrifying. Even saints could be easily killed, so he was also seriously injured. His flesh and blood were all dried up, and the golden bones in his body were also broken. Not a single part of him was intact. Those 3 years were really torturous. However, he had managed to endure it all. Of course, in addition to the protection of the great dragon sword soul, Lin Xian had been using the law of wood to maintain his vitality. He created his own mystique, recuperation. This mystique was created using the law of wood. It was not an offensive mystique, but a mystique for daily recuperation. Of course, he also had another experience, and that was being seriously injured and on the verge of death, instantly recovering. This experience was too shocking. Probably not many people had experienced it. Perhaps only the great emperor back then could have such an experience after eating the elixir of immortality. Lin Xian used the law of fire, the law of wood, and combined this experience to create his own mystique, nirvana rebirth. This mystique was different from recuperation. Recuperation was suitable for a long time, the kind of cultivation that moistened the rains silently, while nirvana rebirth was very suitable for battle. Serious injuries in battle could be recovered immediately. Lin Xian had experienced life and death, comprehended heaven and earth, and created 4 great mystiques. These 4 great mystiques were very terrifying, enough to fight against saints. With Lin Xian's current strength, if he wanted to fight against the great demon, he probably would not give the great demon a chance to use the blood sacrifice. He could use these 4 great mystiques to kill the other party. Now, his strength had improved comprehensively compared to before. It could be said that he had profited from a disaster. The benefits he had obtained from the battle were simply too great. So great that Lin Xian could not imagine it. What powerful strength! He could clearly feel the increase in his strength, and he was overjoyed. After cultivating for a while, Lin Fan stabilized his condition. Lin Xian once again sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. However, 3 days later, he opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Not good." Outside, the dark red divine dragon also rushed in and said anxiously, "Kid, what are you feeling?" Snow White little Marquis was also blinking her big eyes. It seemed like she was going to be struck by lightning. That was indeed the case. Outside, countless thunderclouds were gathering. It seemed like a lightning tribulation was about to happen. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a serious look on his face. "I wonder if I'm about to break through?" What? The dark red dragon widened its eyes in disbelief. What breakthrough? Could it be that you want to break through to the Saint Realm? Thinking of this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian had just broken through to the half-Saint Realm. Was he going to break through to the Saint Realm now? What kind of cultivation speed was this? If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock everyone to death. Such a young saint. There were probably only a few of them in the entire universe. However, when he thought of Lin Xian's experience, he understood. Lin Xian had fought with the great demon for half a year. That battle was truly earth-shattering. After that, he suffered from the great demon swallowing the world. That 3 years of suffering was something that others would not experience in 3,000 years. Lin Xian instantly recovered from the realm of death and reached his peak. The feeling of being reborn was probably something that other saints could not experience. This kind of experience was simply too precious. No wonder Lin Xian could break through to the Saint Realm so quickly. All right, then break through with all your strength. We'll retreat and wait in the surroundings. This world is relatively ordinary. There are no powerful people here, and it won't attract the attention of other powerful enemies. It's best for you to break through here. As he spoke, he was about to leave with Little White. No. Lin Xian shook his head. No, ruffian dragon, hurry up and help me suppress it. I can't break through. I feel that this should be a fragment of the law of fire. I want to break through and become a true law of fire. That way, I'll become a fire-type saint. But my goal is to become a 5-element saint. I want to collect 5 elements Tao stones and fuse the power of the 5 elements. That way, once I break through, my strength will undergo a tremendous change. Even among saints, it's extremely terrifying. Now, breaking through to the saint realm of fire conflicts with my goal. Moreover, if I want to fuse the laws of the 5 elements in the future, it will probably be much more difficult than now. Therefore, I can't break through now. That's true. Hearing this, the dark red dragon fell silent. That was indeed the case. After breaking through to the saint realm, there would be an astonishing difference in strength. Therefore, it was understandable that Lin Xian did not want to break through now. Sai, I have no choice but to help you. Kid, you have to think carefully. Suppressing your cultivation is very dangerous, especially for you. Now that you're about to break through to the saint realm, the lightning tribulation will probably be much more terrifying than before. There's even the danger of dying. Don't worry, I've already survived the great demon swallowing the world. I'll definitely be able to withstand the lightning tribulation. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Good, the dark red dragon said. I have a way. Previously, I even thought about what would happen if I broke through to the saint realm of fire. What is it? Hurry up and tell me, Lin Xian quickly asked. In the sky, there were more and more thunderbolts. Even the martial artists in this world were terrified. What was going on? Why was there so much terrifying thunder? Fortunately, this world was too ordinary. In the face of such a terrifying lightning tribulation, no one dared to inquire and could only hide far away. Therefore, there was no one near Lin Xian. Inside the array, the dark red dragon quickly said, with the great dragon sword soul as the core, we'll set up an array and forcefully suppress your cultivation temporarily. This way, you can hold on for 2 years. However, it's only 2 years. Next time, it probably won't be so easy to suppress. After 2 years, if you don't break through to the saint realm, the lightning tribulation will definitely be at the level of destruction. Kid, you have to think carefully. 2 years. It's too short. Lin Xian sighed. In these 2 years, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to find a 5-star Tao stone. However, he had to take a gamble. Otherwise, he would definitely not be satisfied if he did nothing. All right, 2 years. 2 years it is. Hurry up and do it, Lin Xian said. The dark red dragon quickly waved its dragon claws. You control the great dragon sword soul. I'll use it as an array to form a cultivation suppression array in your body. You have to withstand it. Chapter 3284. This process lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. In the sky, the thunderclouds gradually gathered. However, on the 10th day, they disappeared in a strange manner. It was a success. The snow-white monkey looked at the disappearing clouds in the sky and squeaked, the dark red divine dragon, and Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. You're too abnormal. You broke through to the saint stage in such a short time. You're really envious of me. The dark red divine dragon bared its teeth and said. He hurriedly swallowed a heaven and earth treasure and said, there are only 2 years left. We don't have much time. Let's hurry up and leave. And Lin Xian nodded. He had 2 Dao stones in his hands now, and he still had to find the other 3. And the most important thing was the magnetic stones. It could be said that there was still a long way to go. He didn't waste any time and quickly packed up. His goal was still the Langya star. Only the Langya star could tell him where the remaining Dao stones were. The last time he asked, he had already consumed most of his divine crystals and didn't have much left. He did have some gains on the elven planet, but most of them were spirit herbs that he needed. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't want to give it to them. As for the Eye of Time, it was even more impossible for him to reveal it. Therefore, Lin Xian was prepared to agree to the Langya star's conditions and help them in exchange for information. The Langya star was fully open at this moment, so the nearby star field was bustling again. When those powerhouses and geniuses arrived at this star field, they all sighed. This was because 3 years ago, this place was still a land of death. No one dared to come here, not even saints. But now, this place had regained its peace. However, the great demon and the successor of the 9 sons who had stirred up a storm that day had already disappeared. Near the star field, a spirit ship flew over. Inside, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked around and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed that the Langya star was fine. This way, they could enter and ask. As it wasn't his first time coming to the Langya star, Lin Xian had a certain understanding of the rules here. So, this time, his speed was even faster than before. He arrived at the 12th district, the 8th hall again. This time, the one who received him was the same woman from last time. The woman looked at Lin Xian and was extremely surprised. The other party had come to ask about the whereabouts of the Dao stone so quickly. Could it be that he had obtained that Dao stone? Of course, she was just curious and wouldn't ask. The rules of the Langya star forbade anyone from inquiring about their guests. Lin Xian asked again. I don't have enough divine crystals, but the last time I came, I heard that I could help you complete a task to obtain information. Would it work this time? Oh, you want to work for us in exchange for information? This time, the woman was extremely surprised. She looked at Lin Xian seriously, and then nodded. Okay. Just as she was about to mention the mission, her eyebrows suddenly twitched. She heard a voice transmission. The voice transmission took her by surprise. Asking him to go to the void ocean meant that this kid's identity was not simple. The woman was stunned and then said, Sir, please wait for a moment. I'll go organize the missions. With that, she turned into the void and disappeared. When she appeared again, she was in a sealed space. There were 2 old men sitting there drinking tea and discussing the Tao. The woman respectfully came to the front of the 2 elders and greeted them. What was so special about that kid? Why did they want him to go to the void ocean? The void ocean was not a simple place. Ordinary half-sages would not be able to return after entering. Wasn't it too risky to let this kid go? One of the red-robed elders raised his head. You might not have noticed it yet, but don't forget where this kid went last time. The last time he asked about the Wood Dao stone, I gave him 3 pieces of information. The beautiful woman frowned and pondered. At this moment, the red-robed elder said again, Among your 3 pieces of information, is one of them about the elven planet? Think about what happened on the elven planet in the past few years. I think you should understand. Elven planet. The woman was stunned for a moment before she seemed to have thought of something, and her expression changed. The elven planet was where the battle between the 9 sons' successor and the great demon began. Could it be that this kid was related to those 2? Take another guess, the red-robed elder asked, with a smile that was not a smile. Could it be that this guy was the successor of the 9 sons? The woman thought of a possibility that shocked even herself. She quickly shook her head. Impossible. The great demon and the successor of the 9 sons perished together. It was impossible for the other party to be alive. This kid definitely couldn't be the successor of the 9 sons. At this moment, the white-robed elder also turned his head. We're not sure if he's the successor of the 9 sons because the heavenly secrets of the 9 sons successor are covered, and we can't deduce it. If we forcefully deduce it, I'm afraid it will attract heavenly tribulation. However, the saint ancestor sent news that the moment the other party entered the Langya planet, the demonic aura in a certain place that still had terrifying demonic aura trembled violently and seemed to be roaring out. When others came here, there was no change at all. Even the saints had no problem descending. But when he came in, the demonic aura became crazy. This demonic aura was produced by the great demon. To be able to make the demonic aura of the great demon so violent, other than the successor of the 9 sons, I can't think of anyone else. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's expression changed and her mind went blank. She really couldn't imagine that the young man she received had such a background. Of course, she knew that all of this was just speculation because they didn't have any evidence to prove that the other party was the successor of the 9 sons. But these speculations were enough to shock her. Taking a deep breath, the beautiful woman asked, "May I know what the 2 elders mean?" The saint ancestor sent news that although the demonic aura scattered on the Langya planet isn't much, it's still a hidden danger. If we don't get rid of it quickly, there might be unforeseen events in the future. And the demonic aura is related to the first great demon. It won't be easy to get rid of it. Moreover, once the demonic aura goes crazy, who knows what kind of unforeseen events will happen? After all, the great demons are all lunatics. If the demonic aura self-destructs, the Langya planet will be severely damaged. Therefore, according to the saint ancestor, we should find a peaceful way to suppress the demonic aura. There's a Saint Dharma idol in the void sea. Take it out and suppress the demonic aura. This will ensure the safety of the Langya planet. After hearing this, the beautiful woman frowned. A Saint Dharma idol? Our Langya planet has more than one saint. Why do we need someone else's Saint Dharma idol? This isn't an ordinary saint. It's the great sage's Dharma idol. Moreover, in addition to being the great sage, that saint was also a king. He cultivated the righteous energy of heaven and earth, which had an extremely strong suppressive effect on demonic aura. His Dharma idol was the most suitable. Chapter 30, 285. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's body trembled, and fear appeared in her eyes. She didn't expect there to be so many things behind this. However, the void sea was too dangerous. Could this kid really do it? She was still very doubtful. The red-robed elder said again, "According to our calculations, the void sea will open soon, but that place is controlled by a few great powers. If you want to enter that place, you can't force your way in. Let him go to planet Suzaku, get a good ranking, and then get the right to enter the void sea. Why don't we just let him represent us and go to the void sea? Why go through so much trouble?" The beautiful woman was puzzled again. What we want is the great sage Dharma idol. That thing is also a treasure to others. If we don't give that kid some benefits, do you think that kid will give us the great sage Dharma idol for nothing? Tell him that if he gets first place in the battle on planet Suzaku, he will get the Earth Tao Stone. At that time, he will go to the Void Sea and get the Water Tao Stone. I think this kid wants the 5-element Tao Stone. Maybe he wants to comprehend the 5-element law. So, he definitely won't refuse this news. After he gets the great sage Dharma idol, we will give him some free information and give him the title of honorary elder of planet Langya. I don't think he will refuse. Indeed, although the great sage Dharma idol is precious, it is only to some people. For example, to us, it is incomparably precious. But to that kid, although it is precious, it is still a bit inferior to the Tao Stone. So, hurry up and tell him this news. Yes, the beautiful woman quickly nodded and returned to the 8th palace, May I know what mission Senior has for me? Lin Xian quickly asked. He really didn't have much time left, only 2 years. This is a chain mission. Can you do it? If you can, you might get more than one Dao stone. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. You know that I want other Dao stones. Based on your body temperature, I can guess a thing or two. But don't worry, our planet Langya has its own rules. We won't reveal your secrets. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. He knew that the Langya star must have strict rules for it to be able to stand for so many years and was highly respected. He wasn't too worried about this. So he said, Okay, what's the mission? The beautiful woman said that in 3 months there will be a competition on planet Suzaku. Battle on planet Suzaku? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What did this have to do with him? The beautiful woman said, Planet Suzaku organized this competition to give the most recent geniuses a ranking, because recently it was time to challenge the Abyss ranking again, but for some reason the Falling Abyss was closed. For the time being, those geniuses were unable to be ranked again. And at this time, there were still many geniuses who were fighting amongst themselves. This caused a lot of commotion. Therefore, Planet Suzaku wanted to organize a competition to gather all of the geniuses from the ancient path of stars and battle it out to determine the winner. Then, a vermilion bird leaderboard appeared. Vermilion bird roll. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What good would this do for planet Suzaku? Naturally, it was to create momentum. Their planet Suzaku had recently obtained a genius, and they had spared no effort in promoting this genius. Oh, a genius? What kind of genius could make a planet go through so much trouble? The beautiful woman said, the successor of a great emperor, Yan Nantian. After hearing this name, Lin Xian's pupils shrank and killing intent appeared in his eyes. But soon, the killing intent disappeared. What does Yan Nantian have to do with planet Suzaku? You don't know. This time, the beautiful woman was extremely shocked. This was a big thing that had happened in the past few years. Although it wasn't as big as the battle between the successor of the 9 Sons and the Great Demon, it was still something that everyone knew about. The successor of a great emperor, Yan Nantian, had joined the Suzaku Palace. Yan Nantian was very powerful, his talent was even better, and he had the inheritance of a great emperor. He was constantly improving. He was a popular candidate to become a great emperor on the path to becoming a great emperor. Many people had placed their bets on him. Think about it. If Suzaku Palace nurtured Yan Nantian to become a great emperor, then Suzaku Palace would reach the peak and suppress all the worlds. How could Suzaku Palace give up such an opportunity? There was such a thing. Lin Xian was really shocked. In these past few years, he had been suppressed by the demonic energy, so he naturally didn't know what was going on outside. He didn't expect Yan Nantian to collude with Suzaku Palace. It looked like Suzaku Palace was an incredible monster. Of course, Suzaku Palace occupied the entire planet and was one of the top powers on the ancient path. Also, in order to attract powerful geniuses, Suzaku Palace had put in a lot of effort. If they could get a good result in the battle rankings, they would be able to obtain a lot of treasures. Also, they would have the right to enter the Void Sea. Void Sea. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What kind of place was that? Seeing Lin Xian's curiosity, the beautiful woman said, The Void Sea is still in the universe. It is a very strange place. To be honest, the main mission we are giving you is in the Void Sea. However, entering the Void Sea is very dangerous and requires a lot of strength. Therefore, we will test your strength first. You will go to planet Suzaku to fight. If you can get into the top 5, then we will recognize your qualifications. Of course, don't worry. We are letting you go to planet Suzaku for your own good. If you can get to the top of planet Suzaku, then you will be able to obtain an Earth Dao stone. Of course, even if you can't get first place, we will still give you information about the Earth Dao stone. At the same time, Entering the void sea is also beneficial to you, because there is the whereabouts of the water Dao stone. When you retrieve what we want from the void sea, we will give you a metal Dao stone. This way, you will be able to obtain 3 Dao stones. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. 3 Dao stones, and from the looks of it, if everything went well, he would be able to gather 5. This made him very tempted. One had to know that he only had 2 years. Originally, he thought that it would be very difficult to complete it in 2 years. This was because it took him more than half a year just to go to the elven planet. After that, he still had to search for a battle. It was possible to gather all of them together, but it was impossible to gather all 3. But now, the beautiful woman told him that he might be able to gather all 3 at once. This made him extremely tempted. Once he obtained these 3 Dao stones, his 5-element Dao stones would be complete. Next, he only needed 1 origin magnetic stone. I wonder what you want me to get from the void sea? Lin Xian took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. Chapter 3286. The beautiful woman smiled mysteriously. Let's talk about that after you get into the top 5 of the Vermilion Bird ranking. Sure, but I have another request. If I bring back something from you, not only must you give me a metal Dao stone, but you must also give me a piece of information for free. Don't worry, not only will we give you a metal Dao stone and a piece of information for free, but we will also invite you to become an honorary elder of the Langya Star. What do you think? Honorary elder? Lin Xian asked. What's the use of that? With the protection of the Langya Star, no one will dare to provoke you. Also, after becoming an honorary elder, you can enjoy half the benefits when you ask for information. What? Half the benefits? After Lin Xian heard this, he exclaimed. He didn't care about being protected by the Langya Star, but this half the benefits were too tempting. Who knew if he would still need information in the future? The price of every piece of information was very high. If he only had to pay half, that would be great news for him. Deal. Lin Xian quickly nodded. Then, young master should prepare to go to planet Suzaku to participate in the battle. I hope young master can get into the top 5 of the Vermilion Bird ranking. The beautiful woman smiled, and then disappeared into the void. Lin Xian turned around and left the 8th palace. The information this time made him happy. However, he didn't expect Yan Nantian to work with the Vermilion Bird Palace. From their previous discussion, he found out that the Vermilion Bird ranking was created specifically for Yan Nantian. From the perspective of planet Suzaku, Yan Nantian was the successor of the emperor and was very powerful. His strength should have increased by leaps and bounds recently, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to get first place. However, this was without Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian was here, Yan Nantian still wanted to get first place? What kind of joke was this? It was said that the first place would get the Earth Dao stone. Lin Xian wouldn't give it to anyone else. Also, he had a grudge with Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. He would definitely return this grudge. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly and rose into the air, intending to leave. Suddenly, he frowned as he felt someone using their soul to quickly scan his body. He immediately stopped and turned around to look. Not far from him, there was a young man in a green robe. His eyes were also flickering with green light, forming mysterious runes. Clearly, he was using an eye technique. The other party dared to spy on him. Humph! Immediately, he coldly snorted, and a golden light appeared in his eyes. In the next instant, he activated his ocular technique. With a boom, invisible energy collided in the air. The azure-robed man grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned incomparably pale. What's going on? What happened to you? His companions seemed to be nearby, and they immediately flew over to support him. Nothing. Let's go. The green-robed man waved his hand, and quickly left with the help of his companions. Before he left, he looked at Lin Xian with shock and greed in his eyes. Lin Xian saw the other party's last gaze, and he was baffled. What was going on? He didn't know this person. He shook his head and didn't pay any more attention. Time was of the essence. He had to quickly leave and head to planet Suzuko. He didn't care about anything else. His body flickered. Then he flew into the sky and completely disappeared. The injured, green-robed man revealed a cold gaze and said to his companions, "Where's my big brother? I want to see him. I have to see him quickly." "Are you talking about Big Brother Zhao? He's in the third region. Let's go." The green-robed man flew into the air and quickly flew. His two companions followed closely behind him. Soon, they arrived at the third region. The green-robed man sent a voice transmission. "Big brother, are you there? I need to see you. I have an urgent matter." Buzz. The space before them fluctuated, and a ray of white light rushed out from the third region. It turned into a shadow. It was a stalwart man with a powerful aura, but from the looks of it, it was only an illusion. The other party's main body was still inside. Seeing this illusion, the green-robed man was very happy. "What happened? Are you injured?" When the illusionary man saw this, he frowned. "Big brother, I saw a person earlier. I felt an extremely terrifying power from him. That power was very obscure. If I didn't cultivate my family's eye technique, I wouldn't have been able to sense it." Hearing this, the illusionary man quickly sent a voice transmission to ask what happened next. "What did you sense?" "I don't know. I can't explain it, but it's not any power I've seen before. It's very likely that it's one of the strongest powers. That kid definitely has it on him, and it shouldn't be his own power. Perhaps it's some kind of treasure." Hearing this, the illusionary man frowned. One of the strongest powers? Time reigns supreme and space reigns supreme. Could it be the power of space? As for the power of time, he didn't dare to imagine it at all. In his opinion, no one could control that kind of power. The power of space was already very terrifying. It was very likely that it was a space treasure. The other party actually had a space treasure. "Who is it? Do you know his identity?" The illusionary man said. "I don't know, but I've already memorized his appearance. Also, I left the 10,000 miles incense on him. With our eye technique, we can definitely catch up to him. Big brother, hurry up and act. You mustn't miss this opportunity. Obtaining the space treasure will be of great help to you when you participate in the battle on planet Suzuko." Hearing this, the illusionary man became silent. "I still have things to do in the third region, so I can't leave. This matter is very important to me." "Right. What's that person's cultivation level?" "I don't know. I've never seen him before. He doesn't have any terrifying aura, but his soul should be stronger than mine. He injured me in an instant, and even my soul is injured." "Oh, soul attack type? How about this? I'll create an avatar and enter your body. Then I'll find a few people to capture that kid." "Big brother, is this okay?" "That kid isn't simple." The green-robed man frowned. The illusionary man sneered. "So what if he isn't simple? My avatar isn't something an ordinary half-saint can resist. Besides, the people I've found this time are all the top ones on the Abyss leaderboard. Don't worry, it'll be very easy for them to capture that kid. However, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer a bit if my avatar enters your body." "Don't worry, big brother." The green-robed man shook his head. The next moment, more white lights rushed out from the third region. They became stronger and stronger. Then, the illusionary man's figure became more and more terrifying. His aura was much stronger than an ordinary half-saint's. Even the top geniuses couldn't compare to him. This man's avatar was so terrifying. Chapter 3287. Boom. The illusory man entered the green-robed man's body. The green-robed man let out a miserable scream. His eyes were filled with madness and pain. However, he soon stopped screaming. His eyes were incomparably deep, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Someone with a spatial treasure? You can't escape from the palm of my hand. This illusory man was actually Zhao Wuliang's avatar. Zhao Wuliang was ranked 5th on the Abyss leaderboard. His strength was very terrifying. He was a veteran prodigy and a peerless expert. Moreover, it was said that he was ranked 5th 90 years ago. No one knew what level Zhao Wuliang had reached now. However, it was definitely terrifying. My current body should be able to use about 70% of my strength. However, just in case, I have to find a few helpers. After entering his younger brother's body, Zhao Wuliang frowned. He found that his younger brother's soul injury was very strange. It seemed that the other party's soul was also very powerful. He had to be careful. Also, when he read that person's appearance in his mind, he found that although the other party looked very ordinary, his calm eyes contained a sense of vastness. It seemed that he was not a simple person. As for the other party, he had never seen him before and didn't know who he was. No matter who you are, no one is my match. I remember that those purple-ranked fellows should be here as well. If I let them attack together, it will be absolutely safe. Lin Xian flew into the sky, left planet Langya, and flew toward the outer space. He was still thinking that planet Langya didn't help him and directly teleported him to planet Suzaku, saving him the trouble of flying back and forth. However, he also knew that planet Langya was still testing him to see if he was qualified to enter the Void Sea. He was afraid that planet Langya wouldn't provide him with any help before he obtained a ranking on the Suzaku leaderboard. However, he didn't care because 3 months should be enough to fly from here to planet Suzaku. However, after flying for half a day, he stopped, frowned, and coldly said, "After following me for so long, it's time to come out." He was surrounded by the dark universe, and there was no one around. There were only occasional flashes of light. There was no one around. Was Lin Xian talking to a ghost? "Kid, your soul is quite powerful to be able to sense my presence." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Xian turned his head and saw a figure walking out from behind. He was very young and had a heroic bearing. His eyes shone with a piercingly cold light. "Who are you?" he asked in a deep voice. "I am Gao Chong, ranked 13th on the Abyss rankings." An arrogant voice sounded. If anyone else was here and heard this, they would definitely be scared silly. This person was actually Gao Chong, ranked 13th on the Abyss leaderboard. It was truly shocking. The people ranked on the Abyss ranking were all top experts. Being ranked 13th was enough to show how powerful the other party was. Ranking 13th, Gao Chong? Lin Xian was also stunned. The other party was looking for him? Lin Xian asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "I heard that you have a magic treasure in your possession. I wonder if you can give it to me." Gao Cheng's voice was still cold with a hint of arrogance, as if he didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes. "The magical equipment on my body?" Lin Xian frowned. What was going on? He did have the Eye of Time. Were these people here for the Eye of Time? It shouldn't be. No one should know about this thing. Could it be that the news had been leaked? But how could it be? Lin Xian's mind raced in an instant. Suddenly, he remembered that when he left the Wolf Fong planet, a man in a green robe had once used his soul to spy on him. Could it be that that man had discovered his secret? No, no one could discover the secret on his body, not even a sage. Moreover, although that man in a green robe was powerful, his soul was still much weaker than his. How could he discover his secret? Then what was going on? Magic treasure. What magic treasure? He asked with a frown. Don't hide it. We have already found out that you have a spatial magic treasure on you. Hand it over, and we can let you live. At this moment, the void behind Lin Xian split open, and another voice sounded. Lin Xian glanced behind him. That person was surrounded by terrifying lightning, like a god of thunder. His powerful strength was enough to suppress an area. I am Yen Kuan, ranked 10th on the Abyss leaderboard. Even more arrogant, this voice sounded. Lin Xian didn't care about the other party's name. He was now thinking about what the other party said before. He had a spatial magic treasure on him? How was that possible? How could he have a spatial magic treasure on him? Did I mistake these people for someone else? What spatial magic treasure? I didn't. You must have recognized the wrong person. Right? Lin Xian said. Hee kid, don't quibble anymore. The news we received is absolutely true. Right at this moment, another voice sounded. Immediately after, a woman walked out. This woman was very beautiful. She was wearing a long blue dress and was slender and elegant. Her skin was like ivory, and nothing could be more beautiful. Beside this woman, there was seawater surging, carrying her. Standing in the void of the universe, she was like an unharmed sea god. I am Zhong Wuqing, 8th on the Abyss leaderboard. Heavens, these 3 people were all on the Abyss leaderboard. Moreover, they were all top purple-ranked geniuses. They appeared together and firmly surrounded Lin Xian. Kid, it should be the green-robed man from before. He seemed to have detected something on you, but I think he guessed wrong. He thought you had a spatial magic treasure on you. The dark red divine dragon could easily pass through the black soil. Do you need my help? No need. Lin Xian also transmitted his voice. Just focus on your cultivation. I don't care about these 3 people. It just so happens that I've recently been reborn, and my strength has broken through. Besides, I've also created a few skills. It's not a bad idea to use them as practice. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a shocking light. He looked at the 3 top powerhouses beside him and sneered. Oh, the purple rank on the Abyss leaderboard. The 3 of you together are not bad, but unfortunately, you're still no match for me. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 3 powerhouses around him sank. They were geniuses, half-sages. His strength was so great that no one could compare to him. Any one of them could easily defeat a group of people. If the 3 of them worked together, they could suppress everything. No one could escape from their hands. And yet, this kid in front of them dared to be so arrogant. How insolent! Another cold laugh was heard. I didn't care when you invited me here, but now I'm a little interested. Kid, what right do you have to be so smug in front of us? This time, it was an old voice, followed by an old figure walking out. It was an old man with silver white hair and red eyes. His figure was not tall, and there was no terrifying energy surrounding him. Chapter 3288. The Giant Demon Clan. The 3 purple-ranked clans. The Giant Demon Clan. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this wasn't a young genius, but an expert of the older generation. He had heard of the Giant Demon Clan before. It was a very terrifying clan, one of the 4 ancient races. Normally, they were short and could store energy, but once they started fighting, their power was truly terrifying. They were like human-shaped tyrannosauruses. Their physiques were unimaginably strong. You think you can defeat them with just the few of you? Lin Xian didn't show any fear. If I'm not wrong, you were invited here by someone, right? Where is that person? Tell him to come out. Are you talking about me? The sky suddenly split open, and a figure descended from the sky. Like a peerless saber light, he instantly appeared in front of everyone. He brought about a powerful storm, causing the expressions of the 4 top experts to change. But soon, they smiled. They didn't expect that the other party would come personally. This way, there would be no mistakes. Even if this kid was a true dragon, they would be able to suppress him. Sure enough, it's you? Lin Xian's eyes burst with a cold light as he stared at the figure. The other party was a handsome man with a sinister smile on his face. It was the person who had used his soul to spy on him before. Sure enough, these people were all called by the green-robed man. However, what made Lin Xian frown was that he could sense that although the green-robed man's appearance hadn't changed, his aura was different. This aura was much stronger than before. His soul was very powerful, so he could recognize at a glance that although the man from before was also a half-saint, it seemed that he had just broken through not long ago. In front of him, his strength was not enough. However, although the young man in front of him didn't deliberately release his aura, he could sense that this green-robed man was the strongest among these people. I didn't expect Brother Zhao to come personally. The beautiful woman, Zhong Wuqing, laughed coquettishly. Kid, kneel down obediently and hand over the spatial treasure. I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make a move, and you'll definitely die. That's right. Do you know who the man in front of you is? He's Zhao Wuliang, ranked 5th on the Abyss leaderboard. Do you think you can contend against him? This was immeasurable. This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be surprised. He had never imagined that the person before him would have such a background. Zhao Wuliang's ranking was very high. Furthermore, he knew that this ranking should be the ranking of Zhao Wuliang from several decades ago. Zhao Wuliang's true strength should be even higher. But why was it that when he first met the other party's aura was very weak, and he was able to easily enter the other party with soul collision? Could it be that the other party had been hiding all this while? This made him extremely puzzled. All right, kid, are you going to obediently hand over your magical treasure now? Or are you going to be suppressed by us and suffer a fate worse than death? Zhao Wuliang, who was at the front, put away his smile. A piercingly cold light burst out from his eyes, enveloping this part of the world. With just you guys? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian circled around, completely unconcerned. He really didn't care. After all, the strongest person here was Zhao Wuliang, but Zhao Wuliang was only ranked 5th. He was ranked 1st on the Abyss leaderboard. Probably only Di Ling could compete with him. As for the others, Lin Xian really didn't put them in his eyes. Not to mention, he even killed his old enemy, the Great Demon. He was even reborn, and his strength had greatly increased. How could these people be his opponents? On the opposite side, those people also laughed. What an arrogant kid. Well, my strength has increased greatly over the years, and I can use him to practice. Their eyes burst out with bright light. Buzz. At this moment, someone made a move. It was Gao Chong, who was ranked 13th on the leaderboard. He rushed over in an instant, and the terrifying law fragments all over his body were constantly waving. One of his hands blasted forward. His entire palm quickly turned black, like black gold, and pierced through the clouds. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. He also stretched out his palm and slapped forward. On the other party's fist, there were terrifying law fragments, and in an instant, it turned into metal. Moreover, it was a very terrifying metal. Obviously, the other party had comprehended the law of metal. Although they were both of the law of metal, the other party's comprehension was different from Lin Xian's. Lin Xian was able to increase his attack power, while his opponent was able to metallize his body, making his physique even more powerful. However, so what if he was stronger? Who dared to compete with him in terms of physique? Even the supreme demon body of the Great Demon was not his opponent. Not to mention, his body was now metallized. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the two collided. It was like two mountains clashing in the sky. A terrifying aura instantly exploded, sweeping in all directions. In the endless void cracks, a figure flew out. His entire arm was completely split open, and it was covered with cracks. It made one's scalp tingle. Damn it, what was going on with his physique? How could he be so strong? The one who flew out was Gao Chong. His face was full of shock and he couldn't believe it. He had comprehended the law of metal. This punch of his was so powerful that no one could withstand it. He could even compete with the old man from the giant demon clan. But now he had been injured by the other party's punch, and even his arm had been shattered. It was really hard to believe. The others were also shocked, and their pupils shrank. However, at this time, another person made a move. The one who made a move was the old man from the giant demon clan. When he saw the strength of Lin Xian's physique, his eyes lit up. Obviously, Lin Xian's physique had aroused his interest. His entire body shot out, instantly crashing through the void, and arrived in front of Lin Xian. The powerful force caused the surrounding space to solidify, forming an invisible cage that enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, his right leg kicked out like a coiling dragon. His target was Lin Xian's head. Boom. This kick did not have any light, only an incomparably heavy force. The void within 1,000,000 miles completely collapsed in an instant. Moreover, the aftermath of this energy quickly spread in all directions. Soon, it spread over millions of miles. This kick was truly terrifying. As expected of a powerhouse from the giant demon clan, this kick could blast a half-saint into pieces. Humph! Lin Xian sneered. He still struck out with his palm, and a golden light flashed. It was like a heavenly monument had been blasted out. An even more terrifying sound rang out, and the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. The other experts also unleashed their law fragments to resist the attack. In the next moment, they were dumbfounded. Chapter 30, 289. They found that during the collision, the giant demon clan old man's right leg quickly split open and then exploded into a mist of blood. The giant demon clan elder was also sent flying. How could this be? How could he be so strong? Gao Chong couldn't believe it. Yan Kuan and Zhong Wuqing were also shocked. Zhao Wuyang's face darkened. He was indeed strong. He should be a top expert. Don't be careless. There are countless experts in the universe, and many of them aren't even on the rankings. He might be one of them. Show me your full strength. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. However, they knew that Zhao Wuyang was right. There were countless living beings in the universe, and the Abyss rankings couldn't rank them. There were many hidden experts. The young man in front of them might be one of them. However, so what if he was strong? The 5 of them could suppress him if they joined forces. Buzz! Yan Kuan roared. Lightning exploded from his body, forming a lightning sun that pressed down from the sky. On the other side, Zhong Wuqing also attacked. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the black seawater that filled the sky came crashing down. Boom, boom, boom. Both of their attacks covered a large area, and Lin Xian was instantly enveloped. Both of them sneered. Their opponent would definitely be injured if he were to be hit by their attacks. Although they weren't close combat powerhouses, their mystiques were terrifying. Lin Xian's body began to tremble under this attack. Light blossomed from the surface of his body, but it quickly stabilized. Lin Xian roared. His body emitted millions of rays of light that rushed in all directions. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. The bronze spear in his hand pierced forward. The sky was filled with the law of metal like a tsunami, rushing forward to kill. Lin Xian stretched out his golden hand and grabbed the bronze spear. Then he swung it forcefully. With a clang, the bronze spear was broken in half. Gao Chong retreated. At the same time, the giant demon clan elder attacked. His physical body had become extremely terrifying. He punched out with the force of 1,000,000 mountains. The large black palm pressed toward the void. Instantly, the space around Lin Xian shattered, turning into countless large black holes. Lin Xian's body began to sway, once again as light flickered on it. It was clear that the old man from the giant demon race was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian's physique far surpassed their imaginations. The 9-yang divine body only shook a little before it became as stable as Mount Tai. However, before Lin Xian could counterattack, the other 2 divine abilities came at him again. Ruoshui 3,000. 3,000 waves rushed over, bringing with them terrifying law of water fragments. Like 3,000 black pythons, they quickly coiled around Lin Xian and bound him. It wanted to crush his body into pieces. This power was extremely terrifying and pervasive. At the same time, the lightning laws that filled the sky began to descend from the sky. They turned into tens of thousands of lightning whips, and with a gentle wave, the starry sky in outer space collapsed and the earth cracked. These 4 people were all top-notch half-saints. They were extremely terrifying. At this moment, the 4 of them attacked together, destroying everything. However, Lin Xian's body bloomed with light. Like a golden god of war, he stepped on the 8 wastelands and suppressed a part of the world. These energies circulated around his body, but they couldn't hurt him at all. Explode. No one knew who shouted coldly, but the energy around Lin Xian instantly exploded, and a black hole swallowed him. This time, he should be dead. The 4 of them sneered as they stared at the black hole in front of them. But soon, the black hole was broken by a punch, and a golden figure rushed out. It was Lin Xian. You're just SOL. However, if you want my life, then go to hell. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. Previously, he wanted to see how terrifying these experts on the Abyss list were. Now, it seemed that they were just SOSO. Now, these people were no match for him at all. I've seen your divine abilities. Next, you'll see my divine abilities. There was a terrifying power circulating around Lin Xian's body. How is this possible? He's not injured? When the 4 people saw Lin Xian rush out of the black hole, they were dumbfounded. Damn it! Their faces darkened, but in the next moment, they screamed. This was because they found that countless fire laws danced on Lin Xian's palm, forming a lotus. The flaming lotus continued to burn and expand, carrying with it a destructive power. It was as if it could destroy the world. Now, take my self-created divine ability, Annihilation Flame Lotus. With a wave of his hand, the Annihilation Flame Lotus flew out and instantly enveloped Gao Chong and the giant demon clan elder. No, damn it! The 2 of them roared crazily. One of them circulated with green light and completely turned into metal. The other giant demon clan elder took out a white giant hammer and waved it. Chapter 3290. Boom. The Annihilation Fire Lotus enveloped the 2 of them and erupted with unparalleled power. Everything in front of them was annihilated. When the Fire Lotus disappeared, Yan Kuan and Zhong Wuqing were stunned. They were so frightened that their bodies trembled, and their scalps split open. Because Gao Chong and the giant demon race old man had disappeared, only blood floated down from the sky. The 2 of them had died without leaving behind a corpse. How was this possible? Gao Chong was an expert, ranked 13th on the rankings. The law of metal made his body abnormally strong after turning it into metal. The giant demon race old man was the same. In fact, he was even more terrifying than Gao Chong. The 2 of them were extremely terrifying physique experts among half-sages. But now, the 2 of them had been reduced to ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed. Who was this kid? What on earth was that flame lotus just now? Was it a self-created ability? What a joke! They didn't believe that a young man could create such a terrifying ability. Brother Zhao, we don't care about this matter anymore. We don't want the reward you gave us. Yan Kuan and Zhong Wuqing hurriedly turned around and fled. It was too terrifying. If that Annihilation Fire Lotus had flown towards them, they probably wouldn't have been able to block it. Originally, Zhao Wuliang had found them and offered them extremely high rewards to lure them into action. In their opinion, with so many experts attacking together, they would even dare to fight a saint. But now, they discovered that they had been too naive. They had met this person who was extremely terrifying and unfathomable. He could kill an expert on the Abyss rankings with a raise of his hand. They absolutely couldn't provoke such a person. The two of them were both peak half-sages and were extremely powerful. In an instant, they were 1,000,000 miles away. Facing the two fleeing people, Lin Xian didn't chase after them. His eyes flickered with golden light as he stared at the two figures 1,000,000 miles away. In the next moment, he clasped his fingers and gently flicked them. The black nomological law fragment quickly fused into the void and disappeared without a trace. 1,000,000 miles away, the two of them let out a sigh of relief. In an instant, they would be able to travel 20,000 miles away and leave this place completely. Then they would leave and no longer care about this matter. But in the next moment, before they could move, they were frightened to the point that their bodies went numb. An extremely terrifying force surged towards them. Not good. Their expressions changed. Even though they were millions of miles away, the other party was still able to attack them with such precision. This truly surprised them. However, the two of them would not sit still and wait for death. Yan Kuan opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying bolt of thunder. Endless fragments of thunder laws wove together to form a thunder Tao diagram that revolved around him. Zhong Wuqing was even more powerful. She was ranked 8th on the Abyss rankings. At this moment, with a wave of her hands, she actually summoned the first heaven water. This was an extremely terrifying type of water, incomparably thick and heavy. It was rumored that the first heaven heavy water could crush a half-saint to death. At this moment, she summoned it to block in front of her, blocking that terrible attack. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief after summoning their strongest defensive measures. However, in the next moment, their hair stood on end. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't. They saw that the lightning Tao diagram and the heavenly water were quickly disappearing and melting. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Not only that, but their bodies were also gradually disintegrating, as if they were about to be annihilated. No, the two of them screamed and blocked crazily, but they couldn't block this annihilation power at all. In the next moment, their minds were destroyed, and they didn't even have time to scream. Dead. Two experts on the Abyss rankings had died again. Now, 3 top experts on the Abyss rankings and a giant demon expert had all been killed. This was really too unbelievable. In the distance, Zhao Wuliang looked at this scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. The other party actually had such a method. Who was this person? He realized that he seemed to have made a wrong decision by coming to find the other party. He wanted to leave, but he knew that he couldn't leave because he was locked onto by the other party's gaze. Stop. If you have something to say, let's talk nicely. I'm ranked 5th. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a great price. Maybe we'll all die together. Why don't we shake hands and make peace? I know the whereabouts of the void treasure, and we'll join forces to search for it. How about it? If there were others here, they would definitely be stunned, because Zhao Wuliang actually admitted defeat. This was really too unbelievable. This was Zhao Wuliang, who was ranked 5th on the Abyss rankings, but at this moment, he had no choice but to lower his head in front of Lin Xian. No need, since you dared to come and kill me, and you even joined forces with so many experts. Do you think I'll let you go? You're courting death. Zhao Wuliang was furious. Who dared to not give him face? He raised his hand, and a ray of light shot out. However, his body flew into the distance. There was no other way. Lin Xian's methods were too terrifying. With a raise of his hand, for top half-saints were killed just like that. He didn't dare to fight such a person head-on. Lin Xian blasted the blade light away with a punch. He looked ahead at the figure that had escaped into the darkness, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. I said, "You can't escape." In an instant, he flicked his finger. And immediately the power of annihilation flew out again. The void in front of him quickly collapsed. Zhao Wuliang screamed like a madman. He shot out shocking blade light, but he was still unable to stop the power of annihilation. Buzz. Suddenly he stopped in place. A ray of white light merged into the void and disappeared. Puchi, the body of the green-robed man. He turned into ashes in the air. During this process, a scream was heard. It was very painful, but it only lasted for a moment. There was no trace of him. Zhao Wuliang was also killed. The 5 top half-saints who came to kill Lin Xian were all killed here. This was really too shocking. One had to know that this wasn't a life-and-death battle, but a one-sided massacre. After Lin Xian was reborn and created his own divine ability, his strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. The current half-saints were no match for him at all. Perhaps only a sage would be able to contend against him. However, Lin Xian frowned and seemed to be a little puzzled. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and soon the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. "So that's how it is. You actually have 2 souls. Although I don't know what's going on, come out." He waved his hand. In front of him, in the dark void, a scream was heard as someone flew away quickly. The original darkness was shrouded in endless flames and burned fiercely. Then a hazy white figure appeared and floated in the void. Its eyes were cold. "Damn it, how did you find me?" He looked very similar to the green-robed man from before, but his eyes were more terrifying. It was obvious that this wasn't the green-robed man from before. Chapter 32:91. The figure in front of him snorted coldly. "I am the real Zhao Wuliang. Is that so? I'm afraid this isn't your true body either. You actually dared to send a clone to kill me. You really don't know what's good for you." Lin Xian immediately understood what was going on. At their level, it wasn't difficult to create a body of energy and inject their soul into it to form a clone. Lin Xian could create multiple doppelgangers, but such doppelgangers were created from his own energy and soul. If they were killed, it would cause considerable damage to his main body. Therefore, after using the doppelgangers, he would usually retrieve his soul and the doppelganger's energy form. "It seems that your true body can't move. What will happen if I kill your clone?" Lin Xian sneered. "Damn it, you dare to kill my clone?" Zhao Wuliang roared crazily. If his clone was destroyed, his body would definitely be injured. It would be dangerous for him to participate in the Vermilion Bird List competition. "Kid, I didn't want to attack you at first, but you forced my hand." In front of him, the white figure quickly formed a seal. A piercing light burst out from its eyes, forming a strange pattern. Then, the space in front of him was instantly torn open. Lin Xian was also sent flying. With a clang, his body swayed, and a crack appeared on it. "This is saber technique." He was surprised. He quickly suppressed the roiling blood in his body, and the crack on his body also healed. He was surprised that his opponent's eye technique attack was so powerful. It was really rare. One had to know that ordinary eye techniques attacked the soul. For example, he had mastered many kinds of eye techniques. He could burn the soul, control the soul, and even cast illusions on the soul. However, it was rare to see an eye technique that directly attacked the true body, especially one that was so powerful. His opponent's eye technique was very strange. He didn't die. Zhao Wuliang was surprised. His face was cold. Damn it, he was only slightly injured? He found it hard to believe. His eye technique was very famous. It was called the Divine Eye of the Heavenly Saber. His saber light was too cold. No one among the half-saints could withstand it. He had even used his eye technique to cut open a half-saint artifact. Originally, he thought that if he used his eye technique unexpectedly, he would definitely be able to cut his opponent in half. If he was lucky, he might even be able to kill his opponent. But who would have thought that even though the other party was pushed back, cracks would also appear on his body? However, that was all. With a slight sway of his body, he recovered to his original state. From the looks of it, he was not seriously injured at all. What a strange ocular technique. Lin Xian flew over and said coldly, "However, even if your main body was here, you might not be able to hurt me, let alone a mere clone. Damn it, you dare to destroy my clone? My main body will definitely not let you off." The white silhouette in front of him roared crazily, "If your true body dares to come here, I'll kill you as well." A fiery red lotus appeared in Lin Xian's hand and flew forward. Zhao Wuliang's clone frantically counterattacked. However, the power of the destruction lotus was something he could not block at all. Thus, in an instant, the clone vanished into thin air. Lin Xian didn't care about Zhao Wuliang's original body at all. "Let's go!" With a wave of his hand, 5 storage rings flew over from the sky. They were the storage rings of the 5 half-saints from before. Lin Xian's soul entered the storage rings, and he smiled. It looked like his harvest was not bad. At least, he had earned back all the divine crystals he had lost from collecting information, and even more. It was time to go to planet Suzaku. Lin Xian entered the spirit boat and quickly threw out a shield. 2.5 months later, they arrived at planet Suzaku. At this moment, planet Suzaku was very lively. The moment the news of the Suzaku ranking competition came out, countless powerful cultivators and geniuses rushed over. After all, everyone wanted to become famous and gain the support of a powerful force. For example, Yan Nantian was so famous that he could gain the support of the Suzaku Palace. And if someone else rose up during the Suzaku ranking competition, then they would definitely gain the support of other top forces. If that happened, there would be an endless supply of cultivation resources in the future. Lin Xian's spirit boat landed on the ground and found that there were many spirit boats flying by. Each of them carried a powerful aura. Wow, there are actually so many people. The dark red dragon was startled. Lin Xian also circled the area. There were indeed a lot of people, but he didn't care. Aside from a few people who could threaten him, the others couldn't even withstand a single blow. "Kid, let's keep a low profile later. After all, Yan Nantian is in cahoots with the Suzaku Palace, and the Suzaku Palace is the overlord of this planet. If we are discovered, Yan Nantian will secretly mobilize powerful cultivators of the Suzaku Palace to kill us before the competition even starts. Then the situation won't be good. Okay, I'll try to keep a low profile." Lin Xian nodded, but a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. The dark red dragon sighed. However, he knew that Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly. Even a sage might not be able to suppress him. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he still changed his form. He was no longer in his dragon form, but a man in a black robe. After the dark red dragon transformed into his human form, he was extremely handsome and elegant. However, there was a hint of arrogance in his smile. Come, kid, take a look at my human form. What do you think? Am I handsome? Would he be able to charm those girls to death?" Lin Xian. After leaving the atmosphere, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon left the spirit boat and looked around. "Let's find a city to land in first." The two of them chose a direction and quickly flew away. "Yeah, let's go in that direction." Along the way, the little white monkey pointed to the left. "Okay, let's go there." Lin Xian and the dark red dragon changed directions. After flying for about 4 hours, they saw a huge city appear in front of them. Their luck was not bad. The two of them flew toward the huge city, Sunset City. Looking at this city, it should be one of the main cities of planet Suzaku. After entering, they learned that this was indeed one of the 12 main cities of planet Suzaku. It was very lively inside, and there was an endless stream of powerful cultivators. It was obvious that these people had all come from other worlds and landed here. Suddenly, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The dark red dragon also looked up at the sky. Someone was coming. Sure enough, everyone else also looked up at the sky. They all felt a powerful pressure crushing down from the sky. There was no doubt that this was an extremely powerful cultivator. Whoosh! A few figures descended from the sky. However, these figures were soon taken away. Their powerful auras still lingered in the air. Who were those figures just now? He couldn't see them clearly. There must be something on their bodies that was concealing their auras. Sounds of discussion could be heard. The vermilion bird trial had indeed attracted countless powerful cultivators this time. Of course, they couldn't enter the abyss for the time being. If others wanted to become famous, they could only enter the vermilion bird trial. Who would be coming this time? Chapter 3292. It had to be Yen Nantian. He was like the sun in the sky, and he was the successor of a great emperor. More importantly, he had joined the Vermilion Bird Palace. It was said that the Vermilion Bird leaderboard was created for him. Indeed, Yen Nantian was very powerful, and there was probably no one who could contend against him. How terrifying was the successor of a great emperor! Unless the successor of a great emperor or the son of a great emperor came. Not necessarily. Someone retorted, I think that if the successor of the 9 sons and the great demon came, they would definitely be able to compete with him. As soon as he said this, the surrounding warriors all nodded in agreement. Indeed, the news of the great demon and the successor of the 9 sons had spread throughout the universe. Many people knew about it, and they had even seen the recorded images. However, some people shook their heads. It was useless. The two of them had died together, and they would never appear again. Yes, the dead were not qualified to compete with Yen Nantian. However, there were still a few people alive who could threaten Yen Nantian. Yes, the number 1 on the Abyss leaderboard definitely had the strength. There was also Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang. They were both very terrifying. You seem to have forgotten someone. Yen Ryu, that peerless beauty. Her name was only above Zhao Wuliang's. Everyone discussed animatedly, and the names on the leaderboard appeared one after another. At that moment, someone said, if that's the case, then you've missed out on one person. That was the number 1 on the leaderboard, Lin Wudi, who was on par with Di Ling. That Lin Wudi was indeed very strong. He was actually ranked first on the leaderboard. However, recently, Yen Nantian, Zhao Wuliang, and the other strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They should be able to compete with Lin Wudi. They were all talking about the top 5 existences on the Abyss leaderboard. That was because those people were the most likely to compete with Yen Nantian, and most of them were candidates for the number 1 on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. However, someone said, don't be too careless. As far as I know, many hidden experts have appeared this time. There are even rumors that a saint has arrived. What? A saint-level expert? When those words were said, the surrounding people were stunned. What kind of concept was that? A saint had come to participate in the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. Yen Nantian, Di Ling, Zhao Wuliang, and the others were all half-martial Sacred Realm experts. Of course, I've only heard about it. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if there will be any saints, but I heard that there might be a few new top geniuses who will be born soon. Among them, there seemed to be a few geniuses from the Vermilion Bird Palace. They hadn't stood out before, nor had they participated in the Abyss rankings, but their talent and strength were abnormally strong. This time, He might be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and defeat those veteran experts. Everyone was discussing this. Without exception, it was clear that the competition for the Vermilion Bird leaderboard was even more intense than the Abyss leaderboard. There were actually so many experts here. It seemed like there was no hope this time. Many people sighed. Initially, they had thought that the battle this time might not be that famous and that not many people would come. Other than Yen Nantian, they might be able to take advantage of the other rankings. But now, it seemed that they had been too naive. The influence of the Vermilion Bird leaderboard had far exceeded their expectations. It had actually attracted so many experts, and it was even rumored that saints were about to descend. These people could only be bystanders, but no matter what, they had to give it a try. After Lin Xian and the dark red dragon heard this, their eyes flickered. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned, and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. He saw a person looking at them from a few streets not far from him. He was dumbfounded, as if he couldn't believe it. That person was wearing a red robe with 2 patterns embroidered on it. It was very strange. When he saw Lin Xian's gaze, he immediately trembled and withdrew his gaze. He turned around and disappeared into the void. "What's going on?" the dark red divine dragon asked when it saw Lin Xian's expression change. "I saw someone very strange, so I'll go take a look." After saying this, his body flickered, and he also disappeared. While the others were still discussing which experts had arrived, a figure quickly shuttled back and forth. He was sweating profusely. This man was wearing a red robe. He was from the Vermilion Bird Palace. At this moment, he was extremely frightened because he saw someone who shouldn't have appeared. How could the successor of the 9 Sons still be alive? This person had seen Lin Xian before, because he had seen Lin Xian's portrait from Yen Nantian. At that time, he was only curious about the true appearance of the successor of the 9 Sons who could compete with the great demon. Therefore, he saw Lin Xian's portrait. But today, he saw a person who looked exactly like the successor of the 9 Sons. This made him extremely frightened. Could it be that the successor of the 9 Sons wasn't dead? No, this news had to spread. He had to inform the Vermilion Bird Palace and Yen Nantian. They had to be on guard and even take action in advance. There was no other way. The successor of the 9 Sons was too terrifying. Even the great demon was no match for him. Now that he was alive, he was a huge threat to Yen Nantian. "Where do you think you're going?" At this moment, a cold voice came from behind him. Immediately after, the Vermilion Bird Palace warrior's body trembled, and he turned around. He was scared out of his wits. "Damn it, it's you. You're the successor of the 9 Sons. You're not dead?" He was extremely shocked. "Looks like you do recognize me. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. If I'm not wrong, you should know Yen Nantian." "That's right. Not only do I know Yen Nantian, I'm also from the Vermilion Bird Palace. This is our territory. Hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, if you anger me, the Vermilion Bird Palace will destroy your body and soul. You still dare to threaten me. Looks like you really don't know what's good for you. Since you're Yen Nantian's man, then die." Lin Xian's eyes burst with a cold light. "Courting death. You dare to attack me?" The Vermilion Bird Palace warrior's expression changed. He roared crazily. "Men, the successor of the 9 Sons is here." His voice was like thunder, resounding in all directions. However, Lin Xian sneered. "Don't waste your energy. I've already set up an array. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, the people outside won't know. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you." The Vermilion Bird Palace warrior roared crazily. A flaming saber appeared in his hand. The fragments of the law of fire on it burned fiercely. He was also a half-saint. The saber slashed down like a vermilion bird pouncing over. Buzz! Lin Xian pointed forward, and a wisp of sword chi flew out. The next moment, he retracted his hand and stood with his hands behind his back. How was that possible? Chapter 3293. He discovered that his life force had been extinguished. His body was turning into nothingness. The other party had killed him with one move. Was this the successor of the 9 sons? How could he be so terrifying? He wanted to struggle, but in an instant, he disappeared. His body and soul had been destroyed. It seemed that this was a little troublesome. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect someone to recognize him. The other party was right. After all, this was Vermilion Bird. He didn't want to attract the attention of a few sages before the competition. If it was a normal ranking, he would just cause a ruckus here and leave. However, he couldn't do that now. He had an agreement with Planet Langya, and first place in the Vermilion Bird rankings was very important to him. He had to get the Earth Dao stone. The next moment, Lin Xian waved his hand, and a hazy light appeared around his body. His face was especially mysterious. It blocked all gazes. Even one's soul couldn't see through it. This way, no one should be able to discover him, right? At least before the competition, he would be safe. After doing all this, he returned to the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon was shocked at first. Who was this person? When he reached out with his soul, he couldn't see the other party's face clearly. Lin Xian said, "It's me, kid. It's actually you. What's going on? One of Yan Nanshan's subordinates discovered me, but I already killed him. Damn it. Has Yan Nanshan's faction become so powerful? Even the people of Vermilion Bird Palace can work for him." It seemed that he didn't just join Vermilion Bird Palace. Just ignore him. When the competition starts, I'll just kill him. Lin Xian didn't care too much. Let's go find a place to stay. They waited for the Vermilion Bird rankings to begin. The two of them left. They found a place to stay. Originally, the place was overcrowded, and there wasn't even a place to stay. However, Lin Xian had just killed 5 peak half-sages. He had a lot of resources in his storage ring. It could be said that he was filthy rich. He directly used resources to forcefully build a courtyard. After entering, the Crimson Divine Dragon set up a formation. Lin Xian also looked around. Not bad. The environment here was not bad. There was a spirit gathering formation in the surroundings and a spirit vein underground. It was indeed a good place to live temporarily. The two of them rested for a while. When it was late, they prepared to go out and eat something. At their cultivation level, eating and drinking was no longer important. However, there were still many half-sages and even sages. They weren't eating, but tasting delicious food. The dark red mystical dragon was even more so. He was drooling. On the way here, he had heard that someone had hunted a heaven and earth variant. He wondered how delicious it would be. Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon were walking out. There were a few young experts around them who were extremely excited. He had heard that the people from the Sky Qin Palace had come and that they were going to play the zither today. He had to listen to that peerless celestial music. He definitely could not miss it. That's right. I wonder who is so generous to actually be able to invite people from the Sky Qin Palace. If it was those geniuses, it would be even better. Rumor had it that their music contained the Tao of heaven and earth. After listening to it, it would be very beneficial to one's cultivation and comprehension of heaven and earth. As they spoke, they turned into streaks of light and shot forward at high speed. Sunset Pavilion? Sky Qin Palace? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The Vermilion Bird beside him was also shocked. Is it that sect? They actually came too. Oh, you know? The Vermilion Bird Palace nodded. The Sky Qin Palace is very famous. It probably isn't any worse than the Vermilion Bird Palace. However, the Sky Qin Palace isn't on planet, so it's on another world. Their sect's weapon is the zither. Their spells are also related to the zither. Let's go and take a look. Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains. The vermilion bird was also a bit excited. Okay, Lin Xian nodded. The two of them also walked toward the Sunset Pavilion. The Sunset Pavilion was very lively at the moment. It was packed with people. They weren't ordinary people, but very powerful cultivators. There were even a few half-sages here. However, none of them entered the Sunset Pavilion. The reason for that was because the fee to enter the Sunset Pavilion was extremely high. Even a normal half-sage would feel the pinch. Damn it, this Sunset Pavilion is taking advantage of the situation. Many people in the crowd gritted their teeth. Lin Xian and the vermilion bird walked to the front. Their eyes lit up. There were also many people inside. It was obvious that they were all even more terrifying existences. Lin Xian didn't care about the huge entrance fee. He took out the corresponding amount from the storage rings of the Vermilion Bird Palace cultivators he killed, and then walked in with the Vermilion Bird Palace with the Vermilion Bird Palace cultivator. There were indeed many people inside, and all of them had outstanding talents and powerful auras. It was obvious that they were powerful cultivators. There were already many people sitting at the front. The Sunset Pavilion standards were very high. Everyone here had status, so no one was willing to squeeze with others. Therefore, everyone had a certain area where they sat. It was really carefree and happy. There were only 2 seats left. Lin Xian and the Vermilion Bird Palace walked to them. The two had just sat down when they heard a cold voice. "This place is already occupied. Get lost." As soon as this voice sounded, countless gazes looked at Lin Xian and the Vermilion Bird Palace. Lin Xian's face flickered, so his expression couldn't be seen clearly. However, the Vermilion Bird Palace beside him was furious. Someone actually told them to get lost. Did they have a death wish? Who's making a big fuss here? Get over here. The Vermilion Bird Palace also snorted coldly. As soon as this voice sounded, many people became interested. Their eyes were filled with schadenfreude. They actually dared to oppose Brother Yun. They really had a death wish. Who were these 2 people? Did they have a powerful background? They didn't recognize them. They looked unfamiliar. However, they must have some status to be able to come here. So what if they had status? They would definitely end up in a miserable state. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Indeed, as soon as the Vermilion Bird Palace's voice sounded, a figure walked over from the front. It was a tall man in a cloud robe. His face was cold. At this moment, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the Vermilion Bird Palace. "You were the one who dared to scold me just now? Damn. You dare to provoke me?" The Vermilion Bird Palace was about to go berserk, but it was held down by Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the other party. "We paid to enter this place. Naturally, we can sit here. I don't want to kill you. Get out of my sight." Although Lin Xian wasn't angry, his words sounded even more arrogant. The surrounding people started discussing. "Damn, this kid is even more arrogant. Who is he? He doesn't want to kill? Heavens, he still wants to kill the other party? I think this kid's mind will be destroyed. No one has ever dared to threaten me. Kid, don't force me to kill you." At this moment, another person walked out from behind the Vermilion Bird Palace. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Chapter 3294. Our brother Yun's elder brother is a peerless prodigy known as Gui Jian. Our brother Yun's uncle is Cloud Sky Saint. Can you afford to offend him? Cloud Sky Saint. Lin Xian was stunned. It seemed that the other party's background was not small. But so what? The dark red dragon beside him also sneered. What Gui Jian? Never heard of him. You guys really don't know what's good for you. You haven't even heard of Gui Jian? Let me tell you, Gui Jian is the favorite to win the championship this time. Do you know that? Now that you dare to provoke Gui Jian's younger brother, hurry up and kneel down, kowtow, and admit your mistakes. As the voice sounded, The atmosphere in the entire space froze. Everyone was sneering. They knew that Lin Xian and Yunhee were dead meat. However, Lin Xian raised his head, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. So it was a fox pretending to be a tiger. After saying so much, it's just that your brother and uncle are powerful. You should be a good-for-nothing. If you want to find trouble with me, at least get your uncle and brother here, right? You don't have the right. Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. You're courting death. In front, the tall man was enraged. No one had ever dared to provoke him like this. He raised his hand, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. However, in the next moment, he flew out with a bang. Lin Xian slowly retracted his palm. I hate it when people threaten me. Boom. The tall youth flew out. He shattered the void with a sound like thunder. The surrounding elite cultivators were all dumbfounded. Someone actually dared to attack Yunhee. Did he want to die? The dark red dragon laughed loudly. Kid, how satisfying. I've long wanted to attack you. Yunhee was sent flying by Lin Xian's palm. He shattered the void, and the blood in his body roiled. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire face was terrifyingly black. He attacked. The other party actually dared to attack him. No one had ever dared to touch him. One had to know that once his brother and uncle's names were out, even the top prodigies did not dare to touch him. Even Yan Nantian did not dare to touch him. Yet the other party dared to touch him? He wanted the other party dead. He wanted the other party's soul to be destroyed. Kill. With a roar, Yunhee rushed over. He struck out with his palm with terrifying power. Mysterious cloud patterns appeared between his fingers. Clearly, this was the law of clouds. Lin Xian wasn't afraid as he stared at the terrifying white cloud hand. He waited until the hand was right in front of him before he shot out a flame. The fire burned, igniting the white cloud palm. Ah! Yunhee screamed. His body was on fire, and white smoke rose from his body. The pain drove him crazy. Damn it, he was really mad. He could not believe that the other party's comprehension of laws was actually above his. Just as he screamed, in the next moment he fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. That was because the overflowing flames had turned into a fire dragon, spiraling around him like a coiling dragon. It suppressed the other party to the ground. Ah, damn it, I'm going to kill you. Yunhee screamed like a madman as a terrifying force rushed out of his body. A large azure banner flew out of his eyes. It fluttered in the wind and turned into a storm, entangling the coiling dragon phantom. Whoosh! He rushed out. A silver sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed forward. Both of them were half-step sacred artifacts. The biting cold sword Qi stabbed forward and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. But in the next moment, he was sent flying again. Lin Xian stretched out a large golden hand and slapped forward. It was like a golden mountain, and it instantly turned the other party's arm into a bloody mist. The half-step sacred artifact sword fell to the ground, and Yunhee spat out blood as he flew backward. Hum! Lin Xian pointed again, and the terrifying law of water surged out, turning into a monstrous wave that surged in front of him. Boom! 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 The seawater hit Yunhee's body, smashing his body. Yunhee's body was like a broken piece of porcelain covered in cracks. In the end, he was pressed to the ground by the wave, unable to resist at all. The surrounding people gasped, and their faces were full of shock. Yunhee was actually suppressed, and he was easily beaten up. This was simply too inconceivable. Some of the people who knew Yunhee were even more shocked. They knew that Yunhee was arrogant, but Yunhee was not weak. His opponent was a half-step sacred and a genius. It was just that he was overshadowed by his uncle and brother's brilliance. But if anyone underestimated Yunhee because of this, they would definitely be at a disadvantage, or even lose their lives. But such a genius expert was actually beaten up. Who was this person in front of them? Why was his strength so terrifying? For a moment, the air was terrifyingly quiet. Damn it, how dare you attack Brother Yun? The few people who came with Yun He were also furious. Two of them attacked wildly, charging towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian pressed him to the ground with a slap. Their bodies were torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. The terrifying smell of blood made one's scalp feel like it was about to explode. Lin Xian's gaze swept in all directions with a trace of terrifying coldness. The others did not dare to act rashly. After suppressing the three of them, Lin Xian withdrew his hand. He slowly walked to the side, sat down, and poured himself a glass of spirit wine. He raised the wine glass and looked at Yun He, who was being suppressed by the monstrous sea, and sneered. "Do you think I'm qualified?" There was a trace of mockery in his voice. Yun He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Damn it, not only did he beat him up and suppress him, he even dared to mock him. This was a slap in the face. The people around him were all heaven stage experts. If he could not fight back, how could he survive in the future? "Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. I must kill you." Yun He screamed like a madman, and his killing intent soared to the sky. But he could not rush out at all. Lin Xian sneered. "You, kill him for me. Tear him into pieces." Yun He roared. Boom. As the voice fell, the ground sank, and then a figure walked over. This was a burly man. He walked like a tiger and exuded the might of a dragon. His physique was extremely strong. The moment he appeared, the surrounding void shattered rapidly, unable to withstand a single blow. It was obvious that Ah De was Yun He's guard, and his strength was probably stronger than Yun He's. Ah De usually protected Yun He's safety, but at this moment, his master was being suppressed here. He had long wanted to take action, and now that he received Yun He's order, he no longer had any scruples. A large bronze hand stretched out and covered the sky. In an instant, it was above Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon trying to catch them. But his main target was still Lin Xian. "You want to compete with me in close combat?" Lin Xian had a strange look on his face. The dark red divine dragon beside him also sneered. He shook his head, knowing that Atta would end up badly. In the next moment, he raised his fist and punched forward. Boom! Their palms collided, and cracks spread out in the void. However, the Sunset Pavilion was not an ordinary place. The array was immediately activated and covered everything. Chapter 3295. The entire Sunset Pavilion was shaking. The violent power swept across the world, rushed out of the pavilion, and flew into the sky. Those who were still waiting outside and trying to go in all trembled. Their eyes were filled with horror. What a violent aura! Many people turned pale. At the same time, they were shocked. What was going on? Could it be that there were people fighting inside? Oh my God! What happened? They frantically reached out their souls, trying to find out. Inside the Sunset Pavilion, it was terrifyingly quiet. Only the sound of blood dripping could be heard. Ada, the terrifying strength-type half-saint, had his palms split open. His body trembled, and many cracks appeared. He kept retreating, his face full of shock. He had just exchanged a blow with the other party. In his opinion, the other party was powerful, but his strength was definitely not as strong as his. He might be able to suppress the other party with his own strength, but the outcome was beyond his expectations. He was defeated by the other party with one punch. The other party surpassed him in both strength and physique. He was no match for the other party at all. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Just who was this kid? They did not know. They could not see his face clearly. They were blocked by the hazy light. Countless people's eyes shone with a piercing light. They wanted to see through Lin Xian's real face. However, they could not do it at all. On the other side, Yunhee, who was suppressed by the sea, saw this scene, and his pupils shrank. How could it be? Even Ada was no match for the other party? Lin Xian withdrew his palm. He nodded slightly at Ada. The other party could take his punch without turning into a bloody mist. He had to admit that the other party's strength was not bad. But compared to him, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. What other tricks do you have? Show them all. Lin Xian picked up the wine cup again and swirled the spirit wine inside. Damn kid, don't be so arrogant. If my brother Guiyun Jian was here, you would not dare to be so presumptuous. Yunhee gritted his teeth. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? It seems that I haven't taught you a lesson yet. How about this? I'll suppress you for 100 years. Then I'll teach you a good lesson. Lin Xian's voice was cold, and the others felt their scalps go numb. Yunhee was so angry that he vomited blood. The other party's tone was too arrogant. He treated him like a slave. Wang. But at this moment, the sound of a zither rang out, causing everyone to calm down. Even the killing intent and bloody light that filled the sky disappeared. It was as if a pair of gentle hands had come and soothed their hearts. What a strange sound. Lin Xian was also stunned and turned to look. In front of him, a beautiful figure in white walked over. She held a guqin and gently played it. His fingers, which were as smooth as white jade, moved across the zither strings. Immediately, a pleasant sound was heard. At the same time, a clear voice sounded. The Vermilion Bird Tournament is about to begin. Right now, the most important thing for the young masters to do is to relax and not fight. They were from the Sky Qin Palace. Many people cried out in surprise, revealing a trace of ecstasy on their faces. They had come this time to listen to the celestial music played by the prodigies of the Sky Qin Palace. Lin Xian also squinted his eyes. Indeed, the Sky Qin Palace had some tricks up their sleeves. This music contained a mysterious power. All right, since the fairy said so, then he would spare his life. Lin Xian waved his hand and sent Ada and Yunhee, who was lying on the ground, flying out. The strong wind swept the two of them out of the Sunset Pavilion. The people outside were still using their souls to investigate. Suddenly, they cried out in surprise. They saw two figures fly out from inside, shattering the void and landing on the ground. Many large cracks appeared in the surrounding space, and many people frantically retreated. Who was this? They were puzzled. A few half-saints among them cried out in surprise. Heavens, it was young Master Yun. Young Master Yun? Which young Master Yun? The others were puzzled. Someone screamed. Of course it was Yunhee. Young Master Yun. What? It was him. You mean that young Master Yun whose brother was the Cloud Sword, and whose uncle was a saint? That's right. It was him. Many people cried out in surprise. After hearing this, the others gasped. They could not believe that such a terrifying young Master Yun had been beaten out. Heavens, who was the one fighting inside? A peerless genius? However, even a peerless genius would not easily offend young Master Yun. After all, his uncle was a saint. The Yun family was a top family clan. Damn kid, just you wait. This matter will not be settled so easily. I'm going to tear you to shreds. Yunhee's face was cold, and he was trembling with anger. However, he did not attack again. Let's go. The two of them tore through the void and escaped in an instant. In the Sunset Pavilion, the melodious sound of a zither could be heard. Everyone was intoxicated by the sound. Even Lin Xian was very surprised. Indeed, he found that the sound of the zither was helpful for him to comprehend heaven and earth. Needless to say, the person playing the zither should also be a half-saint. Moreover, it should be an extremely terrifying one. In addition, the sound of the zither, and the zither itself, should be a rare treasure in the world. That was why it could prevent others from comprehending the way of heaven and earth. After the sound of the zither, everyone was still comprehending. In front, the woman from the Sky Sheen Palace had left. Where did the fairy go? After a while, someone opened his eyes in surprise. No one knew where she had gone. Lin Xian opened his eyes as well. A mysterious light flickered in his eyes. He was shocked and delighted at first, but then he shook his head with a bitter smile. The sound of the zither could indeed help him comprehend heaven and earth. However, there was also a troublesome matter. This was because his fragment of the law of fire had reached an extremely terrifying level. It was about to become a true law. Previously, it had almost attracted a heavenly tribulation. In other words, Lin Xian was about to break through. If not for the dark red divine dragon, using the great dragon sword soul to set up a formation and forcefully suppress it, he would have broken through long ago. Now that he heard it, his fragment of the law of fire became uneasy again. It scared Lin Xian so much that he quickly cut off the connection and turned to comprehend other laws. The fairy had left. What a pity! After listening for a short while, I felt that I had a new understanding of heaven and earth laws. If I could listen to it for a long time, my cultivation and comprehension would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Indeed, it was no wonder that the prodigies of the Sky Sheen Palace were so respected. There was a certain logic to it. A few other prodigies looked envious. They really wanted to marry a prodigy of the Sky Sheen Palace as their wife. That way, they could listen to the zither music every day. Stop dreaming. Even if someone from the Sky Sheen Palace wanted to marry someone, it would be a peerless expert. We probably have no hope. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Let's go. The Vermilion Bird List competition will begin in a few days. Moreover, I seem to have gained some insights just now. Yes, I also need to go back and cultivate in seclusion for a few days. Who knows, I might be able to increase my cultivation temporarily. These people all stood up. Chapter 3296. The two of them had gained a lot of enlightenment this time, especially the dark red divine dragon, who was even more excited. He had let go of his mind and was trying to gain enlightenment. However, at the same time, the void outside began to tremble violently as if it was boiling. A terrifying pressure pressed down from the sky. Initially, the people around the Sunset Pavilion were trembling, and many of them were kneeling on the ground. Damn it, what's happening? They looked up. The sky was filled with countless experts descending from the sky. Strong cultivators and many strong cultivators, as well as demonic beasts. They saw the powerful figures descending from the sky while riding on beasts. Some of them were stepping on chariots, while others were descending from the sky. Every one of them was powerful. They were cold and murderous. Obviously, they were all experienced fighters. The leader was a tall young man with a cold expression. What? It's him, Yunhee? He's the one who was beaten up. Many people were shocked. At the same time, they knew that Yunhee was here for revenge. Moreover, he was here with a group of powerful figures. This group of people arrived in a grandiose manner, blocking the Sunset Pavilion. At the same time, the elites who came out of the Sunset Pavilion were also stunned. Then they glanced behind and revealed a look of anticipation. It seems that there's going to be a good show. They dodged to the side and crossed their arms. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon frowned. In particular, Lin Xian had a cold look in his eyes. He looked up at the sky. It seems that letting you go was a wrong choice. Indeed, you made a wrong choice. Unfortunately, you let me go. This time, I won't let you go. I'll make you wish you were dead. Yunhee, who was in front, sneered with a hideous expression. So what if the other party is powerful? This time, I've brought a large number of powerful figures. Can't I defeat the two of them? Men, take this kid down. I'll tear him into pieces. Yunhee put his hands behind his back, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Buzz. At this moment, a figure made a move. It was an old man who moved like a ghost. He tore through the void in an instant and arrived in front of Lin Xian. A large hand was clasping Lin Xian's head. That hand contained an extremely terrifying law fragment. The law of Earth was incomparably heavy. It flickered in the old man's palm like a giant mountain that could crush everything. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Around them, the onlookers retreated frantically. At the same time, they exclaimed, "It's over! That brat is dead for sure." Of all people to offend, he had to offend young Master Yun. Even 100 lives would not be enough to save him. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a cold light. He raised his golden hand and released the laws of metal. With a palm strike, the thick earth formed by the law of Earth was directly pierced through. That wasn't all. The slap landed on the old man's face and sent him flying. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap rang out. The half-step Saint Elder spun in the air for more than 300 times before flying backward. Half of his face was rotten and badly mangled. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you!" The half-step Saint roared. With a frenzied roar and the law of Earth, he moved quickly and rolled. The shadow of a huge mountain circled around him. Tens of thousands of mountains descended. Countless shadows of mountains, each of which was incomparably heavy, descended wildly. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian dodged calmly. He raised his golden hand and slapped forward again. Another crisp sound of a slap rang out. This time, the half-step Saint's head was completely smashed into pieces. At the same time, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He quickly charged towards Yunhe. Yunhe was scared, out of his wits when he saw that. He quickly retreated and shouted at the same time, "Stop him! Kill him! Kill him for me!" Hearing Yunhe's order, the surrounding people all moved out. Ada was the first to move. His fists were like dragons that directly exploded a part of the world. Not only that, 2 more figures appeared beside him. Air and San were his 2 brothers. They were also 2 half-step saints. The 3 of them together were really terrifying. The 3 brothers' methods were very strange. When the 3 of them worked together, it was as if they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Lin Xian faced the 3 of them. He crossed his arms and the law of Earth quickly operated in his hands. Then he used the great dragon sword soul to form a huge cauldron. It stood tall like a divine cauldron and threw it forward. Boom! The law that Lin Xian had comprehended was very powerful. The law of Earth was much stronger than the previous half-step saints. In addition, the divine ability of the great dragon sword soul was really terrifying to the extreme. Therefore, when the divine cauldron was thrown out, the world instantly shattered. The surrounding people were all blown away. Not good. The 3 brothers' expressions changed drastically. Countless cracks appeared on their bodies in an instant. Retreat quickly. The power was too terrifying. The 3 of them wanted to escape, but the area covered by the divine cauldron was too large. Although it was heavy, the speed of its descent was very fast. In an instant, it enveloped the 3 of them. The 3 of them gritted their teeth and raised their hands to the sky, trying to block the descent of the divine cauldron. However, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the divine cauldron instantly descended again. With a boom, the 3 of them were blasted into a bloody mist. The 3 of them screamed. These 3 half-step saints could not die in a short time, but they could not break free either. They were firmly suppressed by the divine cauldron. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at Yunhe. Yunhe walked forward again. "Damn it! What are you all standing there for? Let's go!" Yunhe screamed like a madman. He realized that Lin Xian's gaze was too terrifying. It was as if it was going to pierce through him. At the same time, he was even more shocked. 3 half-step saints were easily suppressed by the other party. Who was this person? However, the surrounding people were a little hesitant. To be honest, Lin Xian's previous methods were too terrifying. He had directly suppressed them. This showed that the other party was definitely a strong person. He was also a top existence among the half-step saints. Perhaps the other party was one of the favorites this time. However, they also knew Yunhe's identity. This was especially true for his uncle, who was a saint, a living saint. He was more terrifying than any elite. Therefore, at this moment, when they heard Yunhe's order, they could only sigh and attack. The 6 of them joined forces. 6 half-step saints. This shocking scene was extremely shocking. Perhaps even a peerless elite would not be able to stop them. Lin Xian's face was cold. He really did not take the 6 half-step saints seriously. One had to know that he was only 1 step away from becoming a saint. His true strength was definitely not inferior to a saint's. He was confident that he could kill even a saint today, not to mention these 6 half-step saints. However, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon flew up. Let's attack together. In order to prevent you from using all your strength. Okay, Lin Xian nodded and did not refuse. This was not good. Attack. Seeing another person rushing up, the 6 half-step saints' expressions changed, and they quickly moved. Chapter 32, 97. Swoosh. They knew that they had to get rid of the enemy in front of them first, otherwise they would be in great danger if they were ambushed at any time. The power of the 6 half-saints made everyone tremble, and their scalps tingle. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Not to mention, they were merely 6 half-saints. A cold light appeared in his eyes, and the law of water surged out, turning into a supreme wave that rushed forward. Did he scatter the 6 half-saints in an instant? Oh no! What a terrifying law of water! They were surprised. They did not expect the other party to be so terrifying that their formation was scattered in an instant. At that moment, the dark red dragon rushed up, opened its mouth, and spat out thunder that filled the sky, instantly enveloping the 3 of them. The other 3 were once again targeted by Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the law of water this time, and the endless blue fragments condensed together, condensing into a figure in the endless waves. The figure was very hazy, but the aura was incomparably terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it was like a god that suppressed the surroundings. The 3 half-saints trembled, and they could not move at all. Buzz. At that moment, a bell appeared between the eyebrows of one of them. It shook quickly, and the sound of the bell woke them up. In the next moment, they bit the tip of their tongues to maintain their consciousness and roared crazily. Attack. Don't be surrounded by him. The 3 of them attacked, and terrifying supernatural powers surged, but they were completely engulfed in front of the sea. The sea seemed to be endless, and it swallowed everything. There was no energy transmitted to Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He stretched out his hands and clenched them hard. The binding of the sea. Suddenly, the sea in front of him surged, and an invisible pressure crushed the bodies of the 2 half-saints, turning them into a bloody mist. The 3 screams were heard, and then they were extremely miserable and restored to their original state. However, they were trapped by the monstrous sea water. Who else is there? Call them out. Lin Xian said coldly. Yunhe's scalp went numb. Who else did he have? He had brought 10 half-saints with him this time. How powerful was their lineup? They even dared to challenge the saints, but now they were easily suppressed by someone else. A kind of fear rose in his heart. He was now very regretful. Why did he provoke this demon? At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Who was the other party? Why was the other party so powerful? This was already beyond the capabilities of ordinary half-saints. In fact, Not even the strongest half-saints were capable of such a feat. Could it be that he was a saint? He thought of a possibility, but he quickly shook his head. That was impossible. The other party had clearly used a law fragment and not a true law. This meant that the other party was not a true saint. The others were also discussing spiritedly. The scene before them had happened too quickly. Lin Xian was able to suppress more than one half-saint with just a lift of his hand. Now, the other party had injured one of them, suppressed 6 of them, and the other 3 had been suppressed by their companions. This method was heaven-defying. Previously, they had thought that Lin Xian and the others were doomed. But now, it seemed to them that Yunhe had kicked an iron plate. If no one comes to help you, then I'll send you to hell. A cold-killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. To be honest, he didn't want to cause any trouble on planet Suzaka just yet. However, he wanted to keep a low profile, but someone just had to send himself to death. He had spared the other party's life, but the other party had brought 10 half-saints to kill him. If he had been a bit weaker, he would have been killed and would have suffered a fate worse than death. How could he let the other party go? There was no one around Yunhe anymore. When he saw Lin Xian walk over, he screamed like a madman. His gaze swept the surroundings as his voice rang out. Who will help me? Help me kill him. I'll ask my uncle to accept him as a disciple. Many people were shocked when they heard this. Yunhe's uncle was a saint. If one was accepted as a disciple by a saint, then one's comprehension of heaven and earth would increase by leaps and bounds. To be honest, many people were tempted, but when they saw the 6 half-saints being suppressed, their hearts turned cold. No one stepped forward. Instead, they took a few steps back. Seeing this, Yunhe's heart sank a bit. At the same time, he screamed again, "Don't kill him, save me. If you can save my life, then you will be my Yun family's benefactor. My Yun family will definitely treat you well. I promise that my Yun family will give you a true sacred artifact." What? A true sacred artifact? Everyone's pupils shrank. Those experts also sucked in a breath of cold air. To be honest, a sacred artifact was an extremely terrifying existence, far surpassing a half-saint artifact. In fact, not every saint had a sacred artifact because the materials used to make a sacred artifact were too precious. They were very difficult to find, and it was not easy to refine a sacred artifact. If a sacred artifact was obtained, the strength of a saint would increase exponentially, even for half-saints like them. There were also great benefits. Their combat strength would also increase greatly. Therefore, many people were tempted, but still no one dared to make a move. However, with such a great reward, someone still stepped forward. "Is what you said true?" At this moment, a voice sounded. Yunhe was overjoyed when he heard this. "It's true, I swear on my life. As long as you save me, my Yun family will definitely give you a sacred artifact. If I violate it, I will be struck by lightning. All right, I can save your life." A figure walked out of the cave. It was a man dressed in white. He held a folding fan and looked like a middle-aged scholar. He was very polite. As soon as he appeared, he moved as fast as lightning and instantly appeared in front of Yunhe. "I'll save his life." What? Did someone really make a move? Who is this person? How dare he be so arrogant? Did he think that he was more terrifying than 6 half-saints joining forces? Discussions sounded one after another. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. "Save him? Do you know what the consequences of going against me are? Isn't it just being suppressed?" The middle-aged man sneered. However, Lin Xian shook his head. "You're wrong. The consequences of going against me is death." When he said that, a hint of killing intent burst out from his eyes. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were trembling. Everyone held their breaths. And Yunhe was so scared that he almost wet his pants. The middle-aged scholar's pupils constricted, but soon his face darkened. This kid is too arrogant. I know you're very strong and can suppress many half-saints, but there's a big difference between suppressing a half-saint and killing a half-saint. Moreover, I'm not an ordinary half-saint. Is that so? I'd like to see what ability you have to protect him in front of me. Lin Xian took a step forward, and a terrifying aura surged forward. Endless seawater appeared around them, covering the sky and the earth, completely enveloping the middle-aged scholar and Yun He. The terrifying waves turned into countless blue sword shadows. Chapter 32:98. Save me. Yunhi tried his best to resist, but he was no match for Lin Xian. Soon, the laws that he cast were pierced. At that moment, the middle-aged scholar came alive. He shouted coldly, closed the folding fan in his hand, and waved his left hand in the air. Suddenly, a chessboard appeared in his hand. It was a chessboard with black and white chess pieces that shone with a demonic light. What's that? Is it a game of chess? Many people discussed, but some of them were shocked and screamed. It's the heaven-crippling chessboard game. It's the heaven-crippling chessboard game. What's the heaven-crippling chessboard game? Many people became even more puzzled. However, the faces of some of the older generation experts turned extremely ugly. The heaven-crippling chessboard game was passed down from ancient times. It was an extremely terrifying array formation that was created by a sage. The array formation was extremely terrifying and mysterious. According to ancient legends, two powerful sages were playing chess when they suddenly came up with an idea and used chess pieces to form an array formation. The two of them used chess pieces as an array formation and fought for 800 years, but in the end, they were evenly matched. They left, but the chessboard that they played on turned into a peerless killing array. After countless powerhouses studied it, they named the chessboard Heaven-Crippling Chessboard Game. Since then, the array formation had been passed down. I can't believe there's such a thing. Many people gasped when they heard that. Is it a sage's array formation? No wonder the middle-aged scholar dares to stand up for me. Kid, be careful. I've heard of this array formation before. It's not simple. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. The dark red divine dragon transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded. It was all right. If a true saint were to perform the heaven-crippled chessboard game, it might be troublesome. But what about the other party? He didn't care. Well, I'll see how terrifying the legendary heaven-crippling chessboard game is. Lin Xian stretched out his palm and formed 5 mountains. Each of his 5 fingers was extremely heavy, crushing everything in front of him. The middle-aged scholar snorted coldly, and the chessboard in his hand kept expanding until it shrouded the world. In the next moment, Lin Xian and Yunhe were all shrouded. Among them, Yunhe was surrounded by 4 chess pieces. They transformed into terrifying black and white qi, forming a powerful defense that enveloped him. The middle-aged scholar floated in the void, controlling the entire chessboard. Lin Xian, on the other hand, came to the chessboard. There were black and white flags around him, flickering with terrifying light. The aura circulating on it was extremely dreadful. A semi-sage expert might die here if they weren't careful. Wang, a black ghost stone charged at him. It was like a black sun trying to crush him completely. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He clenched his hand into a fist which was covered in flames. He punched out, and it was as if he had turned into a golden crow. It burned fiercely and shattered the black go piece. The black chess piece was shattered into pieces. However, they soon fused into the formation. At this moment, 2 more white ghost stones shot over. They circled around each other like a pair of dragon scissors, wanting to cut Lin Xian in half. Get lost! Lin Xian swept out with his right leg like a coiling dragon. He flew out with terrifying laws of earth. With one kick, he shattered the 2 white ghost stones. The 2 white ghost stones turned into white mist and disappeared again. However, Lin Xian sensed that the formation's power did not weaken. It looked like his attack was ineffective. You have some strength. However, you don't understand the genius chessboard at all. Now, I'll show you how terrifying the heaven-crippling chessboard is. Floating in the air, the middle-aged scholar sneered. He waved his hand, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. Immediately, the 13 black and white ghost stones around Lin Xian spun quickly, turning into a huge dragon that covered the entire area. The 13 black and white ghost stones surged around continuously, forming a peerless killing intent. How terrifying! Outside the formation, the expressions of those people changed as they retreated frantically. The dark red dragon frowned as well. What a strange formation. It circled the formation and kept moving around, looking for a flaw in it. That way, it could immediately make a move to break the formation when it was in danger. The heaven-crippling chessboard? Not bad. Unfortunately, you're too weak. A cold voice came from within the formation. In the next moment, a sharp sword light lit up in the air. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were trembling. Wherever this sword passed, everything was destroyed. That was the power of the law of annihilation. After the sword slashed out, a huge black hole appeared in the heaven-crippling chessboard. What? How is this possible? The middle-aged scholar was stunned. He did not expect his opponent to break his heaven-crippling chessboard with such a forceful method that was simply unbelievable. The surrounding people were even more stunned. Damn it, I don't believe it. The middle-aged scholar gritted his teeth and roared. A look of madness appeared in his eyes. The area around him turned into nothingness. With a wave of his finger, the heaven-crippling chessboard exploded again. This time, it was not just 13 lights. Instead, there were hundreds and thousands of lights. The black and white ghost stones in the entire heaven-crippling chessboard shook violently. A terrifying and destructive force burst out, wanting to destroy everything. The surrounding cultivators' expressions changed. Damn it, this person is crazy. He wants to destroy everything. Run quickly. They ran away in a frenzy. Oh no, the dark red, divine dragon's expression changed. Lin Xian's expression darkened as well. He was also an expert in formations. Naturally, he knew what the other party was trying to do. The other party wanted to use the formation to destroy everything, including Yun He. The middle-aged scholar was probably the only one who could survive. Is he trying to kill me? If that's the case, don't blame me. He sensed that there was a burst of cold light. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. At the same time, a sharp sword light circled around his hand. The law of fire surged out. The flaming sword chi broke through everything. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he destroyed the surrounding aura and slashed the middle-aged scholar's body apart. The middle-aged scholar screamed like a madman. His opponent's strength had increased again. Damn it! Did he not use his full strength earlier? His opponent's casual attack had broken his heaven-crippling chessboard. Thinking of that, the middle-aged man screamed and turned to run. Do you think you can run? Lin Xian's eyes were cold and merciless. Since the other party wanted to kill him with such a powerful move, how could he show mercy? He clasped his hand and grabbed the other party's head. He activated his eye technique and immediately searched his soul. Soon, the soul search was completed. Lin Xian waved his hand and destroyed the other party's soul. After taking the other party's storage ring, Lin Xian turned to stare at Yunhe. At that moment, the heaven-crippling chessboard was shaking violently. However, it dissipated before it exploded. Buzz, clang, a chessboard fell. From the sky with a clang, the dark red divine dragon grabbed it and put it away. Everyone's attention was attracted by the heaven-crippling chessboard. That was a treasure. However, it seemed that the other party had taken it away. However, at that moment, their gazes turned again. That was because Yunhee was screaming miserably. Chapter 32:99. Yunhee's miserable cries made one's scalp tingle. You dare to kill me? I'm from the Yun family. If you kill me, my brother and uncle won't let you go. He screamed like a madman. Really? Lin Xian sneered and waved his hand. The 10,000 sword chi became even crazier. Stop. Please spare me. I was wrong. I apologize to you. I'll kowtow to you as long as you let me go. Yunhee was rolling in the sky. The pain made him hover between life and death. Oh, kowtow to him as an apology? Sure. Lin Xian waved his hand. Go ahead. However, even if you kowtow to him as an apology, I'll still send you to hell. The last time he let him go, he left and brought 10 half-saints to kill him. Therefore, this time, Lin Xian would definitely not let him go. Yunhee was extremely regretful. Why did he provoke him? He was a person who was not afraid of the Yun family at all. He realized that he was going to die today. Thinking of this, Yunhee's face became extremely desperate. However, at this moment, a cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. How dare you attack a member of the Yun family? How dare you? The voice turned into swords of sound waves and swept toward Lin Xian. The void was pierced, and the entire space was trembling. Lin Xian's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. A terrifying scene appeared in front of him. Countless translucent sword chi seemed to cut heaven and earth in half, isolating the crowd. Oh, God. Someone attacked again. The surrounding martial artists were extremely shocked. Previously, Lin Xian killed the middle-aged scholar and broke the heavenly chessboard game, which made them extremely terrified. Later, Lin Xian attacked and wanted to kill Yun, which made them pee their pants. These people had not recovered from the shock and did not expect someone else to come. Moreover, the person who came this time seemed to be even more terrifying. This sword chi, could it be that the cloud returning sword was here? What? The cloud returning sword? You mean Yun Tian? Many people were extremely shocked. Looking at this sword chi, it should be right. Moreover, from the other party's words, the other party was also a member of the Yun family. The only person in the Yun family who possessed such a biting cold sword energy was definitely Yun Tian. Thinking of this, everyone was shocked. Now that Yun Tian had come, things were probably going to change. Sure enough, Yunhee was screaming like a madman in front of him. Brother, is that you? Brother, save me. Kill him. I must kill him. Tear him to shreds. Avenge me. Humph. A cold voice sounded. In the next moment, a person descended from the sky. He was wearing white clouds, his black hair fluttering in the wind. As soon as he landed, he gave off a piercing aura and looked coldly at Yunhee. How dare you embarrass the Yun family like this? After you go back, you will go into seclusion for 10 years and will not be allowed to come out. Yes, Yunhee trembled in fear, but at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief because he knew that he was saved. Now that his brother was here, no one would dare to lay a hand on him. Not even Yen Nantian could do that. The person in front was Gui Yun Jian. Yun Tian's gaze shifted away from Yunhee and landed in front of him, staring at Lin Xian. You actually dare to lay a hand on my Yun family? Now, kneel down and accept your death. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He's too strong. Is this Gui Yun Jian? Lin Xian was also sizing him up. This is his brother? He's indeed very strong, as expected of a top genius, but it's still not enough. As if seeing the contempt in Lin Xian's eyes, Yun Tian snorted coldly. Ignorant guy, you actually dare to be arrogant in front of me? Fine, I'll show you what a peerless genius is today." As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Tian's body disappeared. In the next moment, he charged over with countless piercing cold sword chi. These were all white sword chi that carried the law of clouds. It was abnormally terrifying and incomparably strange. In an instant, Lin Xian was completely entangled. Cloud sword, thousand slaughter. Between heaven and earth, countless clouds descended and disappeared. These clouds were all absolute killing sword chi, completely enveloping Lin Xian. The surrounding people retreated like crazy. At the same time, they cried out in surprise. He appeared! Gui Yunjian! Everyone opened their eyes wide. In their view, Lin Xian was strong, but compared to Yun Tian, he was probably much weaker. Perhaps he was not Yun Tian's match at all. The dark red divine dragon also retreated far away. He narrowed his eyes, a hint of a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. "Kid, let these people see your true strength." Lin Xian was enveloped by the cloud sword. His eyes flickered. He also had a hint of a cold smile. Competing in sword skills, he took a deep breath. The sword chi in his body surged out. A terrifying and berserk flame, sword chi, gushed out from his body, sweeping out in all directions. It had the intention of sweeping the world. Boom, boom. At this time, the cloud sword exploded with countless clouds, flickering with absolute killing intent. It collided with Lin Xian's body, emitting a shocking sound. This was an absolute kill. The front completely turned into nothingness. Hee, this kid is definitely dead. Yunhe looked at this scene and sneered malevolently. The others felt their scalps go numb. Yun Tian was too strong. He used an absolute ability the moment he attacked. They reckoned that the other party might really be killed in one move. When all the clouds rose into the air and scattered, everyone widened their eyes. Even Yun Tian frowned, because he discovered that the figure in front of him was not dead. Instead, he was wrapped in a ball of fiery red sword light. How is it possible? He's not dead. Yunhe screamed like crazy. Whoosh. Yun Tian attacked again. It was as if he had merged into the clouds. His figure could not be seen at all. They could only feel that the power of the cloud sword was even more terrifying. Yet another boundless cloud of swords came, intending to pierce through Lin Xian. At this time, Lin Xian moved. His eyes exploded with a bright light. Extremely terrifying flame sword chi surged out from his body. Boom! The fiery red sword, with a berserk and destructive aura, ruthlessly slashed on the cloud sword. It was useless. Yun Tian sneered. My cloud is ethereal and formless. You can't destroy it. It was indeed so. The law he comprehended was the cloud. So what if it was cut apart with a sword? At most, it would turn from one cloud into two clouds, but it would not disappear. But soon he screamed. How was this possible? He discovered that his cloud sword had actually been destroyed. This made him terrified, shocked, and in disbelief. How was this possible? The other party could actually destroy his Jian Qi. This was something that had never happened before. At this time, Lin Xian had already arrived in front of him. The two of them were less than half a meter apart. The laws on the two of them kept colliding, tearing out countless large cracks. At this time, Lin Xian's voice sounded. You actually dare to compete with me in sword technique? The flame sword in his hand exploded again. It was as if it had turned into a monstrous qilin. It roared at the sky, crushing all the clouds in the sky. Boom! Fire sword qilin. This was not a law divine ability. It was just a divine ability evolved from the great dragon sword soul. However, the power was also very terrifying. Even a top half-step saint could not block it. As expected, Yun Tian's pupils constricted. He waved his hands, forming a white cloud armor. At the same time, The white clouds in front of him drooped down like a curtain. Boom! With a shocking strike, Yun Tian was sent flying. The white clouds in front of him shattered, and the armor on his body was also torn into pieces. Chapter 300. In the next moment, his body suddenly disappeared and reappeared in another direction, completely shaking off the flames. However, his face was completely gloomy. This scene happened very quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yun Tian was sent flying. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. Many of them were scared silly. What was going on? It seemed that Yun Tian had been beaten back. Oh heavens! Did Yun Tian suffer a loss at the opponent's hands? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they reached this conclusion. They could not imagine it. That was the cloud returning sword. Yun's body was also trembling, and fear rose from the bottom of his heart. However, he still roared crazily. Impossible! How could my brother be defeated? My brother just didn't use his full strength. That must be it. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. You dare to use sword techniques in front of me with such little strength? To be honest, it was a little disappointing. Kid, don't be arrogant. Yun Tian snorted coldly. His expression was incomparably cold. He had never suffered a loss at the hands of a young person. This time, his target was Yen Nantian. In his opinion, with his strength, he could fight Yen Nantian. However, he did not expect to meet a difficult person before the Vermilion Bird list tournament had even begun. Who was this person? Who were you? Zhao Wuliang? Long Chaotian? Or someone else? None of them. You don't deserve to know my name. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with arrogance. You're courting death. Kid, I was just testing the waters just now. Now, you've made me want to kill you. The cloud-returning sword was unsheathed. With a clang, the invisible cloud law circled around. In the next moment, a piercing sound rang out like thunder. A white light flashed, and a dazzling black crack appeared in front of him. Heavens, it was cut open. Unsheathing! Many powerhouses of the older generation exclaimed. This kind of sword unsheathing technique was a very common ability. It was a condensed sword intent and power that exploded in an instant. Of course, the more common the ability, the more difficult it was to cultivate it to a high level. Moreover, Yun Tian's sword unsheathing technique had surpassed ordinary. This was the cloud-returning sword unsheathing technique. It was even more ethereal and strange. Clang! Lin Xian's body was struck by a white cloud longsword. In the next moment, his body was sent flying. It hit. Yunhe was so excited that he was trembling. The others also gasped. Quite a few people shook their heads. The sword was drawn too quickly, and with the addition of the law of clouds, almost no one could dodge it. That brat should have been split into two halves. Let's see how arrogant he can be. How strong is Cloud returning sword? Previously, he was only testing the waters. Now that he had revealed his true strength, how could that brat possibly withstand it? Yun Tian also revealed a cold smile. The light turned into a white divine lamp that looked into the distance. Soon, he was stunned. How could this be? His heart was filled with astonishment as he could not believe his eyes. From afar, a figure appeared in a flash. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was unscathed. He shook his body and nodded slightly. Not bad. This move is much stronger than before. Looks like you do have some talent. Lin Xian's words were like an elder commenting on a junior. This tone of voice made Yun Tian very unhappy. However, the others were already scared silly. Such a terrifying sword chi could split a half Saint City in half. But the other party was unscathed? What kind of physique was that? The other party was definitely a powerhouse, and he should be very famous. It's a pity that we can't see his true face. To be able to block the white cloud sword, His physique is definitely famous. I wonder what kind of physique it is. If not for the Nine Sons' successor perishing together with the great demon a few years ago, I would have suspected that he was the Nine Sons' successor. Impossible! The Nine Sons' successor can no longer exist in this world. He might have another physique. I've heard that the sacred physique also seems to have such a strong physique, not inferior to the Nine Sons' divine physique. Yes, there is also the supreme combat physique, which is also very strong and has astonishing combat strength. Damn brat, who the hell are you? Yun Tian shouted angrily again. Lin Xian did not answer. Instead, he clenched his fists as if he was drawing a sword. Let me show you what the true sword drawing technique is. This guy is also going to use the sword drawing technique. Everyone was still guessing Lin Xian's identity, but at this moment, they were attracted by Lin Xian's words. Everyone's eyes were all on Lin Xian. In the next moment, they shivered. It was too strange. The other party only made a sword-drawing gesture, but their bodies actually trembled uncontrollably. A few of the older generation figures were terrified. The surrounding people were all scared out of their wits. Many half-saints swallowed their saliva frantically. This aura, could it be that the other party was a peerless swordsman? They widened their eyes, and Yun He had long collapsed to the ground in fear. Yun Tian's expression was also solemn. Not good, it's too dangerous. The other party's action made him vigilant, as if there was a fatal crisis. Who was this person? He had no time to think too much now. He could only roar angrily and use the Cloud Law fragment to the extreme. I want to see what's so magical about your sword-drawing technique. Yun Tian gritted his teeth. He did not believe that the other party's sword technique could really defeat him. The sword-drawing technique was about explosiveness, not just speed. Your speed just now was indeed very fast. After fusing with the Cloud Law, it was strange and ethereal. Ordinary people would not be able to dodge at all. Unfortunately, you're still wrong. The true power of the sword-drawing technique was explosiveness. Now, I'll show you what the true sword-drawing technique is. Lin Xian's voice sounded. Boom. In the next moment, a biting cold aura burst out. A terrifying sound rang out. There was no sword light in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one could see any sword light at all. However, the void in front of them was constantly being annihilated and shattered. A sword to break the 9 heavens? The surrounding people were stunned. Some of the semi-sage level experts were also trembling. Their eyes were wide open. This was the true sword-drawing technique. They indeed did not feel the sword light, but the terrifying explosive force completely engulfed everything in front of them. Not good. Yun Tian's pupils shrank. He knew that he had underestimated the other party. This force was too strong and could threaten him. He wanted to escape, but he realized that it was too late. The other party's sword-drawing technique was really different from his. He pursued speed to the extreme, but the other party pursued explosiveness. The other party had achieved this. The surrounding space was shattered. His violent power tore everything apart. No matter where he hid, he would still be attacked. He could only do his best to resist. Cloud Law, Cloud Body. Chapter 33:01. Facing the violent power, he chose to turn his body incorporeal to avoid it. Boom. The space in front of him was completely shattered. A violent explosion sounded, as if heaven and earth were being destroyed. A miserable cry came from inside. It was Yun He's. Yun He was also enveloped by this sword. Yun He couldn't dodge at all, and turned into nothingness. Even his soul was swallowed by this violent power. After a long time, the shattered void in front of him gradually healed. He had already been destroyed in body and soul, and couldn't be found at all. Everyone already knew about this. Their gazes were looking for Yun Tian. Where was Yun Tian? Why did he disappear too? Could it be that he dodged it? He even said that his body and soul were also destroyed. They gasped as they thought of a possibility. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze in all directions. Golden light flickered in his eyes. Soon, he stared in a direction and revealed a look of surprise. To be able to dodge it, one had to admit that he was indeed quite strong. Everyone looked in the direction Lin Xian was looking at. In the next moment, they saw a figure appear in the void. It was Yun Tian. However, the current Yun Tian was illusory, as if he had turned into a cloud. However, he was still attacked. Lin Xian's destructive power was enough to destroy everything. Even if it was a cloud, it could still injure it. Therefore, Yun Tian was severely injured. Absorbing the power of heaven and earth and evolving the power of laws, his body reappeared, and his face was gloomy. If one looked carefully, they would discover that his body was still trembling slightly. He glanced at the space that had turned into nothingness. Immediately, killing intent spread out. The other party had killed Yun He. Yun He was his younger brother. Now that he was killed in front of everyone, Yun Tian was furious. With a long roar, heaven and earth trembled. An extremely terrifying killing intent exuded from his body. How dare you kill my younger brother? You will die without a doubt. Originally, he had prepared some ultimate moves to use against Yen Nantian at the Vermilion Bird List competition. However, since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish now. Yun Tian soared into the sky, his voice incomparably cold. The others were shocked. What? Yun Tian was actually targeting Yen Nantian this time. Then his ultimate move must be very terrifying. Buzz. Yun Tian stood in the clouds, incomparably ethereal. He pulled out a long sword. This wasn't a sword of laws, but a true half-step saint artifact. The sword light was like water blue, flickering with cold light. Did he use his weapon? In that case, the power of the sword Qi could be increased. However, this was not the end. What shocked everyone was that after Yun Tian pulled out the blue sword, he pulled out another sword. A white sword. Dual swords. Everyone was shocked. Yun Tian was holding two swords with both hands. Both of them were half-saint weapons. His aura was also rising. The blue sky was filled with white clouds. At this moment, Yun Tian seemed to have turned into the king of the sky, looking down on all living things. After cultivating for 132 years, I finally created my own divine ability, the Boundless Sky Sword. Today, I will use you as a sacrifice to my divine sword. His cold voice rang out. When the others heard it, they were all stunned. The people of the older generation were also in disbelief. What did he say? He had created his own divine ability. Heavens, he actually created his own divine ability. This brat's talent was too terrifying. These people were all stunned. They knew that Yun Tian was very famous. He had traveled on the ancient path of the stars for 132 years and was very powerful. He was probably not far from becoming a sage. But they did not expect that he could create his own divine ability now. Many people swallowed their saliva. Creating one's own divine ability was not something an ordinary sage could do. It required great talent and a heaven-defying understanding of laws to be able to create one's own divine ability. They did not expect Yun Tian to be able to create his own divine ability at such a young age. What he created was definitely a law divine ability. Its power was boundless. No one among the half-saints would be able to block it. They thought that Yun Tian had lost this battle, but they did not expect Yun Tian to have such a killer move. No wonder he dared to use such a divine ability to fight Yen Nantian. Creating his own divine ability? Lin Xian was also surprised. Then he smiled. He had also created his own divine ability. Moreover, he had created 4 great divine abilities. If he said it out loud, it would probably scare the surrounding people to death. However, it was also good. He wanted to see if the other party's self-created divine ability was stronger than his. Creating his own divine ability? I'm looking forward to it. Then show it. Lin Xian raised his head and said indifferently, "You will see." Yun Tian's voice was cold. He did not speak anymore. In his hands, the two treasured swords overlapped and exploded with an incomparable light. Two terrifying sword lights swept through the 9 heavens and enveloped the entire sky. Above the 9 heavens, sword chi circled around, pressing down on everyone until they could not breathe. In the next moment, a cold voice came from the sky. "Heavenly boundless kill." The two swords formed a cross and instantly charged over. "Is that all?" Lin Xian looked at the figure that was charging over and frowned. The others were also puzzled, but they soon understood. They understood what the heavenly boundless kill meant. In the next moment, countless figures of Yun Tian appeared in the sky. Each of them held 2 swords in their hands and charged over quickly. Each of them was incomparably real. It was really a killing move. There was no way to escape. One could only resist it. The blue and white light flickered, and it really looked as if a part of the sky was pressing down. Moreover, this was a law divine ability. Its power was much stronger than ordinary divine abilities. It was indeed a self-created divine ability. Many people trembled. Their eyes were like rainbows as they stared straight ahead. They did not know how that kid was going to resist. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He knew that a self-created divine ability could not be so weak. Now, it was a little interesting. Take my self-created divine ability. Annihilation Fire Lotus. Lin Xian's voice was not loud, and the people around him did not hear it clearly. However, they felt it. They felt a fiery red flame fly out from the blue and white light. Then it burned fiercely. The fiery lotus rose into the air with the power to destroy everything. What divine ability was that? Many people's pupils constricted. They felt as if they were about to be swallowed by the fire lotus. The 2 self-created divine abilities finally collided in the air. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Terrifying energy swept through everything. At this moment, all the buildings in the city were enveloped by the array formation. It was densely packed, and some places even sank directly into the ground. As for the others, they were sent flying by a terrifying force. Many of them were sent flying millions of miles away, while coughing up blood. In front of them, it had turned into chaotic energy. The eternal light could not be seen at all. Yun Tian and Lin Xian's figures were also swallowed by this energy. It was as if endless time had passed. Everyone was far away and did not dare to come over. They were bewildered. What was going on in front? After a while, seeing the destructive energy in front of them weaken, they dared to go forward. When they flew into the city, they sucked in a breath of cold air. There were large cracks everywhere in the sky and on the ground. It was too terrifying. The remnant energy terrified them. Chapter 33:02. It was a figure covered in gold like the sun. However, in the next moment, their eyes blurred. The sunlight that filled the sky disappeared, and Lin Xian's figure appeared. It was that kid. That kid was still alive. They discovered that Lin Xian's aura was normal. What about Yun Tian? They searched in all directions, and soon they also found it. An illusory figure fell. From the white clouds, Yun Tian's body was covered in injuries. Some parts of his body had disappeared. His body was broken, and he fell to the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His expression was very dispirited. It seemed that he had suffered extremely serious injuries to the point that his life was in danger. At this moment, his eyes were wide open as he stared at Lin Xian. Then he said with difficulty, "It's you? It's actually you. I didn't expect it to be you." As he spoke, he vomited even more blood, and from the looks of it, his soul was about to be extinguished. What was going on? Could it be that Yun Tian knew him? At this moment, everyone was even more curious. Who exactly was Lin Xian? Yun Tian's eyes were filled with fear and a trace of regret. Previously, the collision of their self-created divine abilities had formed a terrifying energy. He had turned his body into a white cloud and completely merged with the void. However, he couldn't block it. Moreover, this time, his injuries were even more serious. The other party's annihilation fire lotus was too powerful and destroyed his self-created divine ability. That destructive aura had destroyed most of his life force. At this moment, he saw an unimaginable scene. The other party let out a long roar. Amidst the torrent of energy, endless light suddenly burst out. The other party's body turned into a golden sun god. In an instant, he recognized it. Nine Yang divine body. That was the divine Nine Yang body. He had seen the recording of the battle between the Nine Yang successor and the great demon lineage. He had seen the terrifying physiques of the two back then. Now that he saw them again, how could he not recognize them? Yun Tian was instantly dumbfounded. He was actually fighting with the divine Nine Yang body. He even wanted to kill the other party. Thinking of this, his face was filled with despair. One had to know that the great demon and the divine Nine Yang body were locked in a fierce battle. In the end, the two of them even perished together. He had also seen that battle. He was not a match for the two of them at all. As expected, he was now seriously injured and on the verge of death. From the looks of it, even though the other party had been slightly affected by the shockwaves, it wasn't a big deal at all. "I can't accept this. I can't accept this." Yun Tian roared towards the sky, using all of his strength to let out a furious roar. In the next moment, his eyes lost their luster. His corpse fell to the ground, and even his soul dissipated. He was dead. Everyone was stunned. They never thought that Yun Tian would actually be killed. Heavens, this is an earth-shattering earthquake. The Yun family would definitely go berserk. Although the Yun family was furious about Yunhe's death, they wouldn't be too crazy about it. However, with Yun Tian dead, that was a different story. Yun Tian could be said to be the most outstanding person in the Yun family's younger generation. His strength was so great that he had already created his own divine ability. It wouldn't be long before he became a saint. He was the future hope of the Yun family. But at this moment, such a peerless genius was actually slain here. The Yun family would definitely go berserk. It was likely that another huge storm was about to arrive. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and swallowed their saliva. Lin Xian's expression was serious. He looked at Yun Tian's corpse and pondered for a while before turning around and leaving. The dark red dragon followed behind him. Everywhere they passed, everyone would make way. No one dared to stop them. Soon, Lin Xian and Yun Tian disappeared into the void. Then the entire city went crazy. Everyone went crazy. They quickly spread the news because they knew that a huge storm was about to arrive. Yun Tian was dead. This news quickly spread from Sunset City and instantly spread across planet Suzaku. When the geniuses and experts in the 12 main cities heard this, they were all shocked. What? Yun Tian was dead? That was impossible. Who spread the news? At first, these people didn't believe it. However, more and more news spread. Some people even took Yun Tian's body and left planet Suzaku. When countless people saw this, Yun Tian's eyes lit up. Everyone believed that Yun Tian was really dead. Who was it? Who killed Yun Tian? Everyone crazily asked questions. Soon, they learned about what had happened in Sunset City and sucked in a breath of cold air. A mysterious person had killed Yun Tian. In the end, Yun Tian seemed to recognize the person, but aside from Yun Tian, no one else knew who it was. Investigate. Investigate for me. They had to figure out who was fighting Yun Tian. They had to find out where he came from. Someone roared like crazy. This was not simple. Yun Tian was one of the most popular candidates for the Vermilion Bird ranking competition and was favored by countless people. The other geniuses were also under a lot of pressure. However, Yun Tian had been killed. Didn't that mean that there was an even more terrifying existence? And that other person was most likely here for the Vermilion Bird ranking competition. They had to figure out who it was. At the same time, these geniuses and experts were also testing each other to see if it was someone they knew who had done it. However, they soon tested each other and found that it wasn't someone they knew who had done it. This caused their expressions to darken. It seemed that there was an extremely powerful person, and a person who had never appeared before was about to appear. Cloud returning planet. Yun family. The Yun family was an extremely large family and was extremely terrifying. At this moment, a piece of news was sent back to the Yun family, causing them to be incomparably shocked. What? Yun Tian was dead? Yunhee was also dead? What was going on? The people of the Yun family were incomparably ferocious. They had already ignored Yunhee's death, but they couldn't accept Yun Tian's death. In fact, they couldn't believe it. When Yun Tian's corpse was brought back and the people of the Yun family saw it, they finally believed it. Ah! Endless roars rang out. Who was it that dared to kill their son? Ah! I'm going to tear that person into pieces. Frenzied voices rang out. Countless elders roared crazily. The Yun family patriarch also had a malevolent expression. Go and invite the saint of our family back. The saint they wanted to find was Yunhee and Yun Tian's uncle. He was a very young saint with great strength and talent. He was definitely the pillar of the Yun family. As for Yun Tian, he could have become such a pillar. If Yun Tian continued to grow, he would have become a saint. The Yun family would have two great pillars of support. The status of the Yun family would also rise. In fact, if these two saints were to take another step forward, the Yun family would really have reached the top. But now, Yun Tian had been killed. They couldn't accept it at all. Chapter 3303. The day of the Vermilion Bird ranking competition was getting closer and closer. However, on this day, a piece of news spread like wildfire across planet Suzaku. A saint had arrived on planet Suzaku and was going to participate in the Vermilion Bird ranking competition. This news was like a clap of thunder that stunned everyone. Heavens, what did you say? A saint is going to participate? That can't be, right? A saint is going to compete with us? Many people went crazy. Who is this? It has to be said that everyone participating in the Vermilion Bird ranking competition was half-sages, but there was a difference in age. Some were very young, and some were very old. However, they were all half-sages. Aside from lacking a bit in experience, they could make up for everything else. But now, a saint ninja had jumped out? It couldn't be another rumor, right? Before, people said that a saint was going to participate, but it was only a rumor. No one knew which saint it was. It seemed like this time was about the same. However, some people shook their heads. No, they had already confirmed which saint it was. It was the Yun family's saint. Could the Yun family's saint be Cloud Sky's saint? That's right. It was him. The moment he said that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air because they knew that a huge commotion had happened in the Yun family. Not long ago, two of the Yun family's geniuses were killed in Sunset City. One of them was Cloud Sword Yun Tian. He was a top genius and one of the favorites to win the competition. Now that someone like him was killed, the Yun family would definitely not let this go. They had thought of many possibilities, but none of them had. A saint was going to participate in the competition. But why? They could have just sent a saint to kill the enemy. Why did they have to participate? No one could understand. On the other side, a tall saint descended on planet Suzaku and was invited away by countless people. The Vermilion Bird Palace sent people to receive him. They wanted to persuade him not to participate. After all, their goal this time was to help Yen Nantian gain some fame. However, Cloud Sky Saint's attitude was very firm. He looked at the Vermilion Bird Palace Master and the elders and said, "I'm participating in this competition to find the person who killed my Yun family's genius." Find the person who killed him? The Vermilion Bird Palace Master and the elders all frowned. They all frowned. The Cloud Sky Saint said coldly, "That's right. You should know that the genius of the Yun clan was killed. I heard the news and rushed over. I asked many people but found that the murderer had disappeared. I don't know what method he used, but I can't touch him at all. Maybe he's hiding now. However, I believe that since he is so powerful and has appeared here, he should be here to participate in the Vermilion Bird Tournament. Therefore, I must participate in the battle. Only in the competition could they find him and recognize him. Don't worry, as long as I kill that opponent, I'll immediately withdraw from the competition. It won't affect you guys." Hearing that, the elders' eyes flickered, but the palace master of the Vermilion Bird Palace nodded. They didn't want to offend a sage for no reason. Furthermore, since the sage had said so, it was unlikely that he would take first place on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. That way, Yen Nantian would not be threatened. "Since you are here, stay in the Vermilion Bird Palace." The palace lord invited Cloud Sky Saint in. At the same time, he instructed the warriors under him to quickly investigate and capture the culprit. When the news spread, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard about it. It turned out that it was true that Cloud Firmament Saint was participating in the battle. However, his goal was not to win the championship. However, this still posed a certain threat to them. Moreover, with Cloud Sky Saint's participation, another group of powerhouses was preparing to participate. Originally, these people didn't want to participate, but now that a sage was participating, it piqued their curiosity. All of a sudden, the Vermilion Bird leaderboard became even more lively, and the competition became even more brutal. Those prodigies who were originally confident of getting a higher ranking, they also frowned. Their expressions were solemn. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon left Luoxia City and immediately changed their appearance and aura. They knew that the Yun family might send a sage over. As expected, they received news that Cloud Sky Saint was here. However, the two of them sneered. So what if a sage was here? They probably wouldn't be able to find them in a short time. When they heard that the sage was going to participate in the competition, Lin Xian frowned. "Kid, be careful," the dark red dragon reminded him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "It's fine. I also want to fight with the sage." A fiery light burst out of his eyes. With his current strength, he was not weaker than a sage. However, he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. The two of them didn't move again. Instead, they found a place. They temporarily lived in seclusion. Among them, Lin Xian had to adjust to his peak state, while the dark red dragon wanted to study the heaven-crippling chessboard game. The middle-aged scholar was killed, and the heaven-crippling chessboard game fell to the ground and was put away by the dark red dragon. In the end, Lin Xian searched his soul and directly obtained some information about the heaven-crippling chessboard game. The storage ring of the Lord was also taken away and given to the dark red dragon. The heaven-crippling chessboard game was a very terrifying array formation with infinite power. Only Lin Xian could use his strength to break it. It would probably be difficult for the others to escape. They might even be killed in the array formation if they didn't do well. It could be said that the array formation was very terrifying. The dark red dragon was skilled in array formations. If he could comprehend and control the heaven-crippling chessboard game, his strength would increase again. Perhaps by then, he could use the game to trap a sage. Originally, the dark red dragon also wanted to participate in the battle, but with the heaven-crippling chessboard game, he changed his mind. He wanted to study the array formation, so he didn't plan to participate. Another reason was that if he was outside, Lin Xian would participate. The two of them could take care of each other and deal with unexpected situations. 10 days before the Vermilion Bird tournament, a piece of news came from the Vermilion Bird Palace. It was the rules of the Vermilion Bird tournament. There were also corresponding rewards. Lin Xian went to the surrounding cities and also received the news. He didn't think much of it, but the others were in an uproar. That was because, in their opinion, it should be a simple battle with simple rules. All they needed to do was to determine the winner. However, the situation was beyond their expectations. There were 3 stages. Why were there so many? Those prodigies frowned. They read the rules carefully and soon understood. There were too many people participating in the tournament. So much so that if it was a normal tournament, it would probably take a long time to finish. Therefore, the Vermilion Bird Palace wanted to arrange an elimination round to eliminate most of the top prodigies and retain the top prodigies. Chapter 3304. Lin Xian also received the news. He found that the first part was similar to a trial in a mystic realm. It would probably eliminate most people. The second part was no longer about elimination. Instead, it was about ranking and ascending the Vermilion Bird platform. The Vermilion Bird ranking was a temporary ranking. The third part was the challenge, the most intense battles, because the third part was the final ranking. It was the final result of the Vermilion Bird proclamation. And this result would affect the rewards. Lin Xian didn't look at anything else. He directly looked at the reward for first place on the Vermilion Bird proclamation. Soon, he found that there was indeed an Earth Dao stone among the treasures. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. He had to get first place. Aside from the Earth Dao stone, there were many other treasures and pills. However, Lin Xian didn't care about them. He could get all these resources. However, there was one thing that caught his attention. First place, including the top 5, had a spot to enter the Void Sea. A spot to enter the Void Sea? Lin Xian was shocked. Wasn't the final mission given to him by the Langya planet to go to the Void Sea to get a treasure? It seemed that the Void Sea was not simple. It should be a treasure trove. Thinking about this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He didn't care about this for now. The most important thing now was to enter the Vermilion Bird proclamation and get first place. He had to get the Earth Dao stone first. As long as he got first place, not only would he get the Earth Dao stone, but he would also get a Metal Dao stone as a reward from the Langya planet. As for the Water Dao stone, it was said that it was also in the Void Sea. In order to get the 5 Elemental Dao stone, he wouldn't go easy this time. Time quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. There were only 3 days left. All the participating geniuses moved out because they were going to participate in the first trial, which was the elimination round. The first trial was located in a very famous place on the planet of Suzaku, the Demon Cultivation Valley. It was said that this place was a battlefield in ancient times. Countless powerful cultivators fought there. Some people said that this was a place filled with ancient ruins. There were countless powerful cultivators, caves, and treasures buried there. However, it was very dangerous. Those who entered for the treasures were all buried inside, never to come out again. In short, this was a very dangerous place. The first stage of the competition was actually here. It was truly shocking. For a moment, many people hesitated. They had also heard of how terrifying the Devil Cultivation Valley was. Originally, they were just participating in the battle. Even if they failed and were eliminated, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, failure could mean death. Was it worth it for a mere Vermilion Bird proclamation ranking? However, it didn't take long for most of them to grit their teeth, and a wisp of madness appeared in their eyes, because they felt it was worth it. That was because the Vermilion Bird leaderboard this time had attracted the attention of countless people. If one was able to win here, then there would definitely be enormous benefits. Therefore, no matter how dangerous the Devil Cultivation Valley was, he still had to give it a try. Moreover, these people were all geniuses and had boundless confidence in themselves. Moreover, some people had already started to form alliances. Those who knew each other and were familiar with each other had started to form alliances. They were prepared to join forces to fight against others after entering. After all, the first round was an elimination round. Most of the people would probably be eliminated. In that case, if he joined forces with people he knew, he would be able to eliminate others and protect himself. Therefore, such a group alliance was quickly formed among the many contestants. Lin Xian didn't form an alliance with anyone. Originally, he could have formed an alliance with the Dark Red Dragon, but now that the Dark Red Dragon wasn't participating, he would participate alone. However, so what if he didn't form an alliance? When he arrived at the Devil Cultivation Valley, there was only one day left until the day of the competition. Lin Xian arrived at the edge of the valley. He looked into the distance and revealed a shocked expression. Originally, he thought that this valley wouldn't be very big, but now it seemed that although it was called a valley, it was a bit too big. He couldn't even see the end of it. It stretched for millions of kilometers. This valley was definitely incomparably large, and below it was actually red. Red soil, red mountains, and even the trees were red, bringing with them a scorching hot aura. Planet Suzaku was originally a planet that leaned toward the fire element. There were fire element veins everywhere here, so the amount of fire element energy was very abundant. However, the Devil Cultivation Valley was a bit different. Aside from the scorching red energy, there was also a strange cold aura that seemed to be able to devour people. Night fell and quickly passed. The sky gradually brightened, and at the same time, countless figures arrived. Among them, there were a few that were very eye-catching. Because these people flew very fast, one of them was very handsome. He had a slender figure and wore a purple robe. He gave off the aura of a ruler. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. Suddenly, they exclaimed, "Yen Nantian, he's here." Countless exclamations sounded. Many of them were seeing Yen Nantian for the first time. They were shocked. Is this the successor of the emperor? His aura is indeed very strong. Yes, I actually feel that it's unfathomable. Even some experts who had been famous for a long time had their eyes flickering. Humph! However, a few cold snorts came from the countless participants. It was obvious that some people were very unhappy with Yen Nantian's appearance. One of them was tall and had scales on his body. No one dared to go near where he was. In fact, the aura coming from his body was so oppressive that it made it difficult for everyone to breathe. It's him, Long Zhaotian. What? He's Long Zhaotian? At first, the surrounding people were surprised. Who could be so terrifying? And from the looks of it, he wasn't from the human race. Now, they finally knew that it was Long Zhaotian. It seemed that he was from the dragons. Was he a genius of the dragons? He probably wasn't any weaker than the successor of the emperor. Long Zhaotian's eyes were like rainbows as he stared at Yen Nantian in the sky. At the same time, on the other side, another figure arrived. It was a figure that was emitting a white light. It was like a celestial spirit had descended. His eyes were even more strange. They formed a strange saber-shaped pattern that made people feel as if they were pierced by it. It's him, Zhao Wuliang. Heavenly Blade God Eyes. What a terrifying eye technique. Both Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang were the favorites to win the championship. As soon as they appeared, their auras emerged and clashed in the sky, tearing countless large cracks. However, it wasn't over yet. Those ranked at the top of the Abyss leaderboard had all arrived. In addition to Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang, there was also a beautiful woman who stepped on the air. Chapter 33:05. Yan Nantian also narrowed his eyes. Lin Xian was even more shocked. Yan Ryu, this beautiful woman, came from the same world as him. Yan Ryu, a genius of the Demon King Palace, is almost equal to not only that, but she was also Lin Xian's old friend. Lin Xian did not expect to meet Yan Ryu here. He wondered how Qiu and Qingcheng were doing. Were they here for the competition? However, after looking around, he shook his head slightly. It seemed that the two of them were not in this star field. Yan Ruyu's arrival attracted the attention of countless people. Her beautiful face made everyone gasp in amazement. However, Yan Nantian and the others had serious expressions on their faces. They knew that not only was this woman beautiful, but her strength was also extremely frightening. Her ranking on the Abyss leaderboard was even higher than Zhao Wuliang's. Yan Ryu's beautiful face looked around. Soon, she was shocked. Then she turned her head and looked at a figure in the crowd below. However, when she saw that figure, she frowned. She realized that she could not see him clearly. At this moment, Lin Xian did not use the light that he had used to cover his face. However, the others could not see him clearly either, because he had used the power of annihilation. All the gazes in front of him would be dissipated. "You're here too," another voice sounded. Then, another tall and slender man descended. As soon as he appeared, everyone felt that the surrounding trees were growing crazily as if they were going to break through the clouds. Who was this person? They were shocked. They did not expect this person to cause such a phenomenon. It was him, the Northern Beast, the body of 10,000 beasts. In terms of combat strength, he might not be the best, but his life force and recovery ability were definitely strong. He even needed Yan Nantian. And the others, many people exclaimed, and looked at the figure in the sky. The Northern Beast was also ranked in the top 10 on the Abyss leaderboard. Moreover, his body of 10,000 beasts was also shocking. "Long time no see," Yan Ryu greeted the Northern Beast. The Northern Beast nodded back. This scene shocked everyone. Could it be that the two of them knew each other? However, soon they were even more shocked. This was because Yan Nantian looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. "The two of you, long time no see. I did not expect to meet you here after being in the same world." What? Everyone's scalps were about to explode because Yan Nantian's words were too shocking. Yan Nantian, the Northern Demon, and Yan Ryu were all in the same world? This was too inconceivable. To think that there would be 3 peak-level geniuses in a single world. Furthermore, they were walking together on the ancient path of stars. It was truly shocking. It should be known that the 3 of them were not ordinary sky prides. They were extremely dazzling sky prides on the Abyss leaderboard. For example, Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the other top geniuses all came from different worlds. Therefore, this news was truly shocking. Even Long Zhaotian was extremely surprised. That's right, 2 of the 5 heroes of the world back then had actually appeared. "I wonder if that fellow is here?" Yan Ryu whispered softly. Her gaze even drifted in a certain direction. She stared at a figure, but she quickly retracted her gaze. This made everyone shocked. It seemed like they really did come from the same world. However, what they were more curious about was, who was the guy that Yan Ryu spoke of? Hearing that, the Northern Demon's gaze turned serious, while Yan Nantian sneered. "He wouldn't have been able to come if he didn't have a chance. Don't you know the news from before? He and the great demon had already died in the galaxy. If they wanted to appear again, they would probably have to wait until their next lives. What? This news made Yen Ryu abnormally shocked. That person had perished together? But how was that possible? Who was that person below? She had been in seclusion previously and did not know what had happened in the outside world. Moreover, when she arrived, she realized that other than Yen Nantian and the Northern Demon, there was another person that she knew. Moreover, the two of them had an extraordinary relationship. However, that person had concealed his identity. But now, Yen Nantian was telling her that that person had perished together with the great demon. Could it be that the person below was not someone she knew? But that shouldn't be the case. She was certain that she was not wrong. Moreover, the reaction of a mysterious object in her body also told her that she was definitely not wrong. It seemed that he had deceived everyone. Yen Ryu understood in an instant, but she still didn't say anything, showing a sorrowful look. However, when the others heard that, they were stunned. What was going on? Perishing together with the great demon? Who was it? Could it be the successor of the 9 sons? They instantly understood who Yen Nantian was talking about. Heavens! The successor of the 9 sons. They actually knew the successor of the 9 sons. And from the looks of it, they were extremely familiar with him. Could it be that the successor of the 9 sons came from the same world as them? Thinking of that, everyone's scalps were about to explode. What kind of world was Heaven's? How could it give birth to so many top prodigies? Could it be the legendary and incomparably terrifying Big Dipper? They did not know because no one had mentioned it before. If they wanted to find out, they would have to spend some effort. But now, they could not care less. There were still some people watching the battle outside. Among them, the dark red dragon crossed his arms and sneered. At that moment, he was still in the appearance of a handsome man. However, his face was different from before. At that moment, when he heard Yen Nantian's words, he immediately sneered. "I'm looking forward to seeing your expressions when you see that kid." Boom. Just as everyone was discussing in surprise, a terrifying power came from the sky. Everyone's hearts trembled, and many people knelt on the ground. They were all terrified and did not speak. In the sky, the laws descended. They widened their eyes. The sage was here. Needless to say, it must be the Cloud Sky Sage. Indeed, only the Cloud Sky Sage was participating in the battle. They did not know if there were others in secret. The laws definitely showed that the other party was here. The Cloud Sky Sage was a tall, middle-aged man. As soon as he descended, he brought with him a powerful law power that suppressed the world. He was like a supreme god. Even Yen Nantian, the North Demon, and the others were on guard. The Cloud Sky Sage's eyes flickered as he swept his gaze in all directions. It was obvious that he was looking for the culprit. Everyone who was swept by his gaze trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. However, they soon heaved a sigh of relief because the gaze swept past them. However, it was fixed in an area. When it swept past Lin Xian's aura changed completely. He even used the power of the law of annihilation to resist it. Therefore, Lin Xian had deceived the Cloud Sky Sage. However, as a sage, the Cloud Sky Sage was very powerful and naturally sensitive. Even if he could not confirm Lin Xian's identity, he had locked onto an area. His figure flickered, and he quickly left. At the same time, Yen Ryu, the North Demon Lu Mu, and the others all descended and appeared in one place. Lin Xian also appeared in a dense forest. As soon as he appeared, there was a terrifying sound in front of him. Those vines were like dark clouds that pressed down with a gloomy aura. They wanted to entangle Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted and flicked his finger. A fiery red light surged forward, wanting to burn the trees. Soon, he exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on?" He was stunned. Although he had shot out flames, they did not carry the aura of the law. There was no law fragment. How could this be? Lin Xian was too shocked. In the next instant, those black vines wrapped around him. They carried a terrifying poison on them and wanted to ruthlessly stab into his heart. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The 9-yang divine body bloomed with light, and a powerful force shook the vines into pieces. Boom! He raised his fist and punched forward. The trees in front of him were blasted into pieces. Then he frowned. He tried again, and found that not only was there no law fragment of fire, but there were also no other law fragments. Had all the laws that he had comprehended disappeared? What was going on? Impossible! However, he really could not use them now. Damn it, there was something wrong with this demon cultivation valley. In an instant, he understood that it wasn't his problem. Instead, it was this valley that had a problem. The heaven and earth here seemed to be suppressing his law fragments. At that moment, He too transmitted his voice. "Kid, this place seems to be different. It's a world of its own, so the laws here might be different from the great world outside." There was such a thing. Lin Xian was shocked. He too continued. Indeed, a powerful saint could form a special space and plan his own law inside. In that space, the person who created the law was the ruler of heaven and earth. Based on the current situation, it was very likely that someone or perhaps some saints had joined forces to create this space. Therefore, the laws here were also revered by the saints who created the space. Other laws were suppressed and could not be used at all. So that's how it is. Lin Xian finally understood. He said that this space should be suppressing everyone, that saints should not be able to use it either. He too said, "That's right, that Cloud Sky Saint was very powerful, but he was probably only a first heaven stage saint. There were 9 heaven stage saints, and every improvement was incomparably huge. This demon cultivation valley was definitely formed by the cooperation of those powerful saints in ancient times, or even more ancient times. Therefore, that Cloud Sky Saint could not break the laws here, and he would also be suppressed. That's good." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Since no one could use the law, everyone would be back to the same starting point. Next, Lin Xian began to think about other things. This was an elimination round, and the time limit was 1 month. As long as one could last for a month, they would pass. Chapter 3307. Since that was the case, from now on, he would only fight the North Demon, or Yenryu if he met them. He would not let anyone else go. Buzz. Lin Xian's feet swayed. He wanted to soar into the air, but he soon realized that even his flight was restricted. He could only fly close to the ground. He could not fly more than 100 meters. Fortunately, he still had his physique. Flying at a low altitude, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. Along the way, he met many monsters. Most of them were extremely cold. There were also many monsters with terrifying flames. However, Lin Xian had effortlessly smashed them apart with his physical strength. At this time, a blood-curdling scream came from afar. It was very miserable. The entire forest shook as countless crows flew out of the forest and flew towards the distance. Someone was attacked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and rushed in that direction. Soon, he found that someone was killed. His body was torn into pieces. There was a terrifying power in it. The ground around him collapsed, and an endless deep hole appeared. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was shocked. What a terrifying power! It should be a body-tempering expert. Shaking his head, he ignored it and continued on his way. During this time, he met 2 people who were easily dealt with by him. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, there were countless screams. Some people did not meet but fought a fierce battle. They were attacked by the terrifying monsters in the valley. The situation was extremely miserable. However, at that moment, Yen Nanshan's lips curled up. He looked at a quaint cave in front of him and smiled. It should be here. The cave was very strange. Half of the rock layer was black, while the other half was red. There were two strange powers in the cave. Yen Nantian did not hesitate and walked forward. At the same time, Lin Xian also stopped. There was also an ancient ruin in front of him. It was like a movie with a desolate aura. It was said that this demon cultivation valley was very unusual. Some said that it was an ancient battlefield. There were also rumors that there were mysterious treasures inside. However, because it was too dangerous, ordinary people did not dare to enter. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he began his analysis. From the looks of it, there might be a battlefield inside, but there were no traces of a great battle at the moment. As for the second person to have the treasure, perhaps it was possible, but if it was, wouldn't it have been emptied long ago? One had to know. Half of their lives were able to enter this place. It should be easier for the saints on planet Suzaku to enter. Forget it for now. I'll go and take a look first. Lin Xian stepped forward, preparing to walk towards the palace in front of him. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and 3 figures descended from the sky. If there's a palace, it must be a treasure. Ha ha ha, we've arrived. The 3 of them laughed viciously. However, when they saw that there was a figure in front of them, who was even faster than them, and was about to enter, they were instantly enraged. Damn you, kid, stay here. One of them stretched out a large palm and grabbed forward. Now, almost everyone knew that their laws were suppressed here. But so what? No one had any laws, so they returned to the same starting point. Therefore, they didn't care. In the blink of an eye, the palm enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned around and threw a punch, shattering the other party's palm. The person behind let out a muffled groan and retreated 2 steps. Beside him, the other 2 were also on guard. It was an expert. With a clang, they pulled out their weapons and released their auras. At the same time, Lin Xian turned around. They couldn't see his face clearly. It was so strange. They frowned, but they soon heaved a sigh of relief, because they realized that the other party wasn't Yen Nantian. And the others. As long as he wasn't at the peak of the heaven stage, they wouldn't recognize him. He should be a nobody. Although he was a little strong, the 3 of them weren't afraid of him. Get lost, kid. I'll spare your life, the person on the left shouted coldly. However, the person in the middle said that they couldn't let him go because he already knew the whereabouts of the treasure. If they let him go, he would definitely attract others, so they had to kill him to silence him. The person on the right also revealed a sinister smile. That's right, that's what I meant too. All right. The person on the left nodded. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Kid, blame your bad luck for seeing something you shouldn't have seen. Now, go to hell. The long spear in his hand stabbed over. The long spear was like a dragon, extremely terrifying and emitting light. It was considered powerful among the half-saints, but unfortunately, the other party's target was Lin Xian. Seeing that the other party actually dared to attack, Lin Xian sneered and grabbed forward with his palm. Boom! A slap landed on the tip of the spear. Immediately, the long spear changed direction and pierced into the ground. A terrifying force was transmitted to that person's hand. That person's palm split open and blood flowed wildly. Oh no, what a powerful force. This guy is a little terrifying. Help me kill him. The person on the left roared like a madman and quickly repaired his body. Beside him, the other 2 people also charged over. One of them was a sword, while the other was a saber. Although they did not have the power of laws, they were still extremely terrifying. The biting cold sword Qi and saber light slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered and swept out his right leg like a coiling dragon. Boom, boom, boom. There was an earth-shattering collision, and cracks appeared on the saber and sword of the two people. Their expressions became extremely ugly. Then, a golden fist carrying a monstrous golden flame charged towards them. Their weapons shattered, and they vomited blood and flew backward, with faces full of horror. They found that their bodies were enveloped in flames. The terrifying flames burned them miserably. The three of them screamed. Lin Xian, on the other hand, pretended to draw his sword and slashed forward. With a boom, the sword-drawing technique blasted the three of them into a bloody mist. After easily getting rid of the three of them, Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the palace in front of him again. In the next moment, he walked in. It was very empty inside, and only the sound of his footsteps echoed. However, soon, he was stunned again because he found that there was someone in front of him. In front of him, that person was originally sitting cross-legged and seemed to be cultivating. However, when he heard the footsteps, he suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he turned his head, and a fiery red light appeared in his eyes, instantly igniting the entire void. Lin Xian felt a scorching heat and snorted coldly. He stomped his foot, and his body emitted light. He furrowed his brows. In front, the person who turned his head was also stunned. Indeed, there was someone. He stood up. "Since you're here, die." As he spoke, he raised his finger and pointed forward. Lin Xian was also stunned because he found that the other party was wearing a red robe with two mysterious patterns drawn on it. It was the uniform of the Vermilion Bird Palace. The other party was from the Vermilion Bird Palace. In the next moment, he was even more shocked because he found that the other party had pointed his finger. A vermilion bird that was surrounded by flames appeared. This did not surprise him. Chapter 3308. What was going on? Lin Xian was stunned. The next moment, he was hit by the vermilion bird and was instantly sent flying. An ant, unable to withstand a single blow. In front, the Vermilion Bird Palace martial artist retracted his finger, then sat down again, seemingly still wanting to cultivate. However, at this moment, a voice came from outside. "Damn laws! How can you cultivate laws?" Nothing. Inside the palace, the Vermilion Bird Palace martial artist stood up again, a look of thick shock appearing in his eyes. That shouldn't be. The vermilion bird finger just now had indeed hit the other party. The law of firepower on it was enough to burn the other party to death. Even if the other party was a half-sage, his body and soul would still be destroyed here. The strange thing was the Vermilion Bird Palace martial artist's figure flashed and instantly arrived outside the palace. The next moment, his eyes widened because he discovered that the person he had just sent flying was actually standing in front of him. His body was somewhat charred, but that blackness was fading quickly. "You're not dead?" He was seriously too shocked. Could it be that the other party dodged just now? This guy's speed was actually so fast. Humph. A little interesting. However, you'd better die for me. He pointed out two fingers again. This time, two vermilion birds flew over with powerful phantoms. Lin Xian took a deep breath, a piercing light bursting out of his eyes. Although he did not know why the other party would use laws, he reached out two palms and grabbed towards the left and right. It seemed like he wanted to catch the two vermilion birds. The two large golden hands kept growing larger, carrying terrifying power. In an instant, they grabbed the heads of the two vermilion birds. Then, they pressed down hard on the ground. With a bang, the two vermilion birds were hit into the ground, directly piercing through the ground. Terrifying flames surged out. The the blazing fire soaring into the sky. As expected, there was a problem with this law. Although this law was very strong, it was still not the same as outside. It seemed that the other party should still have his laws suppressed. It was just that for some reason he obtained the law of fire here. Therefore, he could unleash such an attack. Lin Xian saw through it in an instant. In front, the Vermilion Bird Palace man was stunned, his eyes wide open. What did he see? The two law attacks he unleashed were blocked by the other party barehanded. How could this be? Who was the other party? What kind of physique did he have? One had to know that he was also a genius of the Vermilion Bird Palace. He naturally knew the rules of the Devil Cultivation Valley. Therefore, the moment he arrived, he found a space and quickly comprehended the laws within. Soon, he had condensed a fragment of the law of fire, which made him extremely happy. He was now far ahead of the others. Even those top geniuses couldn't beat him because those people couldn't use laws, but he could. That was because the Devil Cultivation Valley was very strange. It was a unique space formed by the cooperation of many sages. It formed its own heaven and earth, as well as its own laws. Therefore, one had to cultivate here and comprehend the laws here before they could use it. Furthermore, once the laws were outside, they would disappear without a trace. Thus, it was much faster to comprehend them compared to outside. Therefore, he was able to comprehend the law of fire fragment in a short few days. Only the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace knew about this. The others simply didn't know. Therefore, they were able to seize the initiative. That was indeed the case. But now he found that the initiative was useless. Lin Fan was able to use his physical strength to fight against his law of fire fragment. Lin Xian didn't answer the other party's question. Instead, he asked, "You being able to cultivate laws should have something to do with this palace, right?" It seemed that the secret was there. What a smart brat. Since you found out, I have no choice but to kill you to silence you. The Vermilion Bird Palace genius's face sank and revealed a sinister expression. Although he didn't know what had happened, he had a huge advantage over his opponent. His law of fire fragment could definitely kill Lin Fan. "I don't believe you can block my second attack." He crossed his arms and the law of fire fragment condensed, forming a vermilion bird mountain that pressed down. This was one of the Vermilion Bird Palace's great abilities. It had boundless strength and could crush everything. Didn't his opponent have a powerful physique? Then let's see if his opponent's physique was stronger or if his Vermilion Bird Mountain was more terrifying. Boom! With a wave of his hand, the Vermilion Bird Mountain rose into the air. Under the influence of the law of fire fragment, it continued to expand until it filled the entire sky. Then it pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. This scene was too shocking and would definitely attract the attention of others. If more experts came, it would be troublesome. He had to quickly kill his opponent and comprehend the law of fire fragment inside. Thinking of this, Lin Xian didn't hold back. He roared and raised his hands to meet the attack. With a boom, his hands blocked the Vermilion Bird Mountain. What? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the Vermilion Bird Palace genius's eyes almost popped out. Lin Fan actually blocked it. This was too unbelievable. Lin Xian was like an overlord. He raised his hands to resist the Vermilion Bird Mountain. At the same time, he roared and used his strength to split the Vermilion Bird Mountain in half. Boom! With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. In an instant, he was in front of his opponent. His fist was like a dragon as it punched forward. The Vermilion Bird Palace genius was still in shock. He couldn't believe that his ultimate skill and the law of fire fragment were destroyed by someone's bare hands. Lin Fan only relied on the strength of his physical body. What kind of physique was that? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Suddenly, he screamed because he felt a huge pressure pressing down on him. Countless cracks appeared on his body. In the next moment, he saw a golden fist coming at him at an extremely fast speed. Not good. The vermilion bird palace genius's pupils shrank. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only roar and use his strongest attack. Vermilion bird triple strike. He extended both of his palms and waved them continuously, mobilizing all of his power. The fragment of the law of fire was pushed to the extreme by him. Lin Xian didn't hold back either. At this moment, he also used the 9-yang divine body to the extreme. The golden runes on his body moved and shone with a mysterious light. Boom. There was an earth-shattering collision. Then, the vermilion bird palace genius's eyes widened. His hands were smashed into a bloody mist, and his body was torn to pieces. His eyes were filled with fear. Impossible! Damn it! How was this possible? Finally, at the last moment, he saw the golden runes on his opponent's body. That was the symbol of the 9-yang divine body. Lin Fan had the 9-yang divine body, but that shouldn't be. Didn't the 9-yang divine body perish together with the great demon? Could it be that he didn't die? The vermilion bird palace genius thought of a possibility and screamed like crazy. Chapter 33:09. It really was the 9-yang divine body. Vermilion bird palace's disciple's scalp went numb because he found out. He found out the most terrifying secret. The 9-yang divine body was not dead. If this news were to spread, who knew how big of a storm it would cause? Not good. He was in danger. Vermilion bird palace's disciple had to beg for mercy. Spare me. I swear on my life that I won't reveal your secret to anyone else. There's no need. Rather than believing in Vermilion Bird Palace, it's better to believe a dead person. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a cold light. He knew that Vermilion Bird Palace had colluded with Yen Nantian. How could they let him go? Therefore, he would not be lenient. A sharp sword light flashed and pierced downwards. Not good. The Vermilion Bird Palace's disciple screamed. His soul instantly left his body, abandoning this body to escape. Although his vitality would be greatly damaged, he would at least be able to keep his life. He was very decisive, so he dodged the fatal sword. His body was destroyed, and his soul flew into the distance, his eyes filled with malice. When he returned, he had to inform Vermilion Bird Palace to kill him. But in the next moment, he screamed because he found a pair of golden eyes coldly looking down at him from the sky. In the next moment, his soul was ignited. He was burned to ashes with just a scream. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. He first picked up the disciple's storage ring. Then he formed a seal with his palm and formed a formation that enveloped the entire area. Not long after he finished doing this, he found that there was a sound of breaking through the air outside the formation. Following that, two figures wandered around nearby. What's going on? I clearly heard the sound of fighting here. Could it be that it's already over? Maybe. Let's go and eliminate the others. The two of them whispered to each other before disappearing into the void. After the two left, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that these people did not discover the formation he had set up. That was for the best. Buzz. He turned around and walked towards the palace in front of him again. When they arrived again, Lin Xian carefully examined the place. Previously, he had only been curious. Now, he knew that there must be something here that could allow them to quickly comprehend the laws of the Devil Cultivation Valley. There was nothing around, which made Lin Xian extremely suspicious. No, his guess shouldn't be wrong. All of a sudden, he recalled that when he had seen the other party earlier, the other party had been sitting cross-legged on the ground and did not seem to have noticed the battle outside. Could it be that he had to adopt a certain posture? He walked forward and sat down cross-legged according to the posture of the Vermilion Bird Palace martial practitioner in his memories. The positions were exactly the same. Lin Xian was surprised to find that the scene in front of him had changed. He actually saw a statue of a saint. From the saint statue, he could sense a rich law of fire. Indeed, it had the power of the law. Furthermore, these laws were different from those of the outside world. Lin Xian felt that he could comprehend it in a short period of time. This was simply too shocking. Indeed, the world of the Devil Cultivation Valley was different from the outside world. If he comprehended the laws here, he probably would not be able to use them outside. However, this process of comprehension could help him increase his experience. Lin Xian did not hesitate and hurriedly comprehended it. Originally, his law of fire had almost formed a real law, so it was even faster for him to comprehend it now. In just half a day, he had comprehended a law of fire fragment. Feeling the law of fire fragment at his fingertips, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not know if he could form a real law if he continued to comprehend it. And if he could form a law here, would he be able to break through to the Saint Realm? Lin Xian did not know, but he was prepared to give it a try. Lin Xian continued to comprehend. After spending 2 days, he actually managed to condense the law of fire. However, what surprised him was that he did not break through to the Saint Realm. It seemed that the laws here were indeed different from the outside world. Since that was the case, Lin Xian went out. It seemed that there was not only one palace here. There were others, and the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace should have known. In an instant, he thought of Yan Nantian. He did not know how many palaces Yan Nantian had found. Buzz. He soared into the air and left. On the other side, Yan Nantian walked out of the second palace. He had already comprehended 2 types of laws. With a wave of his hand, Yan Nantian took out the map again. He saw that there was another palace nearby, but Yan Nantian did not go there. Instead, he frowned. This place was a little dangerous. Forget it, it was better not to take the risk. Yan Nantian shook his head and did not go to the closer one. Instead, he chose to go to the further one. He planned to form 3 laws first before starting the hunt. It would be best if he could get through the first elimination round and eliminate the strong opponents. That way, no one would be his match. Outside the Devil's Cultivation Valley, there were countless people watching the battle. The dark red dragon's eyes flickered. They did not know how the kid was doing inside, but very quickly they laughed. They were thinking too much. There were people who could threaten this kid, but there was probably no one who could kill him. Even the Cloud Sky Sage could not do it. On the other side, the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace looked down and narrowed their eyes. They did not know how many laws Yan Nantian had comprehended. They estimated that in a few days, the real slaughter would begin. Their eyes shone with a fiery light. Below, in the Devil Cultivation Valley, Yan Nantian stopped. He had met someone, and his lips curled into a smile. I didn't expect you to meet me so soon. It seems like your luck is really bad. Humph, cut the crap. Do you really think you can beat me? The figure snorted. He was covered in scales and looked abnormally terrifying. He was the peerless genius, Long Zhaotian. Long Zhaotian was powerful, and as a dragon, his bloodline was terrifying. He was ranked second on the Abyss leaderboard, only behind Lin Xian and Di Ling. He was even ranked above Yan Nantian. So when he heard Yan Nantian's arrogant words, Long Zhaotian was naturally unhappy. Boom! With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a stream of light and charged forward. His palm was like a mountain shattering the entire sky. The power was extremely terrifying. You dare to attack me? You're courting death. I originally wanted to start a massacre, but it's fine. I'll start with you. Yan Nantian's eyes lit up. He slashed his palm forward. Suddenly, green laws condensed and flashed, turning into a biting cold blade light that flashed out. Pung! Long Zhaotian was sent flying. His face was filled with fear. Chapter 33:10. He also realized that something was wrong. The green saber light carried a biting cold law of wind. How could the other party use law? One had to know that after entering the demonic cultivation valley, the laws were suppressed. He thought that the others should not be able to use it either. But now, the situation was beyond his expectations. The other party could use law. You're surprised, aren't you, ignorant ant? Do you really think I'm the same as you? Now, go to hell for me. Countless lightning bolts surrounded Yen Nanshan's palm, forming a ball of lightning. It also carried a terrifying law of lightning. Not good. Long Zhaotian's expression changed. He had to leave quickly because he was no match for the other party. He did not have law, so his power was much weaker than before. He had to figure out what was going on. Turning around, he tore the void and wanted to leave. You want to leave? Can you leave? Yen Nantian controlled the law of wind and quickly charged over. The lightning in his hand formed a lightning sword that pierced forward. In an instant, thousands of sword chi stabbed out. The incomparably violent power of lightning completely shattered the front. Long Zhaotian was once again affected and was sent flying. Although his physique was strong, he was still injured under the law. His scales were stained with blood. Damn it! He roared angrily and fled again. Yen Nantian chased after him. The two of them fought an earth-shattering battle that alarmed many people. What was going on? The power of law. Yen Nantian could use law. The surrounding people were all stunned. This scene was really beyond their expectations. Yen Nantian snorted coldly. The law of wind merged into the void, forming a terrifying wind blade that killed all the people around him. In an instant, more than 10 experts were killed. However, the commotion caused by this battle was too great. Moreover, there were still people around, so some people still escaped. The news spread out in an instant. Long Zhaotian also went all out. He used the power of his bloodline and finally escaped. Yen Nanshan's face was gloomy. He did not expect Long Zhaotian to escape from his hands. Moreover, what surprised him was that the news of law spread so quickly. He snorted coldly and did not chase after him. Instead, he turned around and walked towards his third target. He wanted to collect as much law power as possible before starting to hunt others. Yen Nantian left, but the news had indeed spread. Everyone was incomparably shocked. They couldn't use Dharma laws, but Yen Nantian could. It was really surprising. It seemed that Yen Nantian either had a treasure on him that could resist the laws of the valley, or there was something in the valley that could make him use the laws. For a time, countless people were frantically searching for him. At the same time, Cloud Sky Saint also made his move. He had come to participate in the competition this time to find the murderer. Previously, he had locked onto an area where there were 200 warriors. He wanted to eliminate them one by one. After killing the person in front of him with one palm, Cloud Sky Saint started to collect the souls. He then scoffed coldly. This was the 33rd one. He said coldly. As it turned out, he had already started to take action in the past few days. In just a few days, he had actually killed 33 experts. It was truly unbelievable. It seemed that he had to speed up. Cloud Sky Saint began to use a great divine power. He continued to pursue his goal. Lin Xian walked out of the ancient palace and continued on his way. This place was very big, so it wasn't that easy to meet others. He had to search patiently. However, Lin Xian's current goal was to find the other palaces. However, he didn't find any palaces. Instead, he met two other people. The other two were from Vermilion Bird Palace. That's right, it's you. I can sense your aura from your body. You've fought with people from Vermilion Bird Palace before, right? The two of them stared at Lin Xian. The person on the right said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense with him. We'll know once we capture him and collect his soul." A terrifying aura rose from their bodies. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. "You want to fight me? Great, I also want to test the power of the laws here." He waved his hand, and a ball of red runes floated out and danced in the sky. "Fire Dharma." The two people from Vermilion Bird Palace narrowed their eyes. "Damn it, you can actually use Dharma." They were really shocked. It seemed that the news had been exposed. "You should have killed people from Vermilion Bird Palace." "That's right, not only did I kill one, but I also want to kill both of you." Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. What an arrogant guy. "So, what if you have comprehended Dharma?" "The two of us have also comprehended Dharma. 2 against 1. Can you beat us?" The two of them laughed sinisterly. The water Dharma and earth Dharma on their bodies waved. It seemed that the most common Dharma here was also the 5 elements Dharma and the mutated 5 elements Dharma. "Stupid guy. Go to hell." One of the people from Vermilion Bird Palace instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was still behind Su Chen. He cultivated the earth Dharma and could escape through the earth. Therefore, as long as there was earth, his speed was very fast. He instantly arrived behind Lin Xian and grabbed forward with his palm. On his hand claws, there was a sinister power. At the same time, the other person also attacked. The law of water formed a monstrous sea, forming a killer whale that covered the sky and rushed over. Facing the two people's strong attacks, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, the fire Dharma in his palm became more and more resplendent. "Then I'll let you see a real vermilion bird," he shouted coldly. The merciless Dharma turned into a vermilion bird and wrapped around his body. The vermilion bird roared at the sky. Its wings could move, forming a terrifying firestorm that enveloped the two people. The two people screamed like crazy. "Damn it! Why is the power of the fire so terrifying?" They wanted to retreat because they found that the other party was too evil. However, that vermilion bird spread its wings and flew. Its wings were like fiery red, heavenly blades, instantly splitting the two people's bodies. Burn! The monstrous fire enveloped everything. The other party's soul could not escape. After getting rid of another two, Lin Xian disappeared again. Outside the demon cultivation valley, the elder frowned. He found that 2 more of the jade tokens in her hand had shattered. "Damn it, what's going on?" Until now, 3 Vermilion Bird Palace martial artists had already been killed. Who is it? Is someone targeting Vermilion Bird Palace? They did not know because they were already unable to stop it. After a few days, almost everyone knew about the Dharma. They also knew that there was a kind of palace in the Demon Cultivation Valley. One could comprehend the Dharma inside. Therefore, many people were frantically searching for it. Lin Xian was also searching. Furthermore, he was also looking for others. "They're actually targeting me?" Suddenly, Lin Xian was stunned. He saw 2 people rushing towards him. Could it be that they wanted to get rid of him? Chapter 33:11. Thinking of this, he sneered and decided to take the initiative to attack. With a flicker, he charged toward the force on the right. His speed was very fast. When he saw those figures, he instantly attacked. The vermilion bird palm slapped out. Monstrous flames turned into a vermilion bird and flew forward. Everything in front of him was burned. What terrifying flames! Could it be someone from Vermilion Bird Palace? A cry of surprise came from the front. In the next moment, a terrifying saber light tore through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It slashed towards the Vermilion Bird. It was someone from Vermilion Bird Palace. Run! Those people were also sent flying. They hurriedly turned around and fled. Lin Xian snorted coldly and charged forward. At the same time, his eyes flickered. The flames on his body danced and enveloped all of his aura. At the same time, he transformed the flames into the form of a vermilion bird and enveloped his body. Since these people mistook him for someone from Vermilion Bird Palace, he did not explain. He would let Vermilion Bird Palace bear all of this grudge. In an instant, Lin Xian caught up to the other party. There were 5 people. When they saw that there was only one person charging over from behind, the 5 of them were stunned for a moment, then turned their heads. There was actually only one person. Don't hesitate. Attack. They thought that it was a group of people from Vermilion Bird Palace. After all, forming an alliance was a very normal thing here. But now, there was only one person. In that case, they would not be polite. The 5 of them attacked one after another. But very soon, they discovered that they could not beat the person in front of them. The person in front of them was too terrifying. The flames were even more terrifying. They carried the power of laws and burned everything. Immediately, the 3 of them were sent flying. 2 of them were even ignited. More than half of their bodies were burned. They had to hurry and beg for mercy. Stop, we have no enmity. No enmity? So what? In front of Vermilion Bird Palace, you can kill whoever you want. But don't worry, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you, but you've already lost the qualifications to compete. Su Chen imitated Vermilion Bird Palace's tone. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped the 5 of them and threw them into the sky. With a boom, the Vermilion Bird enveloped the 5 of them and rushed out of the valley. No, they screamed crazily, but it was useless. Soon, they fell out. The spectators outside exclaimed in surprise. Why did someone come out? In the next moment, they saw 5 figures wrapped in the flames. When the 5 figures came out, their expressions were also ugly. They had only been in there for a few days, and before they could do anything, they were thrown out. Furthermore, they were all injured. What's going on? Why did you guys come out? The elders and masters of these people all gathered around. That shouldn't be the case. With the strength of the 5 of you, you should be able to last for at least half a month. You might even succeed. When the 5 of them saw their master's elders, they hurriedly cried out in alarm. They were from the Vermilion Bird Palace. What? Vermilion Bird Palace? The masters and elders of these people sucked in a breath of cold air and fell silent. The Vermilion Bird Palace was not something they could afford to offend. However, following that, more and more people were thrown out. After these people came out, they looked in the direction of the Vermilion Bird Palace, not daring to say anything. Who threw you guys out? It was Vermilion Bird Palace. They were from the Vermilion Bird Palace. Voices rang out one after another. The spectators were in an uproar. The Vermilion Bird Palace was too domineering, directly throwing people out. Wasn't this slapping the faces of these families in public? Indeed, many people shook their heads. If they were really domineering, wouldn't it be over if they killed them in the valley? That way, no one could blame the Vermilion Bird Palace. But now, the Vermilion Bird Palace did not do that. They did not kill, but they ruthlessly trampled on them. That was a resounding slap in the face. All of the families that were thrown out had unsightly expressions on their faces. Their bodies were filled with anger. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders also frowned. However, at that moment, one of them said, "Ignore them. No one dares to attack us here." However, not long after, when the 2 women were thrown out, it caused an uproar. They were actually 2 disciples of the Sky Qin Palace. The moment they appeared, the elders of the Sky Qin Palace instantly came over. What was going on? The 2 women also had ugly expressions. It was the Vermilion Bird Palace who did it. What? It was the Vermilion Bird Palace again. The surrounding people were stunned. The Sky Cheen Palace people were instantly enraged. They stared at the Vermilion Bird Palace people with a cold glint in their eyes. Damn it. This grudge will be returned sooner or later. These elders brought the two women away. The Vermilion Bird Palace people also frowned. But thinking about it, it was really possible that it was their people who did it. These people were all thrown out by Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was currently pretending to be a member of the Vermilion Bird Palace. After walking for another half a day, suddenly, a scream came from ahead and a terrifying energy vibration. Immediately after, a figure crashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flashed and dodged. That figure crashed into the ground, blasting out a huge deep pit. Instantly there was no aura. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He frowned because he saw a figure rushing over here quickly. Cloud Firmament Saint. Lin Xian was surprised and turned around to leave because he saw 3 laws hanging on Cloud Firmament Saint, worthy of being a saint. To actually find 3 laws in such a short time. If it was outside, Lin Xian would not be afraid of Cloud Firmament Saint. But now, in this special space, his laws could not be used at all. Therefore, Lin Xian did not plan on getting into a conflict with the other party now. The most important thing now was still comprehending laws. Therefore, his figure flashed and instantly fled far away. Want to leave? Cloud Firmament Saint laughed coldly. His large palm enveloped the entire space. Lin Xian felt a tremendous pressure, wanting to push his body away. Humph! He snorted coldly, his body trembled, and he turned around. He just did not want to fight with the other party. Did they really think that he was afraid of the other party? Fire Law formed a law sword. A sword slashed forward. This sword was incomparably terrifying. It was like a bolt of lightning, instantly shattering his palm and arriving in front of Cloud Firmament Saint. Cloud Firmament Saint's expression changed. He extended 2 fingers. There were still 2 laws coiling around them, clamping this sword light. He was furious. There was actually someone who could threaten him. Who was it? Was it the murderer of the Yun family's prodigy? He stared at Lin Xian and realized that the flames on Lin Xian's body were monstrous. He could not see through the other party. The other party was very strange and suspicious. Cloud Firmament Saint's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. The 3 laws turned into divine chains of order and charged forward. Clattering sounds could be heard in the air. The entire world seemed to be controlled by the other party. Lin Xian was shocked and retreated. A saint was too terrifying. Although his combat strength was comparable to a saint's, he was still a saint. Some of his laws were still incomparable to a saint's. Therefore, when he saw this scene, Lin Xian quickly retreated. Chapter 33:12. Suddenly, the ground beneath Cloud Sky Saint cracked open. Endless lava gushed out like a flaming beast and enveloped him. Boom. However, he only managed to kill an afterimage. Cloud Sky Saint was still surrounded by the law of wind, which made his speed extremely fast. You still want to fight me? Go to hell, you ant. A cold voice came from behind Lin Xian. Then, a palm with thunder in the sky slammed toward Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian did not even turn his head as he punched toward the sky. With a loud boom, the 2 of them collided, and the sky collapsed. Lin Xian retreated, and so did Cloud Sky Saint. Cloud Sky Saint was surprised that Lin Xian was able to block his attack. Who was he? One had to know that he was a sage. Facing these people, he could squash them like ants, other than Yen Nantian, and a few other top sky prides who could fight against him. The others were no match for him at all. They could not even block one attack. However, the mysterious person in front of him could fight against him. He found it hard to believe. He was powerful and mysterious. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the person in front of him might be the culprit. You were actually able to block my attack. Cloud Sky Saint was furious. He felt humiliated and provoked. Another attack came, and it was as if a thundercloud had descended. Thunder turned into a lightning chain that wrapped around his palm and fell mercilessly. Get lost! Lin Xian was also furious. He punched out, and the law of fire on his fist turned into a millstone that could destroy the world. It was another shocking attack, and the two of them retreated. Let me show you my holy realm world. Cloud Sky Saint's voice was cold. He waved his hand, and the law of fire in the sky formed a space that enveloped them. That space was too real. Thunder roared, and ice spread, forming a small world. This was a unique technique of a saint, and it was far beyond the domain of a king. Kill. In this world, Cloud Sky Saint was the ruler. With a cold shout, the thunder above his head fell. This was the thunder tribulation of this small world, and it wanted to pierce through Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared, and the flames on his body turned into a vermilion bird that roared toward the sky. At the same time, he swept his right leg out to meet the wind sword. The wind sword was too terrifying. It split the entire world in half. Lin Xian's kick, and the wind sword was sent flying. His entire leg was numb. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the sky full of ice, Cloud Sky Saint, and Sky Saint, and Sky Saint. Then the space he was in was completely frozen. Sky Saint was frozen as well. The thunder sky, and the wind sword, and the wind sword. At this moment, the people in the outside world all cried out in shock. Heavens, what a terrifying attack! Did Cloud Sky Saint make a move? Most likely, those who could make the Cloud Firmament Saint take action were the few top-notch geniuses. Many people were discussing, and the Vermilion Bird Palace elders were all nervous. Could it be Yen Nantian? They did not know. Lin Xian's figure appeared in the Saint Realm's small world. He was hit by the violent power of the laws. The flames on his body were torn apart, and cracks appeared on his body. A ray of golden light shone out from the flames. Although he could not use the law of wood, his body was still extremely strong, and the longevity incantation in his body was quickly activated. The flames spread again, and the ray of golden light was enveloped. What's up with that golden body? Cloud Sky Saint frowned. Is he hiding his identity? His face darkened, and he struck again. The entire small world shook, and Lin Xian was once again in an extremely dangerous situation. Kill! Lin Xian roared, and the shadow of a giant shot up into the sky. It held a law sword in its hand, and a dragon's roar resounded. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying crack appeared in the sky above the Saint Realm's small world. It was almost split open. However, it did not split open in the end. Damn it! What's wrong with this guy? Cloud Sky Saint was completely stunned. Although he had comprehended these laws now, and they were not his original laws, the power of the Saint Realm's small world was not as strong as it was originally. But no matter what, it was still a saint's world. How could a half-saint split it open? He was completely enraged. He decided to capture Lin Xian at all costs. Lin Xian was too strange. With a cold shout, the crack in the sky healed, and the power of the Saint Realm's small world became terrifying again. However, with a loud boom, the Saint Realm's small world shook violently before being cleaved into two. A voice floated out from the crack. Go. Quickly, after hearing this voice, Lin Xian shot up into the sky without hesitation. Damn it, seeing that his small world had split open again, Cloud Sky Saint was completely enraged. He reached out with his gale hand and wrapped it in all directions. However, it was pierced by someone in an instant. The only thing he saw was Lin Xian and another white-robed woman floating away. Yenryu? Cloud Sky's saint's face darkened, but he did not chase after them. This Yenryu was also very strange. She was actually able to split open his small world. She must have some secrets. After Lin Xian and the white-robed girl left, they flew for a while and landed on a mountain peak. The white-robed girl was Yenryu. At this moment, she turned her head and looked at Lin Xian with a smile on her face. "It's really you. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. How did you recognize me so quickly?" Lin Xian smiled. Then the flames in the sky disappeared, revealing his true appearance. "What do you think? Actually, when I just arrived at the Demon Cultivation Valley, I recognized you immediately." Lin Xian still wanted to ask. After all, he wanted to know what was going on with Yenryu. Why did she change her name? Yenryu stretched out a jade-like finger and touched Lin Xian's mouth. Then she shook her head slightly. "Don't ask anymore. You just need to know that I'm still me. I won't hurt you." Lin Xian did not ask anymore. He knew that everyone had secrets, especially top prodigies like her. For example, he had many secrets that he could not tell others. Yenryu was probably the same. "How many laws have you comprehended?" Lin Xian asked. "2. The law of ice and the law of lightning. I've received some news. There are many ancient palaces of demon cultivation, but it seems that there are only 9 laws. The 5 elemental laws: wind, lightning, ice, and mist. These 9 laws make up this demon cultivation world. Among them, the most threatening one is Cloud Sky Saint. He is a saint himself. Other than him, there is Yen Nantian. Yen Nantian should have comprehended the most laws." Chapter 33:13. Although they were half sages, they had the clones of saints in their bodies. Is not equal to their strength was much stronger than the top half sages. Although they were not true saints, they were definitely terrifying. If you encounter them, you must be extremely careful. There were more clones of saints. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect the Vermilion Bird list to attract so many saints. There was no choice. The Vermilion Bird Palace had taken out many good things, such as the Tao Stone. There were probably saints eyeing it. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He would not let anyone take the Earth Tao Stone. "What are your plans?" Yenryu asked. "Obtain first place in the Vermilion Bird list and kill Yen Nantian. Of course, if that Cloud Sky Saint does not know what is good for him, I don't mind sending him to the Yellow Springs." Lin Xian's voice was filled with extremely cold killing intent. Hearing this, Yenryu was stunned. This guy's ambition is really not small. Yen Nantian was the successor of a great emperor. He definitely had countless Dharma treasures in his hands. She heard that he had several escaped talismans. If you want to kill him, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Probably even a saint would not be able to kill him. Cloud Sky Saint was also extremely terrifying. His realm was very high, and his methods were mysterious. It would not be easy to kill these 2 people. Cloud Sky Saint did not care, but this Yen Nantian must be killed. No matter how many life-saving methods he had, he was not an immortal existence. If he did not die once, then he would kill him twice, thrice, until he exhausted all his resources. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Yenryu asked curiously, "Why do the 2 of you have such a huge grudge?" It was very common for geniuses to compete for attention. However, Lin Xian's current situation was probably not a simple competition. Lin Xian said coldly, "It was him who lured the great demon out to kill me. Do you think I will let him go?" "So that's how it is." Yenryu understood. However, it was better not to act rashly now. It was better to comprehend more laws first. Next, Lin Xian and Yan Ryu joined hands and quickly searched. Finally, the two of them found 3 palaces. The two of them had comprehended 3 types of laws. In addition to what they had comprehended previously, Lin Xian had 4 types and Yan Ryu had 5 types. Not long after, they killed a few more people and seized a palace. However, they did not enter and were instead bounced back. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. Why can't I go in? Yan Ryu's eyes also flickered. It's over. I was too careless. There must be a condition to enter this place. Conditions? What conditions? We just went in casually. Suddenly, he was stunned. Could it be that there was a limit to the number of people who could enter? It was possible. For example, each palace could only allow a certain number of people to enter. Once the number of people reached a certain number, the palace would close. No one else could enter at all. The two of them discussed and quickly came to this conclusion. They remained silent, but at this moment, the entire Devil Cultivation Valley began to tremble. What's going on? What happened? Lin Xian and Yan Ryu felt the tremors as if they were facing a great enemy. The reason for that was because that aura was simply too mysterious and too terrifying. However, the tremors lasted for a short while and then disappeared. However, when it disappeared, Lin Xian frowned. He noticed that there were 4 more colors on his body. Yan Ryu had 5 colors on her body. What's going on? Why are there colors? The colors were like rays of light. They floated on their bodies and turned into colorful dragons. They did not disappear at all. Instead, they shone brightly. They could be seen from afar. This was the color of the laws. Lin Xian was surprised. He had 4 types of laws, so 4 colors were displayed. Yan Ryu's 5 types of laws were 5 colors. They turned their heads and saw that the palace in front of them had a similar color on the wall. It was green. Lin Xian and Yan Ryu did not have such a color. It's really like that. Lin Xian understood. It seemed that there was a limit to the number of people. Now that the color was displayed, did it mean that they could obtain the qualifications to enter the Green Palace by killing those who had green laws? It should be like that. Yan Ryu's face was also cold. Next, the two of us will have to work together. That's right. I'm relieved to work together with you. Lin Xian nodded. Yan Ryu also revealed a beautiful smile. They raised their heads and looked into the distance. Indeed, there were also rays of light flickering in the distance. Some had 1, some had 2, some had 3, and the one with the most had 7. There was also one with 6, while the rest had 4 or 5. Who is the one with 7 colors? Is it Yan Nantian or Cloud Sky Saint? Lin Xian did not know. However, he knew that a bloodbath was about to happen. Indeed, the others also noticed this change. Even the people outside of the Devil Cultivation Valley also saw the colorful lights moving around. They knew that there was a change in the Demon Cultivation Valley. Next, there would be a large number of killings, because at this moment, those who had colors became the target of everyone. I have the laws of metal, fire, wind, and lightning, which are yellow, orange, green, and purple. Yan Ryu had 1 more color than him. That was the law of ice. The one closest to them had 3 laws. His body had a blue color, which was a color that they did not have. Therefore, Lin Xian and Yan Ryu prepared to take action. The two of them were very fast as they rushed forward. At the same time, the person with 3 laws in front also seemed to have seen it. He was immediately scared out of his wits. He fled like crazy. He tried to hide the light, but he could not. The laws of heaven and earth made it necessary for the light to exist. Lin Xian and Yan Ryu caught up to the 3 nomological martialists in an instant. The martialist's face turned extremely ugly. He had white wings on his body and was flying rapidly. However, he was directly covered by a huge hand. He was scared out of his wits. Damn it. The person in front stopped. Lin Xian and Yan Ryu landed. After seeing the other party, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It was a prodigy of the white crane race. Moreover, he recognized the other party. The other party was also a genius on the Abyss rankings. However, in front of him, it was still nothing. The genius of the white crane race also saw Lin Xian and Yan Ryu. At this moment, Lin Xian's face was still covered, so he could not see clearly. However, he recognized Yan Ryu. His pupil shrank, and his face became extremely ugly. It turned out to be Fairy Yen, a powerhouse of the white crane race. He braced himself and greeted them. Yan Ryu said in a delicate voice, since he knew he might as well capture him, "Don't kill me. I'm willing to use a law in exchange for my life." As he spoke, he roared and directly grabbed the blue light on his body, forcibly pulling it out of his body. This process was very painful, but the man of the white crane race still managed to do it quickly. Soon, a blue light danced in the sky like a dragon. It carried a vast aura of the law of water. Laws could actually leave the body. Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that the laws here were indeed mysterious. However, this should be a protective law. Chapter 33:14. Yan Ryu smiled, seemingly very satisfied with the other party's approach. She turned her head to look at Lin Xian. "Go get it." Seeing that Lin Xian still wanted to delay, Yan Ryu said, "I don't have such a big target like you, and I don't have anyone to kill. So I can guarantee that I can pass the first round. You are different. If you meet those two people, it will definitely be a life and death battle." "All right." Lin Xian did not stand on ceremony. He directly waved his hand and grabbed the blue law. However, he did not immediately comprehend it, because that blue law was like a swimming dragon circling above his palm. It seemed that he had only obtained a qualification to comprehend the law, and this prerequisite was that he had to find the Hall of the Law of Water. So that's how it was. Looks like he had to go find the hall. Lin Xian and Yan Ryu soared into the sky. They disappeared into the void. After 2 days, Lin Xian found the Hall of the Law of Water. He went in to comprehend while Yan Ryu waited outside. At the same time, a few people targeted the two of them, because the light on the two of them was really too eye-catching. At this moment, it was very chaotic. The figures with many colors of light were doing their best to eliminate others. Between each other, there was also a struggle. However, among them, there was a clear distinction. Among them, there were those with 7 and 6 colors. No one dared to provoke them. Wherever the other party passed, others would retreat one after another. As for those with 3, 4, and 5 colors, the struggle was extremely intense. They knew that these were basically people with similar strength and had to be eliminated now. Otherwise, there would be an intense life and death battle in the future. There were even some people who had secretly joined forces. Among them, there were people who charged towards Lin Xian and Yan Ryu. The leader was a woman wearing a red robe embroidered with 2 mysterious patterns. She was a genius of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Her identity was very extraordinary. She was the Holy Maiden of the Vermilion Bird Palace. At this moment, there were 5 rays of light on her body. It was very eye-catching. Behind her, there were actually 5 people following 5 powerhouses. The weakest had 3 laws. The strong one was the same as her with 5 laws. The remaining 3 people all had 4 laws. The 5 of them were very powerful. At this moment, They were actually working together. Inside the valley, the others frantically retreated, not daring to approach. They knew that a huge hunt was about to begin. The people outside the valley also saw this scene. They couldn't see clearly, but they could see the 5 colorful figures quickly surrounding the other 2 people. He wondered who it was that was able to gather 5 experts. I was curious. Who were those 2 people? I'm afraid he's going to suffer. Looking at the glow on his body, he was definitely a top-notch expert. Unfortunately, 2 against 6, there was no chance of winning. At this moment, Lin Xian was comprehending the law of water. Yan Ryu frowned. She naturally saw the 6 figures rushing over. They were here to deal with both of them. She frowned. If she was alone, she could leave calmly, but not now. She wanted to protect Lin Xian. If these people attacked the palace and caused a commotion, Lin Xian would be affected. It was very likely that he would go berserk, which was very dangerous. It seemed like they could only fight. A sharp light appeared in Yan Ryu's eyes, as if he had made some kind of decision. At the same time, 6 figures arrived before him. It's you. When the 6 people appeared, many of them exclaimed. They recognized Yan Ryu at a glance. They didn't expect it to be Yan Ryu here. Then who was the other person? There was no one around. It was obvious that someone had entered the palace to comprehend. Who was with Yan Ryu? Was it the North Demon? They knew that Yan Ryu and the North Demon knew each other and were in the same world. So it was very likely that they had joined forces. The North Demon was very strong, but if the 6 of us joined forces, we wouldn't be afraid of him. A few of them spoke. The Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden, who was the leader, also laughed. Her sister was so beautiful. It wouldn't be good if such a peerless beauty was injured. Hand over the 5 laws on you, and we'll let you live. However, you don't have to care about the one inside. The others were silent. They were all experts, but it was obvious that they were following the Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden. You want the laws on me, and you want my companion? Do you have the right? Yan Ryu's expression was calm, but his words were filled with disdain. You're courting death, although you're strong and ranked above Zhao Wuliang. So what? The 6 of us are all top geniuses. It seems that you don't know a few of us. Let me introduce you. The Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden's eyes were cold. Obviously, she wanted to use the names of the people behind her to scare the other party away. I don't need to say anything. The one beside me, Lu Mu, is ranked 9th on the Abyss leaderboard. This base Sansheng is ranked 12th on the Abyss leaderboard. I think you should know the 2 of them. As for the other 3, although they weren't on the Abyss leaderboard, they were definitely not weak. This is Ming Wang Dong, the top genius of the Nether King clan. This is Sima Su, one of the half-saints of the Sima clan. This is Wu Ing, also a top expert of the Anya clan. If we fight alone, the 6 of us might not be your match. But if the 6 of us join forces, can you block us? How many moves can you block? The Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden said. So, I advise you not to waste your energy. Is that so? If Yen Nantian, Long Batian, Cloud Sky Saint, and the others join forces, I might retreat. But you guys, I'm afraid you're not qualified. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 6 people in front all sank. Indeed, compared to Yen Nantian, Cloud Sky Saint, and the others, they were indeed a lot weaker. If those people were in the first echelon, then they were undoubtedly in the second echelon. It could even be said that they were close to the first echelon. If the 6 of them joined forces, even Yen Nantian wouldn't dare to be careless. No matter how strong Yen Ryu was, could she be compared to Yen Nantian? Holy Maiden. It seems that this little girl doesn't know what's good for her. In that case, let's directly attack. Bei Sancheng's eyes bloomed with a touch of a biting cold light. All right, let's see what kind of ability Fairy Yen has. There's no need for all of us to attack. Just the 3 of us are enough. Bei Sanqing stood out, and Lu Mu also slashed out. The other one was Ming Wang Dong. As soon as the three of them appeared, a terrifying power rushed out from their bodies. Bei Sanqing took a step forward and a powerful aura spread out from his body. The law behind him also danced quickly. He took out a flute and started to play. A sorrowful aura filled the air, filled with despair. This wasn't an ordinary song, but a kind of peerless superpower called the Great Compassion Mantra. Those who didn't have a firm mind after listening to it would immediately commit suicide. The Great Compassion Mantra was very famous. It was said that 3,000 years ago, there was once a person who used the Great Compassion Mantra, causing more than 10 half-saints to commit suicide instantly. This kind of battle record spread across many worlds. Chapter 33:15. Lu Mu also made his move. He held a spear and stabbed it forward. The spear was surrounded by the power of 4 laws. The last one was Ming Wang Dong. He waved his hand, and countless pieces of ice appeared. A terrifying world of ice instantly shrouded the front. The three of them made a move with shocking power. Behind them, the Vermilion Bird Saintess and the other 2 sneered. Perhaps they didn't even need to make a move to get rid of Yenryu. A cold light appeared in Yenryu's eyes. Her hand was extremely white and emitted a dazzling radiance. 5 laws surrounded her fingertips as she slapped forward. The palm technique was light as a feather, but the void was constantly collapsing. This palm had actually blocked the attacks of the 3 of them. Not only that, but it also forced the 3 of them back. How could it be? Lu Mu and the other 2 retreated in shock. Was the opponent so strong? The Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others frowned. It seemed that they had underestimated her. The 3 of them should also make a move. The 2 beside them nodded. At this moment, 6 people stood out. The 6 of them attacked together and used their super skills. They were much stronger than before. In their opinion, they could even fight against the Cloud Sky Saint, not to mention Yenryu. Boom. Yenryu didn't use any other techniques. Her white palm emitted an even whiter radiance. The 5 laws on it kept dancing, forming a divine chain of order. It wrapped around her jade-like fingers and slapped forward. An earth-shattering sound was heard. Yenryu was forced back. However, she didn't seem to be injured. How could it be? She wasn't injured. The Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others were shocked. This woman was too strange. Hurry up and attack. The 6 of them rushed forward and fought with Yenryu, 1 against 6. It was definitely a one-sided battle. Yenryu was indeed suppressed and was at a disadvantage. However, she was very strong. Even if she was at a disadvantage, she wasn't seriously injured. Put in more effort and take her down. Someone shouted coldly. The Vermilion Bird Saintess's eyes were filled with malice. She wanted to take this opportunity to kill Yenryu. She was too terrifying. She was a huge threat to her. It was another 6 super skills. Yenryu was forced back again. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She frowned and wanted to use the thing in her body. A terrifying and mysterious power gushed out from her body. Heaven and earth trembled, and the faces of the Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others changed. Could it be that the other party is going to open some kind of treasure? Thinking of this, their eyes were filled with killing intent. It seemed that they would have to use their secret techniques or take out their half-saint tools to kill the other party. However, at that moment, an explosion sounded from the palace behind them. Then, a figure walked out. The people inside were coming out. The Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others were stunned. Even Yenryu was stunned. This was much earlier than she had imagined. It wasn't the North Demon. They were stunned. they discovered that the person who walked out in front of them was extremely hazy. They couldn't see clearly at all. Who exactly was it? But clearly, it wasn't a North demon. They knew the Northern Yao, but this person was clearly different. Yen Ryu wasn't with North Demon. Who was she with? They were curious and puzzled. Yen Ryu asked, "Why did you come out? Could it be that the battle here alarmed you?" "Don't worry, I can handle 6 people." Lin Xian shook his head. He had finished comprehending, so he came out. He didn't expect to see the battle outside. 6 against 1? Lin Xian's face darkened, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Although the 6 of them weren't as terrifying as Yen Nantian, they were still a force to be reckoned with if they worked together. Even Long Zhaotian and the others would have a headache if they were to face them alone. With such strength, they could probably fight against a saint for a few moves. "Let's work together," Yen Ryu said. However, Lin Xian shook his head. "You should rest for a while. Let me handle them." He stood out and didn't intend to work together with Yen Ryu. It seemed that he wanted to fight the 6 experts alone. What? He wants to fight alone, but he wants to give us a handicap. The 6 people in front of them were stunned. Among them, Bei Sansheng and the others sneered. The Vermilion Bird Saintess sneered. Where did this idiot come from? However, what surprised them was that Yen Ryu actually retreated, as if he wasn't worried at all. Their hearts skipped a beat. Who is this person? Is he also a terrifying existence? But I don't know such a mysterious person. Come, let me see what you 6 shameless people are capable of. How dare you work together to bully my companions? He took a step forward, and a domineering aura rose from his body. The Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others frowned. This person has such a terrifying aura. He's probably not a simple person. But so what? With the 6 of them working together, no matter how strong he is, they would still dare to fight him. However, Lu Mu's eyelids twitched, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. This scene reminded him of someone. "I withdraw from this battle," Lu Mu said. "What?" The Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others were stunned. Bei Sansheng said, "Lu Mu, what are you doing? Are you afraid?" "No, I just don't want to fight anymore. It's meaningless. I'm going to explore other places." Lu Mu turned and left. The Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others were stunned. Did Lu Mu recognize him? But who is he? Who can make Lu Mu leave? "You want to leave? Did I allow you to leave?" Lin Xian snorted. He didn't know if Lu Mu recognized him, but he didn't plan to stop. Lu Mu was stunned. He frowned and said, "It was my fault for attacking you." He pulled out the 4 laws from his body and returned them to Lin Xian and Yen Ryu. "I don't want to be your enemy." This scene stunned the Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others. God, what's going on? Lu Mu pulled out 2 laws from his body. Is he begging for mercy? They couldn't believe it. After all, this was Lu Mu. Although he was only ranked 9th on the Abyss list, it was rumored that he fought with Yen Nantian when he fell into the Abyss. At that time, Yen Nantian had just finished the test. He fought with Lu Mu, and both of them were tied. After that, Yen Nantian's strength improved by leaps and bounds, reaching an unbelievable level. However, one could imagine that Lu Mu was also very terrifying. Even if he wasn't as strong as Yen Nantian, he wasn't far off. But now, Lu Mu was begging for mercy. He was begging for mercy from a mysterious stranger. Chapter 33:16. They even suspected that it was Yen Nanlin Xian who took the 4 laws and gave them to Yen Ryu. However, since you've injured my woman, you'll have to take a hit from me. He struck out with his palm. Boom. Lu Mu was hit and flew back while vomiting blood. His body cracked and disappeared in the air. Yen Ryu felt warmth in her heart. The vermilion bird holy maiden, and the others were stunned. However, they were awakened by Lin Xian's cold-killing intent. Damn it, let's kill him together. The vermilion bird, Sanus's face darkened. Although Lu Mu had left, and his actions had shocked them, they did not think that the person in front of them was worthy of their fear. If the five of them worked together, they could still take him down. Therefore, the five of them attacked crazily. Their auras instantly rose. Hee, let's see what qualifications you have to scare Bei Sansheng away. Sima sneered and walked out. His palm was like a heavenly blade. With a boom, he slashed forward. It directly cut through the void. He was also an expert, and he did not think that Lu Mu was weak. Now that Lu Mu had escaped, he felt humiliated. Therefore, he had to quickly deal with the person in front of him. Looking at Sima Su, Lin Xian's expression was cold. A terrifying flame bloomed from his body, and he soared into the sky. In the next moment, he threw out a punch. Boom. The law blade was shattered by a punch. Sima Su was stunned. He did not expect the opponent's body to be so terrifying. Buzz. Lin Xian's big hand grabbed Sima Su and pulled with force. A miserable cry rang out. Sisa's body was actually torn into two halves. Since you don't want to beg for mercy, then die. Lin Xian's cold voice rang out. He could let Lu Mu live, but that did not mean that he could let the others go. Sima Su screamed like a madman, causing the people behind to be even more shocked. Not good. This person is terrifying. Quickly, let's work together. The vermilion bird holy maiden and the others did not dare to be careless and attacked crazily. Lin Xian was also enraged. He took a step forward, and the flames on his body burned fiercely. It turned into a sea of fire and spread out. On his body, there was the image of a flame giant. It raised its head and roared. Flaming sword Qi flew out from the giant and slashed forward. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 5 members of the vermilion bird were completely separated. Not good. The 5 people's faces changed. Originally, they planned to attack together, but they didn't expect the other party to be so strong. The sword Qi made their hairs stand on end. They could only attack crazily, shattering the sword Qi first before converging. However, Lin Xian didn't give them a chance. After separating the 5 of them with the sword Qi, he made his move. Using Dragon Step, he quickly charged towards Sorrow 3 Lives. This person was previously injured, and his strength was the weakest among the 5. Therefore, Lin Xian had to be dealt with first. In an instant, he appeared in front of Sorrow 3 Lives. Not good. Bei Sansheng's expression changed, and then he became angry. What was the meaning of this? Underestimating him? They had gone too far. Sorrow 3 Lives immediately used the Great Compassion mantra. A strange voice came out of her mouth, and the world was incomparably miserable. It wanted to make people commit suicide. What a strange melody. Lin Xian frowned after hearing it. If one listened to it too much, they would definitely lose their will. Immediately, he shouted coldly, and the great dragon sword soul in his body roared, releasing dragon-shaped sword Qi that directly enveloped him. It completely isolated all the Great Compassion mantra. At the same time, his palm slapped down. Boom! The demonic disc of destruction directly smashed Sorrow 3 Lives into pieces. The other party wanted to escape, but his soul was pierced by Lin Xian's sword. With a scream, Sorrow 3 Lives' soul was destroyed. Before he died, he finally knew why Lu Mu wanted to escape. The other party was too strong. Damn it. Is Sorrow 3 Lives dead? The vermilion bird holy maiden and the others were horrified. They couldn't sense the other party's aura. What was going on? Winter night. At this moment, Ming Wangdong roared. He formed a seal with his palms, opened his mouth, and spat out a storm. The terrifying laws of wind danced, freezing everything. The flaming sword Qi was frozen, and the monstrous sea of fire was extinguished. In the next moment, they saw Sorrow, Three Lives' corpse being torn into pieces. His soul had been destroyed. He was dead. Was he really dead? Their scalps went numb, and they attacked crazily. This time, the four of them were very fast. They finally joined forces and launched a terrifying attack. Facing the four of them, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all, nor did he retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. His powerful physique crushed the void and cracked the ground. He stretched out his palms, and 2 fire dragons flew out from his palms. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 2 fire dragons circled incomparably and knocked away the 4's divine abilities. The 4 of them flew backward and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear. How was this possible? The other party had injured the 4 of them by himself. Who was this person? What kind of physique was this? Who were you? Who exactly were you? Why, do you want to know who I am? Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, and a formation flew out from his body, enveloping the world. In the next moment, the flames on his face disappeared, revealing his true appearance. Not only that, but the flames on his body also changed. They were no longer fiery red, but golden. A golden body appeared in front of everyone. These flames, his face, this aura, this was the successor of the 9 sons. At this moment, the vermilion bird Holy Maiden and the others said in their hearts, this was the appearance of the 9 sons' divine body they had seen before. Impossible! The successor of the 9 sons was already dead. How could he appear here? Who exactly were you? Who told you that I was dead? Did you see it with your own eyes? Lin Xian sneered. His body swayed, and he instantly appeared in front of Ming Wangdong. He slapped out with his golden hand. Ming Wangdong was scared out of his wits. Ice wings appeared on his back, and ice armor appeared on his body. An ice scepter appeared in his hand. With a wave of the scepter, a huge ice wall formed in front of him. The law of ice danced. It was used to resist Lin Xian's fist. With a loud bang, a violent tremor sounded. Cracks appeared on the ice wall, and then it collapsed. Ming Wangdong was also sent flying by the huge force, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, he used the ice on the ground and in the sky to form a new divine ability, Ice Seal. The space in front of him was completely frozen, forming an ice crystal world. Lin Xian's body was also frozen. Seeing this, Ming Wangdong's lips curled up into a smile. He didn't care about wiping the blood on his body, and he shouted coldly, "Break! Crack! 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 Crack!" Everything in the ice crystal world was shattered. This kind of great divine ability was too terrifying. Everything that was sealed in ice was turned into ashes with this sound. The space around Lin Xian was shattered. His body was also affected by the divine ability, and it shook violently. However, the shaking soon calmed down. Chapter 33:17. How could this be? Ming Wangdong was stunned. How could Lin Fan be unharmed by his superpower? The others were also stunned. They knew about the Ice Seal superpower. They had even seen it with their own eyes. Ming Wangdong had frozen 3 half-sages. When the Ice Seal world was broken, the 3 half-sages were also torn apart. Even their souls were destroyed. But now, such a terrifying superpower had lost its effect. Lin Xian's body was burning with flames, melting all the ice. He looked forward and sneered. It's a good superpower, but you're too weak. Let me tell you how to use the superpower. Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul roared and started to use the superpower. Lin Xian stomped his feet. Suddenly, the earth was covered in flames, forming a golden sea of fire. In an instant, the sea of fire enveloped Ming Wangdong. Ming Wangdong screamed, crazily. The ice armor on his body released an icy aura, trying to resist. But soon, he was burned and turned into snow. He melted on the ground and was then steamed. Explode. With a cold shout, all the flames in the sea of fire in front of him roared and exploded. That power caused everything to turn into ashes. The effect was similar to the previous ice seal, but the ice had turned into flames. Damn it! Block it for me! Ming Wangdong roared crazily. 3 ice crystals appeared beside him. These 3 ice crystals were extremely white and formed a triangle to protect him. He wanted to resist the power, but in the next moment, the 3 ice crystals exploded under the power of the flames. Ming Wangdong's body was also torn into pieces. His soul was also shattered in an instant. With another move, Ming Wangdong was destroyed. The remaining 3 went crazy. They finally believed that the person in front of them was the successor of the 9 sons. Although they didn't know why he was still alive, he was too terrifying. Run! The vermilion bird saintess screamed and fled. She wanted to announce to the world that the successor of the 9 sons was still alive. This was definitely an earth-shattering news. Want to escape? Stay. Lin Xian snorted. He waved his hand, and a black spear appeared. He waved his arm, and 3 terrifying black torrents shot forward. Pung, pung, pung. The vermilion bird saintess and the other 2 stopped in midair. They looked down at their bodies. A black shadow appeared in their hearts. They had been pierced through. They were nailed to death in the void. The great, great spear of destruction. They said these words with great difficulty. Then they tilted their heads and stopped breathing. That's right, the great spear of destruction. The great demon's great destruction spear fell into the void. For the next 3 years, it was covered by an endless amount of demonic qi. No one dared to approach it. In the end, he was taken away by Lin Xian. This was a vicious weapon that had been stained with the blood of countless saints. Its power was extremely great. Back then, it had posed a huge threat to Lin Xian. If not for the fact that Lin Xian possessed the great dragon sword spirit, it would have been difficult for him to withstand the great destruction spear. The great spear of destruction could even kill a saint. How could the 3 of them block it? It was settled. Behind him, Yan Ryu also walked up. She was also incomparably shocked. She didn't expect that his strength had already reached such a level. Right now, your strength is much stronger than when you were fighting against the great demon. I'm really looking forward to seeing Yan Nanshan's expression when he sees you. He will definitely be shocked. Lin Xian said. However, I'm looking forward to fighting with him. I want to see how strong the successor of a great emperor is. Let's go. Lin Xian obtained the chains of law from these people and flew to the next palace. At the same time, outside the Demon Cultivation Valley, the Vermilion Bird Palace elders' faces changed. In the next moment, they roared at the sky. No, damn it! Who was it? Who dared to kill the Vermilion Bird Palace Saintess? They roared like crazy. The surrounding people were all stunned. What's going on? Was the Vermilion Bird Saintess killed? Heavens! Who did it? Was it the Cloud Sky Saint or Long Zhaotian? They didn't know, but they could see that the 6 figures of law in the valley below had disappeared. It was those 2 people. It shouldn't be 2 against 6, and they were still completely annihilated. It was too shocking. Wait, one of them had escaped. and the other was still alive. They had to find out who did it. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders roared like crazy. The elders trembled. They had no choice but to enter the valley below. One of them had already started to move. His body flashed, and light filled the sky as he charged down. However, he was quickly pushed back by an aura. Once the Demon Cultivation Valley opened, it would become a world of its own. In less than a month's time, those outside couldn't enter. They would either be killed or thrown out. Other than that, there was no other choice. Damn it, this is too damn it. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Originally, they wanted to use the Demon Cultivation Valley to restrict others, but now they were the unlucky ones. In the valley, a person quickly threw a shield. Everywhere he passed, countless trees grew, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. He was like a demon, completely blocking the path and space. However, very quickly, a terrifying vibration came from behind. The ground cracked open, and a biting cold saber light shone, cutting all the trees to pieces. The figures behind him were extremely fast. At the same time, a roar sounded. Northern Devil, you can't escape. The person running in front was the Northern Devil. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and his body was surrounded by the law of wood. The surrounding trees all seemed to listen to his orders. He began to attack. However, the people that were chasing after him were simply too valiant. Even he was unable to withstand them. That was because the one chasing him was a man covered in scales with boundless strength, Long Zhaotian. The other person was covered in white light like a celestial, Zhao Wuliang. The last one was abnormally ferocious. He had 9 heads, and each of them was extraordinarily mighty. He was a prodigy of the 9-headed lion race. His strength didn't seem to be any weaker than Zhao Wuliang. The other person was riding the waves, revealing a ferocious shark head. Fish scales flickered on his body, and his eyes emitted a biting cold light. He was Black Shark of the Shark King race. 4 top experts surrounded the Northern Devil. If it was a one-on-one fight, the Northern Devil would definitely be able to fight against any one of them. But now, 4 against 1, he was simply no match. He could only run for his life. Fortunately, he had the 10,000 devil body, and he was also a wood martial artist. His vitality was strong, and he could control the surrounding plants. Otherwise, he would have been killed many times over. But even so, he was still no match for them. If he couldn't escape, then it was only a matter of time before he was killed. Damn it, he really deserved to die. Chapter 33:18. Indeed, if anyone else was here, they would be shocked, because they couldn't believe it. Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian, as well as 2 other top experts, would team up. This was beyond everyone's expectations. You can't escape, roaming dragon. Long Zhaotian roared, and the dragon blood in his body surged. A dragon shadow rushed out in an instant. This power was too strong. It swept through everything and nothing could stop it. 10,000 would descend, feeling the terrifying power behind him. The northern demon flew while using his mystique. A sky-piercing divine tree appeared in the sky and quickly descended, blocking his path. It blocked roaming dragon. There was a loud explosion, but at this time, the other 3 attacked. Black Shark brought the seawater forward, forming a whirlpool. Did he want to swallow the sky-piercing divine tree? The 9-headed lion's 9 heads roared. His roar shook heaven and earth, affecting people's souls. The northern demon was affected. His body trembled, and he slowed down. Zhao Wuliang took the chance and slashed out. The flower addict's 33 blade slashes were sharp enough to destroy a sky. Boom, Boom, boom. The northern demon spat out blood and flew back. There were many cracks on his body, but his 10,000 demon body healed quickly. He gritted his teeth and flew forward again. However, this was the 5th time he healed. His power and aura had decreased too much. If he couldn't shake these people off, his life would be in danger. I told you, you can't escape. Long Zhaotian's group chased after him. The reason why the 4 of them had joined hands was so that they could sweep through everything. They wanted to eliminate the other people who were a threat to them. 3 days later, the North Demon stopped because he was stopped by someone. Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, the 9-headed lion, and Black Shark surrounded him. Escape? Let's see how you can escape this time. The 4 of them teamed up, and the laws on their bodies intertwined to form a domain that covered the sky. The northern demon's expression turned ugly. It seemed that he could only fight to the death. He waved his hand, and the laws of wood floated. Countless trees around him grew wildly. A sky-piercing divine tree appeared behind him again. The 10,000 wood flower bloomed. 7-flower formation. The green nocturnal battle armor appeared on the northern demon's body. The heaven-reaching divine tree on his back began to bloom, forming a terrifying flower. Countless flower petals floated around them, forming a terrifying formation that absorbed the power of the 4 people. Humph! Long Zhaotian shouted coldly. Dragon fighting in the wild. A giant dragon phantom appeared on his body. It roared and rushed forward, able to destroy everything. The world's 8 blades. Zhao Wuliang brandished his long saber. The piercingly cold saber light soared into the sky. Lion roared divine skill. The 9-headed lion king let out a roar. Terrifying divine fire surged forward. Black Shark blended into the void and carried out the assassination. The 7 flowers formation was instantly shattered when the 4 top experts attacked. The heavenly tree behind them also emitted a rumbling sound. Many cracks appeared on the divine tree, but the huge divine flower still hung down, scattering its pollen forward. The pollen was extremely poisonous. Long Zhaotian and the other 3's faces changed as they hurriedly defended themselves. However, the attacks from the 4 of them caused the petals to tremble repeatedly. Many cracks appeared on the northern demon's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he could still hold on. However, at that moment, a shadow appeared behind him. A person held a shadow dagger and slashed at his head. With a splurt, blood spurted out. The northern demon was scared, out of his wits. He used all his strength to dodge. However, his neck was still cut in half. Just a little bit more, and his head would have been sent flying. A large crack appeared on the azure nocturnal armor, the myriad with divine vine. The northern demon roared angrily, and his myriad demon body began to heal. At the same time, he counterattacked. The branches of the myriad demon tree drooped down and turned into 2 divine whips that lashed out behind him. The void was shattered in an instant. Clang! Black Shark raised the shadow dagger in his hand to block, but he was sent flying by a force. However, it seemed that he was not seriously injured. After that attack, Black Shark was slightly injured, and the other 3 were knocked back. However, the northern demon was seriously injured. His head was almost cut off. Seeing that, Zhao Wuliang and the others sneered. The northern demon would definitely die today. They estimated that they would be able to kill him in less than 5 moves. As expected, in the second move, the northern demon was even more seriously injured. A large crack appeared on half of his body, and he was almost cut in half. In the third move, the northern demon was cut in half. He healed again, and his face was even paler. Let's see how many more times you can survive. The 4 of them attacked again. The battle was so terrifying that the surrounding people all fled. At the same time, the two figures flew over anxiously. Actually, they had sensed a few powerful forces a long time ago. They quickly flew over with their shields. It was obvious. This was a huge battle. There were several forces involved. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. One of them was very familiar to Lin Xian. He could even see a huge tree flashing in the distance, and its terrifying phantom covered the void. The heavenly tree. That was the northern demon's mystique. What was going on? Was the northern demon being hunted? Let's go and take a look. Yan Ryu also frowned. She and Lin Xian quickly flew forward. When they arrived nearby, Lin Xian used his soul to capture the situation in front of him. His expression immediately changed. It was a siege again. It was very similar to the scene he encountered before, but there was a difference. Previously, the Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden and the others were considered to be on the second level, but now the ones attacking the northern demon were Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others. They were definitely the top prodigies on the first level. Damn it. Lin Xian was instantly enraged. He realized that the northern demon's situation was very bad. Attack. Lin Xian shouted coldly and sent out a vermilion bird. It rushed down. Yenryu stretched out her pure white palm and pressed down. A black hole appeared in the void and kept shattering. Boom, boom. Below, Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others sneered. He, die. They could see that the northern demon was about to die. They estimated that they could kill him in 2 more moves. But at that moment, their expressions changed. 2 terrifying attacks surged towards them. Get lost! The 4 of them turned around and roared crazily. They attacked with their mystiques and collided with the 2 attacks. The sky was torn apart and violent energy surged. The northern demon retreated. Long Zhaotian and the others were also forced back. Who dares to interfere in our business? Their gazes swept across the area. Soon, they saw 2 figures descending from the sky. Yenryu, it's you? Long Zhaotian and the others recognized Yenryu first, but the other person made them frown. They couldn't see his face clearly. 4 against 1. You guys are really shameless. Yenryu snorted coldly. Chapter 33:19. He was heavily injured, but fortunately he came in time. Any later, and the northern demon's life would have been in danger. They're very strong. The northern demon said. He did not recognize Lin Xian at first. Hurry up and leave. He did not look like he wanted to fight. After all, he was heavily injured. Although there were 2 of them, the other side still had the advantage. Don't worry, recover well. Leave this to me. Lin Xian patted the northern demon's shoulder and injected some energy into him. Then he took out a bottle of pills and handed it to him. Then he walked over and stood beside Yenryu. Leave Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang to me. You have no problem with the other 2, right? No. Yenryu shook her head. Her eyes were cold. It was obvious that this peerless beauty was angry. On the other side, Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the other 3 were stunned. What did they hear? These 2 wanted to fight the 4 of them 1-on-2? What a joke. The 4 of them sneered. They were the top elites. They had never feared anyone in a 1-on-1 fight. Now that it was 2 against 1, they could easily kill the other party. One had to know that the 4 of them had only chased after the northern demon as a precaution. If they really fought, the 2 of them could kill the other party. Although these 2 were strong, they were probably only on par with the northern demon. If there were still people who did not know their limits, then they would kill them together. Zhao Wuliang sneered. Long Zhaotian and the other 2 nodded. Indeed, Their goal this time was to kill the strong enemies. The northern demon was one, and Yen Ruyu was naturally their target. As for the last mysterious person, although they did not know him, they would kill him together. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Lin Xian took a step forward, and the flames on his body exploded. However, it was no longer gold or fiery red, but pitch black. The ink-black flames burned fiercely. Lin Xian did not intend to reveal his true identity right now. Therefore, he used the great dragon sword soul to directly transform her flames. At this moment, he was like a demon king, looking down on everyone. Lin Xian and the great demon had fought a battle of life and death for half a year. He was very familiar with the other's mystiques. If he wanted to use the great dragon sword soul to evolve it, its power would definitely not be weaker than that of the great demon. What a terrifying demonic chi! Long Zhaotian and the rest frowned. Who was this person? Were they from the demon race? However, before they could think any further, a large black hand charged towards them, carrying with it a torrential hellfire. Immediately, he formed a demonic disc that could destroy the world and struck out. The terrifying power shattered the void in front of him completely. That power enveloped Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang. Courting death, the two of them were enraged. The other party really dared to fight the two of them alone. What a joke! Get lost! Long Zhaotian was the first to get angry. He was one of the strongest dragons. He didn't even put Yen Nantian in his eyes, let alone this person in front of him. The scales on his body emitted an incomparably terrifying light. He punched out with a fist that was like a giant dragon streaking across the sky. Boom! The terrifying dragon collided with the world-destroying demonic plate, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. However, Long Zhaotian let out a muffled groan. Cracks had appeared on his fist. Bang, bang, bang. He retreated 3 steps and withdrew his fist. His eyes were filled with shock. The other party had actually injured him. How was this possible? Damn it, who exactly are you? The person who will kill you. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a cold light. The black flames on his body danced. At this moment, he was truly arrogant to the extreme. Courting death, Long Zhaotian was furious. Roaming dragon's body bloomed with light, forming an eagle that charged forward. It formed a peerless, immortal light. Lin Xian laughed loudly. He was not afraid. The large black hand drew a circle in the air and instantly turned into a black hole. It swallowed the giant dragon. At the same time, his left hand struck out like a black sun and charged toward Zhao Wuliang. Zhao Wuliang frowned. He drew his long saber and slashed out. On the long saber, there was a terrifying thunder law. It had the power to destroy everything. The saber collided with the black fist, causing an earth-shattering sound. The black fist was repelled. However, it instantly transformed into a palm and directly struck the lightning saber, breaking it in half. The terrifying power caused Zhao Wuliang to retreat a few steps. His face was gloomy. On the other side, Long Zhaotian was also fighting against the other party. He was also repelled. The 9-headed Lion King and He Sha were stunned. The other party really did it. With the power of one person, he had repelled Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang. Who was this person? Could it be another kind of hidden saint? Ha ha ha. You guys are just SOL. Unable to withstand a single blow. Lin Xian laughed loudly. He took a step forward, and the black flames on his body covered the entire sky. Demon swallows the world. The flames turned into black holes, one after another, enveloping Long Zhaotian and He Sha. At the same time, it also enveloped the 9-headed Lion King and Shadowless. Courting death, the 4 of them were completely enraged. Did the other party still want to attack the other 2? They charged forward madly. When Yen Ruyu saw this scene, she was also stunned. Then she shook her head slightly. This guy is really arrogant. He wants to fight against four of us? Well, I'll just watch. Originally, Yen Ruyu wanted to use some of her trump cards, but now it seemed that she was no longer needed. If there was really danger, it wouldn't be too late for her to make a move. So she came in front of the Northern Demon. The Northern Demon's recovery was terrifying, so his injuries were already healed. However, his strength had not recovered yet. He swallowed a pill and looked in front of him. The scene was extremely shocking. Who was this person? He could actually fight against four of them. One had to know that he was being chased by four people and was almost killed. Who was this person? The Northern Demon turned around and asked. Yen Ryu smiled. An old friend. You'll know after the fight. Old friend? The Northern Demon was stunned. It seemed that the other party was very close to Yen Ryu and should know him. But who is it? If it was an old friend, they should be from the same world. But who could be so strong in that world? Yen Nantian was impossible. Then, was it Yi Wudao? He thought of the holy body. He did have such power, but Yi Wudao did not have monstrous demonic qi. Was it Wuchen or the one from the Gu family? He shook his head. He couldn't think of it. It wasn't that he didn't think of Lin Xian, but he knew that Lin Xian had the 9 Yang divine body. Previously, the news of the 9 Yang divine body dying together with the demon had spread throughout the ancient path of stars. He would never have thought that it was Lin Xian. While the Northern Demon was puzzled, the battle in front of him was unusually intense. It was as if Lin Xian had turned into a demon king at this moment. He attacked without any reservations. The other four were furious and roaring. The four of them joined forces, but they could only fight to a draw. They could not do anything to the other party. Chapter 33:20. When did such a terrifying monster appear on the ancient path of the starry sky? Why hadn't they heard anything about it? Moreover, looking at the demonic aura, they all thought that the great demon had been resurrected. Damn it, he must be related to the great demon. Even if he wasn't a great demon, he must be from the demon race. These people roared crazily. The two of you, don't hold back anymore. Attack with all your might. Zhao Wuliang said coldly because he found that although the other party was attacking the four of them, he was constantly using killing moves on him. It made him break out in cold sweat. Zhao Wuliang was actually very depressed because not long ago one of his clones was killed and his strength was greatly reduced. If he hadn't paid a huge price recently, his strength wouldn't have been able to recover. This made him gnash his teeth for a while. However, he still couldn't find out who killed his clone. Now he even encountered a demon-like figure. The recent emergence of strong geniuses shocked him. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to keep his position, so he roared angrily. He didn't want the others to hold back and kill the other party with all their might. He took the lead. A terrifying aura spread out from his body, and the law of thunder rushed into the clouds, forming a thundercloud in the sky. It emitted an extremely terrifying pressure. Boom, boom, boom. In the thundercloud, the law of order revolved and then descended. This was the lightning tribulation, and it struck directly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed loudly. The flames on his body danced and turned into a black giant. It was like a demonic sound. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the lightning in the sky. Puff. Then he aimed at Zhao Wuliang and spat out. Endless lightning was spat out by him, and there was also the power of fire on it. It directly enveloped Zhao Wuliang. Zhao Wuliang screamed and was pierced by the lightning. He flew backward, and his body was charred black. He was in an abnormally sorry state. Die for me. However, at this moment, Long Xiaoqian's attack also arrived. His 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 divine swords with 5 types of laws on them. They were incomparably dazzling. In an instant, they pierced through the void and directly enveloped Lin Xian. With a puff, he cut open the black flames on Lin Xian's body. He had succeeded. Seeing this scene, Long Xiaotian smiled, and the other 3 also heaved a sigh of relief. This attack would definitely be able to penetrate their opponent. Next, they would make their opponent suffer a fate worse than death. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, but the faces of Long Xiaotian and the others turned ugly. The reason for that was because they discovered that there was no blood. In other words, even though Chu Feng had been knocked back, he was not injured. How was this possible? At this moment, their eyes were filled with fear. They couldn't defeat him. They found that they couldn't defeat him. Roaring divine art. A terrifying sound wave rushed forward, but it was shattered by the other party's palm. He Sha also silently appeared behind the other party. The shadow dagger in his hand slashed towards the other party's neck. Earlier, it was his sneak attack that had almost cut off the North Demon's head. But this time, his arm was numb from the impact. He didn't hurt the other party either. This was definitely the body of a saint. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so strong. Black Shark screamed like a madman and wanted to retreat. In an instant, he retreated from Lin Xian's side, but in the next moment he screamed. A pitch-black spear pierced through his body. Ah, He Sha screamed. How could this be? He had already merged with the void long ago. How did the other party find him? Buzz. The spear flashed, and He Sha's body was torn into pieces. Blood dyed the ground red. A saint. Could it be a saint? At this moment, Zhao Wuliang and the others were about to despair. There was actually a saint. Other than Cloud Sky's saint, were there other saints? Among them, Long Xiaotian looked at the black weapon and screamed in fear. The Spear of Annihilation. Could it be that you're really a great demon? You're not dead. They had seen the recording array of the battle between the Nine Sons' successor and the great demon, so they naturally recognized the pitch-black weapon. The Spear of Annihilation? That was something that only the great demons could possess. Even if the person in front of them wasn't the one who died, he was probably a new great demon, right? Moreover, they felt that this great demon was even more terrifying than the previous one. What was going on? They didn't know anymore. Lin Xian held the Spear of Annihilation in his hand and charged out. A terrifying light tore through the void and charged towards Zhao Wuliang. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. The World's Edge 8 blades slashed out with saber light and cut through the void, but it was pierced through. The Spear of Annihilation knocked away his saber and pierced through his shoulder. He was nailed in the void. That ice-cold killing intent wanted to tear him into pieces. Explode. Zhao Wuliang gritted his teeth, and his body split open to escape the attack. Run. They quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. You still want to run? Golden light appeared in his eyes and scattered into the void. Then, the Spear of Annihilation stabbed out. He Sha screamed again. He was hit again. Soul Annihilation. The Spear of Annihilation danced and instantly destroyed his opponent's soul. A dignified, peerless expert was killed so easily just like that. Seeing this scene, the other 3 fled like crazy. Buzz. Lin Xian threw the Spear of Annihilation, which instantly pierced through the 9-headed Lion King's body. The 9-headed Lion King trembled, and its 9 heads roared at the sky. The terrifying roar shattered heaven and earth. But this sound wave could not do anything to Lin Xian. Lin Xian directly rushed over. His big hand tore apart the sound wave that filled the sky and slapped the other party into meat paste. he picked out the other party's soul and directly pierced it with the spear of annihilation. Ah, the nine-headed Lion King's soul let out a sharp cry, but it was carried by Lin Xian and directly charged at Zhao Wuliang again. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. He could no longer dodge this spear. There was no choice. The other party was too strong. When he did not use the spear of annihilation, they were not his match. Now that he took it out again, how could they resist such a peerless weapon? This was definitely the combat strength of a saint. At this moment, Zhao Wuliang was very decisive. He once again created a clone to die in his place. As for his real body, he burrowed into the ground and used the law of earth to escape. How could Lin Xian let him escape? With one strike, he pierced through the ground and cut off Zhao Wuliang's path. Zhao Wuliang had no choice but to change his direction. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Next, he attacked several times. This made it so that Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian could not escape separately. They could only escape in the direction he chose. Lin Xian chased after them. The pursuit began again, but this time it was different. Lin Xian was chasing after Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian. Wherever he passed, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The others also saw this scene, and their eyes almost popped out. Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian were escaping? Then who was attacking? Was it the Cloud Sky Saint? Heavens, the saint was going to start a massacre. For a moment, they were terrified. Lin Xian did not kill them directly. He was like a cat playing with a mouse, constantly attacking and chasing after the two. Chapter 33:21. At that moment, Lin Xian's voice floated out from behind. What? Are you in despair? When the four of you joined forces to hunt down the North Goblin, did you ever think that you would be hunted down like this one day? If you want to kill others, you have to be prepared to be killed. Lin Xian's mocking voice sounded. In front, everyone's expressions were ugly. Long Zhaotian's lungs were about to explode from anger. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Wah! He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dragon blood, which turned into a dragon saber. The dragon blood saber slashed down with monstrous killing intent and terrifying power. The sky was dyed red as the saber was split open. Lin Xian sneered and waved the spear of destruction to meet the attack. With a clanging sound, the dragon blood saber was pierced through. Long Zhaotian had another wound, and he spat out blood and flew backward. He was truly in despair. He was no match for his opponent at all. Just now, 1/3 of his dragon blood had been sucked away. The dragon blood saber, formed by the dragon's mystic technique, could destroy everything. It could even threaten a saint. However, it was shattered by his opponent in one strike. It was not that he was too weak, but that the enemy was too strong, especially the spear of destruction. That was a murderous weapon stained with the blood of countless saints. Perhaps only a true sacred artifact could fight against it. Therefore, there was only one thing they could do now, and that was to escape with all their might. If they could escape the first stage, they would be able to save their lives. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days of pursuit. Lin Xian chased them for a total of 7 days. During these 7 days, Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian experienced what despair was and what a hellish life was. Their hair was disheveled and their eyes were bloodshot. To be honest, for a moment, they even wanted to die just like that. However, very quickly, their hope was ignited because in front of them, 7 rays of light flickered. It was a figure with 7 laws. Who was it? It was either Cloud Sky Saint or Yen Nantian. They hurriedly flew in that direction, wanting to kill someone with a borrowed knife. At the very least, they had to block the demon behind them. 7 rays of light. Who was it? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, sneered, and chased after him. Now that he had 5 nomological laws, it was enough. Coupled with the great spear of destruction, what could Cloud Sky's saint do? He could still put up a fight. Up ahead, Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang sped up again. They passed through several mountain ranges and finally saw a figure in front of them. It was Yen Nantian. They were overjoyed and quickly rushed over. That's right, it was indeed Yen Nantian. Yen Nantian relied on the map in his hand and his own powerful strength to obtain 7 laws. It could be said that in the entire Devil Cultivation Valley, he was the person with the most laws. When he saw Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian walking towards him together, Yen Nantian was stunned. Could it be that the 2 of them wanted to join forces to kill him? The corner of his mouth curled up in disdain. Now, even if the 2 of them joined forces, he would not be afraid. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. The 2 of them didn't seem to be here to kill him. Instead, they seemed to be running for their lives. It was because he discovered that the 2's faces were pale, their eyes completely red. There were injuries on their bodies, the blood even more horrifying. Someone was chasing after these 2. Who was it? Yen Nantian was extremely surprised. Other than him, perhaps only Cloud Sky's saint could hunt down the 2 of them. Could it be Cloud Sky's saint? Was Cloud Sky's saint finally going to make a move? Yen Nantian's gaze was solemn. However, he was soon stunned because he discovered that behind Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang was not Cloud Sky's saint, but a pitch-black figure that looked like a demon. You want to escape? Can you escape? That person replied coldly. He instantly streaked across the void and charged towards the 2 of them. He gently waved the weapon in his hand, forming a terrifying light that blasted Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang away. Yen Nantian, this person is also here to kill you. At that moment, Zhao Wuliang hurriedly exclaimed. He wanted to drag Yen Nantian down with him. That was the only way they could survive. Yen Nantian was stunned. A wisp of aura appeared on his body. He snorted coldly and took a step forward. Although he did not know who this person was, he really wanted to fight him. Scram! Lin Xian shouted coldly, and the great destruction spear flew out. The target was Yen Nantian. Yen Nantian's face instantly darkened. The other party actually dared to attack him. An incomparable light burst out from his body. However, in an instant his expression changed, and he was blasted away. The light on his body was about to shatter. Boom! Yen Nantian landed on a mountain range in the distance and shattered all 5 peaks. What? Yen Nantian could not block it? When Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang saw this scene, their faces turned extremely pale. This person was too powerful, wasn't he? The mountain range in the distance shattered, and a figure rushed out. Yen Nantian's expression was cold, and his eyes were like divine swords that swept across the surroundings. Damn it, he really deserved to die. The other party actually dared to injure him. This was unforgivable. Yen Nantian, be careful. That person is using the Great Destruction Spear. It's not an ordinary weapon. Long Zhaotian also reminded him. What? The Great Destruction Spear? Yen Nantian was stunned. Wasn't that the weapon of the Great Demon? How could the person in front of him have it? Moreover, the person in front of him had a monstrous demonic chi. Could it be that Demeng was not dead? What about the successor of the 9 sons? Was he dead? He thought of many things in an instant. Soon, he shook his head. It was impossible. The great demon was dead. There was no way he could be alive. The aura of the person in front of him was different from that of the great demon. He was much stronger than before. Could it be that a new great demon had appeared? Damn it. How could this be? His expression was uncertain. At that moment, Lin Xian attacked again. The great destruction spear pierced through the sky and transformed into an endless black dragon. Its monstrous aura tore the void apart and instantly pierced towards Yen Nantian. Humph. So, what if the great demon has revived? I'm not afraid of anyone now. Even if it's a saint, I can step on him. Yen Nantian's voice was grand, and the aura on his body suddenly exploded. The phantoms of the four divine beasts quickly circled around him. Buzz. Among them, the vermilion bird phantoms opened their mouths and spat out a sky full of raging flames. They danced quickly like the sunset. That red light contained a terrifying power that could incinerate all living things. The terrifying blazing fire instantly enveloped the great destruction spear. However, Yen Nantian did not stop. The great destruction spear was a murderous weapon. Its power was naturally terrifying, so he attacked again. After the vermilion bird, the azure dragon also attacked, spitting out waves that filled the sky. The black tortoise was as heavy as a mountain, and it pressed down like a heavenly eye. The white tiger phantoms were even more terrifying. They mainly attacked, and they transformed into a peerless blade that descended from the sky. Its power was simply too powerful. It was much more terrifying than Zhao Wuliang's World's Edge 8 blades. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The great destruction spear was simply too terrifying, and it was being used by Lin Xian at that moment. Lin Xian's physical strength, coupled with the great destruction spear, was absolutely terrifying. In an instant, it pierced through the sky full of light and raging flames. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.